Did you see Wayne uploaded a recent video about the pro-Palestinian movement? He said they were winning, then failed. They were always losing from the very fucking beginning, dude. They've had basically zero public support from day one. All they've been able to do is convince anti-Semites and pressure very uninformed, naive people. I mean, that's a weird thing to say. I don't know what he means by they were winning. Winning what? It's just a bunch of anti-Semitic whiners doing nothing. Did you see Russell Brand is being charged with rape? Good. It's pretty obvious he is in fact guilty, so... So... I'm using stream elements for tonight's stream. So hopefully with stream elements, I don't have any issues with donos. The only problem is I wish I could have a... I just wish I could have a goal set up. Overlays. Yeah, you might be able to do it, but I don't know. This is the first time using stream elements. So... What are you doing, Gum Gum? What's going on here? Yeah, come on, you can jump up. Gum Gum is troublesome.
Will likely be at war with the People's Republic of China in 2027 or 2028. If you are watching this, you are likely to be involved in that war. This video is designed to give you an overview of the Chinese People's Liberation Army ground forces for soldiers, sailors, airmen, marines, and guardians so that you may better understand your adversary. If this video does well...
What part of Last of Us 2 are you on? We're on Washington, day 2.
It will be the first in a series about the People's Liberation Army for the U.S. military.
https://youtube.b/u2.b/2 great news VG.
As President Donald...
All right, first... Stream elements, dono. Says anonymous, I don't know. All right, well, thanks for the donation, dude. I'm assuming that's Dodo. Tefano going shitso. Testing for you, my bro. Well, thank you, Tefano. I appreciate that. Well, it's working. More than what I can say for Streamlabs.
Donald Trump arrests and deports pro-Palestinian protesters. An organization known as Betar USA has apparently been advising him on who the targets should be. In fact, they've been compiling dossiers on students who have been too critical toward Israel, and they've been essentially sharing that information with administration officials. So let's get to the details on
what you want to bet, rather than being particularly critical of Trump, they're going to be critical of Israel for doing this? You want to bet how I mean, if the president is a fucking retard and any group gets him to do retarded shit, the blame is on the president. Obviously, if you have pro-Israeli groups, they're going to try to quash protesters if they can take advantage of a retarded president.
what this organization is and how they are essentially collecting this data and how often they're wrong about the individuals that they're targeting. So Batar USA is a New York-based organization. It's a self-described Zionist advocacy group with the motto, Jews fight back. It's somewhat similar to another organization known as Canary Mission. That's another pro-Israel group, but it's anonymously run, so they're a lot more secretive. And when it comes to Batar USA, the group began essentially monitoring student protests or students protesting Israel soon after the war on Gaza began. So they're known to post online the names, photos, and other information of non-American citizens, so students who are here with a green card or with a student visa, for instance. And essentially they draw attention to these protesters while in many cases making completely false claims about these individuals supporting Hamas or believing in, radical Islam. Now, the organization, by the way, I should note, is so toxic that despite its pro-Zionism activism, even the Anti-Defamation League put it on a list of extremist and hateful groups.
Well, that's a lot of ohms. Thanks for the donation, though, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Gummy. Don't scratch me. That's my leg. What are you doing, Gum Gum? No, Gum Gum. Yeah, so there you go. Rather than just putting the blame on Trump, she's complaining about a pro-Israel org.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you're pro-Israel, pro-Zionist, and the eight will trigger you, but like Gestapo.
No, it's an accurate word.
Did David Duke win this debate? https://youtube.b/p2km63e?C=5zllw7bkey_es9.
Let me take a look. Okay, that might be funny. Thanks for the donation, dude. I'll look at that in a second. Grey Knight donate tillers. Here's Wayne's video. Alright, it's not too long. We can react to that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, man. I'm just trying to figure out... It can be confusing what I have and haven't read just because of the page layout and the way they do it, but... It's not too
Watch
bad.
0 o'clock to 0:06, that's me.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Yeah, you didn't give me a link. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Runner. Ben over bitch. Donated $2. Great news, VG. My Roth IRA retirement account went down in value by $500 to $600. After Trump enacted his tariffs, lol, I had over 5,000 in it. But now it's less than 5,000. Luckily, my mega retarded father gave me 1,000 when I first got it. Well, yeah, Trump will make you lose money. Sounds about right. Thanks for the donation, Ben over, bitch. Okay, this is...
Mr. Duke, thanks very much for coming in. What do you say to those who say, who charge, and there are many, that you're there in Tehran at this Holocaust conference simply because you hate Jews?
Well, first off, Mr. Blitzer, I resent the introduction you made of me. You mentioned the Ku Klux Klan 11.
Vegan runner, donate $2. Fuck, watch, it's me, 0 to 06.
A lot of people can't tell the difference between seals and sea lions, because they really look so much alike. But actually...
Alright, wouldn't have figured you're an adorable little seal. But that's nice. Seals are very nice. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Oh,
wait.
11 times. That was over 30 years ago in my life. And since that time, I got elected to the House of Representatives. I received a full doctorate. I've been a teacher. I have one of the best-selling books in the world. And you interview many former communists in governments all over the world, and you don't introduce them by saying former communist, and certainly not 11 times. I think you're biased because you're a former lobbyist for AIPAC. You're a Jewish extremist, supporter of Israel, so you want to bias anyone who criticizes Zionism.
Well, do you hate Jews?
No, I don't. Do you hate people who don't want to be controlled? Do you hate Americans who don't want the Israeli lobby to have Americans fight and die and thousands maimed because Israel wants it in the Middle East? We have a war in Iraq because Israel wanted that war, not for America.
That is just the most retarded bullshit fucking claim ever, dude. It's so dumb.
American interests. They lied to us about weapons of mass destruction, and now they're trying to get America into war against Iran. And I think it would be a tragedy for this country, a tragedy for the world. And you don't like what I say against Zionism, so you want to talk about the Ku Klux Klan rather than the issues facing the world. Terrorism of the Israeli state, for instance.
Do you believe, Mr. Duke, that there was a Holocaust?
Trump supporters are so stupid they don't even know that it's Trump, not Biden, that's costing them money.
Yeah. I mean, it's very clear these tariffs are crashing the market, and they're coming up with all kinds of very interesting dumb bitch cope ideas for it. So yeah, they're just retarded. There's nothing you can do. They're just stupid. Hopefully they die off with the next pandemic because they won't get vaccinated or something. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Inverted exclamation mark you, 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 inverted exclamation exclamation mark U inverted 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 exclamation.
All right, I think that's enough of that. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Grains. Is there any truth to the omega-6 argument against seed oils? How much seed oils do you have to consume for the omega-6 to be a problem? That is a complete myth. There's no amount of omega-6 you can intake that's going to, like, harm you. So it's just a complete myth. The more omega-6 people eat, tends to correlate with better health outcomes, so complete myth.
I believe, sir, that the only way we can know whether there was a Holocaust or the nature of it is freedom of speech. I don't think we should be locking people in prison in Europe, even elderly people in their 80s, because they dare to have a different opinion about an historical event. The American government shouldn't be saying that the Iran conference was a conference for freedom of speech. I heard many mainstream Holocaust speakers at this conference, many. This conference allowed freedom of speech on the issue. The American government and Tony Blair and George Bush should be saying it's a disgrace that David Irving, a worldwide historian with books in almost every library of the world, is in prison right now in Austria because he said something the Zionists don't like about the Second World War.
Do you believe in a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a new state of...
Anonymous $2. Should I consider being a realtor/real estate agent as a career choice? I have no idea. I don't know if that's a particularly good career. I know there are some people who make good money doing it, but I have no idea what the average salary is and the likelihood of anyone making a decent living. So I have no idea. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Why? Wait.
Palestine.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=mims7y3k8vg to Jasmine when she says she'll let him sniff her butt since that's all he can get is angry divorce sex for 1.5k. https://www.youtube.com/watch?
You linked me my own stream, but thanks for the donation, Harry Muffler.
Living side by side with the state of Israel.
I think that's probably the best solution. I think you have to ask the people who live there of both Israel and the Arab countries. But I know one thing: you can't impose a solution from the Zionists.
I don't agree with wishing death on anybody, but after all the crap Trump supporters to ruin this country, I honestly just want them gone.
I do wish death upon many, many people. I don't think that's an unreasonable sort of position to have. If you know somebody that you don't like, it's only logical to want them to die. So, especially if they're particularly stupid and harmful people. So, never be ashamed of wanting people killed. That is only a sensible, logical position. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Anonymous donated $2 because it's almost Easter. What the fuck is that you sent me? Alright, thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=nzv4kittenbo. I messed up the joke, but you get the point. You'd pay. You better your ass you'd pay. Simp.
Take it!
I don't get it. Thanks for the donation though, Harry Muffler.
This seems like the worst thing you can do, or at the very least unnecessary, when you have a herniated disc. https://youtube.com/shorts/qlt11zoo69q C=7sz1kxgldnk.
Let me take a look.
So how long have you been walking like this?
Almost 7 months.
Mm-hmm. And she has a massive hernia disc in her low back.
Make your belly
That will literally do nothing.
into jelly.
By the way, I'm not even sure if that is in fact a herniated disc. I don't know how to properly interpret some of these like scans, but that might be a bulging disc. I don't know if it's herniated.
Has a massive hernia.
That's a lot. I breathe much better. Like everything is open.
Look at that, you're still kicking too though. No problem.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's just stupid. So none of this will help heal a herniated disc, and if she's able to walk normal after this procedure, this is just fake. If she had a herniated disc that was causing pressure on a nerve running down her leg, doing this would do nothing. She'd either need to wait for the injury to heal or have surgery. She said she's had this for 7 months, so this just sounds like bullshit to me. Usually hernias heal on their own within 4 months. So, yeah, all of this is just nonsense. Thanks for the donation, I'm fucking bored.
Vegan runner here. I'm down to 108 pounds and I can no longer eat. I take copious amounts of nicotine lozenges and drink extreme amounts of energy drinks. I know this has nothing to do with it. Any ideas what could be causing this loss of appetite?
Maybe you don't have a sweet little kitty that's cuddling with you. And because you don't have good kitty cuddles, you're having a loss of appetite. Maybe that's what it is. You just need to cuddle with a sweet little kitty. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Runner.
Your streams are gay and boring now. Only time I watch is if you're reacting to Frank.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous Faggot. See, Gravity donated $2. Oh. Oh my god.
There's a scent gland on the top of their head. This little animal that lies flat like a...
Dude. Oh my god, they're so cute. Holy shit.
A dumpling skin is actually a sugar glider. There's a scent gland on the top of their head. They use it to express their love. That is, they keep rubbing their little heads on the other one's body. It's really cute. The eyes of the sugar glider are relatively large in the head. They are usually black or dark brown. The big eyes help them adapt to the low-light environment better when they are active at night, so that they can catch prey and avoid obstacles. In fact, the sugar glider doesn't fly like a bird. There's a membrane from the wrist to the ankle on both sides of their body. It's called the patagium. When it jumps from a high place, it stretches out its limbs and tightens the patagium to glide in the air by the lift of the air. During the gliding process, the sugar glider uses its tail as a rudder to control the gliding direction. When they get familiar with you, they will be very clingy.
Goodness.
You can hold them on your body all day long.
Wow, they're fucking adorable. Holy shit. Thanks for the donation, Gravity.
Combination of American foreign policy. Pearl and people like Wolfowitz, Fife, Wormser, Crystal, Abrams, we can go on and on. It sounds like a Jewish wedding. They have set American policy, and they've hurt American interests in the Middle East. Just as I've said for years, as Walt and Mearsheimer of Harvard have said, it's a fact. And we are dying right now in Iraq because we're there for Israel's interests. We've got no oil out of this war. I said I went around the world, around the country before this war.
Let me interrupt for a moment, Mr. Duke. As far as I know, the President of the United States, who's the Commander-in-Chief, is not Jewish. The Vice President of the United States is not Jewish. The Secretary of Defense is not Jewish. The National Security Advisor to the President, not Jewish. The Director of the CIA, not Jewish. Are these people simply tools of the Zionist conspiracy?
They're not tools of a conspiracy, but they are definitely tools of the Zionist media and political power. Even the Washington Post said that 60% of the contributions for the Republican Party come from Jewish sources. Plus, if any politician in America dares to criticize Israel, millions will go to his opponents, and he will be attacked in the media where Zionists have incredible power. Even the Jewish Chronicle, the Jewish Los Angeles Times, excuse me, not the Los Angeles Times, the Jewish Times of Los Angeles. And this is insane that people are being criticized. This conference is being criticized when there are people in prison right now for freedom of their conscience.
If there's
now,
a control,
do you think that David Irving should be in prison right now in Austria? I'm asking you a question, sir.
Well,
do you think David Irving
should
be in prison in Austria for voicing an opinion?
And we invited you on, and the question is, if we invited you on, why is...
https://u.b/ship-k_HBVG64?mark C=C2.B/C/CGXDXX.
Let me see.
And what was described as liberation.
Yeah, I was planning on watching this later. We'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Is there a Zionist conspiracy if we're letting you on television right now? How do you explain that?
Well, how do I explain that? I think that you can't affect the news. I think you have to put some spin on what's happening.
But we didn't have to invite
Iran.
you on CNN.
And you want to. It's an attack mode. Always an attack mode when people like myself come on there. But you thought you could handle me with your 11 connotations of the Ku Klux Klan. But you know something, you can't handle me. And you can't handle the truth. And the fact is, you are an agent of Zionism. You work for AIPAC, the lobby in this country that controls Israeli policy.
He's a former fucking Klan leader. Like,
Mahmoud Ahmadinejad
television, you're an Israeli agent.
All right, I'm going to read to you what Mr. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the president of Iran, has said, and then you can respond if you agree or disagree with him. Israel must be wiped off the map, and God willing, with the force of God behind it, we shall soon experience a world without the United States and Zionism. That's what he said on October 28, 2005, according to Al Jazeera.
All right, first off, that's a complete misquote. He never said wipe off the map. And he was talking about the Zionist control of the United States. In fact, I heard his last speech, and I read articles all over the world where he said Israel would be wiped off the map. He said Israel would have a change in government, just as the Soviet Union changed. Obviously, the Russian people weren't killed. Israel wasn't wiped out. And this was to garner hatred against Iran.
But what about it when he says, we should soon
experience a world against Iran?
When he says we should soon experience a world without the United States When he says we should soon experience a world without the United States and Zionism?
I know what the translation was. He was referring to the control of the world. Israel uses the United States as its proxy. They use the United.
This is just pure cope. The dude's just a crazy fucking whack job. Alright, let's watch this, then we'll probably watch the Trump tariff thing next, and then the masculinity thing.
The movement was on the brink of victory. On April 30th, 2024, 109 people were arrested at Columbia University's Hamilton Hall after occupying the building to protest the university's ties to the Israeli government. Inspired by the students' civil disobedience, the movement went viral. Occupation spread to dozens of campuses across the country. A famous rapper, Macklemore, created a music video lauding the activists as heroes.
Yeah, the people they won't leave was threatening about divesting them on a piece.
And the Free Palestine movement was on the front page of every newspaper in the world. After decades of uncritical support for the Israeli government, the United States began pressuring Israel to agree to a ceasefire. But then it fell apart. The occupations ended, media attention disappeared, and the Trump administration is now placing many of the movement's leaders in prison.
Yeah, it's because they're all liars. None of them knew anything about the conflict. None of them were telling the truth. And the only people who bought into this nonsense were either anti-Semites or naive people who were just pressured into supporting the movement.
You're gonna have to come with us.
Israel has restarted its bombing campaign, and 400 people were killed on the first day.
Almost the entire family was martyred, all of them in pieces, and our house collapsed on us.
What went wrong? In short, the Free Palestine movement failed to learn the simple lessons of history. From civil rights activists in the United States to pro-democracy protesters in Serbia, these lessons have now been vetted by a burgeoning field of empirical social science. And it is surprising how often these lessons are ignored, whether by activists for Palestine or other causes, because they are just a Google search away. And what are these simple lessons? The first is the importance of nonviolence. Nonviolent movements are twice as successful as violent ones because they inspire more people to participate and they cause repression to backfire. When civil rights activists in the United States took over the streets of Birmingham, nonviolent discipline was one of the reasons grandmothers and school children joined them. And when the authorities sent the police to crush the protest, it backfired spectacularly. Images of police dogs attacking peaceful black teenagers were on the front pages of newspapers across the world. In stark contrast, the Free Palestine movement has failed to maintain nonviolent discipline. One of the leaders of the Columbia student group, for example, stated that the university should
be grateful that I'm not just going out and murdering Zionists.
The Columbia student group, Columbia University Apartheid Divest, followed that up by declaring that,
hey Mint, could you do me a favor and not ask just outrageously stupid fucking questions, please?
quote, violence is the only path forward. An internal debate on this sort of messaging was suppressed by leaders who condemned attempts to tone police the movement as, quote, harmful and a form of racism. The failure to maintain nonviolence led to two catastrophic outcomes for Free Palestine. First, violent rhetoric suppressed participation. Despite incredible attention for the Columbia protests, mobilization fell off a cliff when the public saw the movement's leaders advocating violence. There have been few grandmothers and kids at Free Palestine protests.
Okay, dude. This is such a stupid analysis. This is like saying, oh, well, the only reason the Nazi movement failed is because it, like, advocates for violence. So why isn't, like, neo-Nazism or the KKK or any, like, right-wing racist extremist group, why haven't they gained popularity here? Oh, it's because they weren't advocating nonviolence. Like, it is inherent within the ideology to promote violence. Same with the pro-Palestine movement. It's inherently pro-violent. The only reason they're doing this is because they fucking hate Jews and they're supporting radical Islamic terror organizations who, again, want to wipe out Jews. There's no fucking way to be a pro-Palestine supporter without advocating for violence. It is analytically linked to the political motives of these fucking, like, protest groups. Look at what happened day one after October 7th. What were people fucking doing? They were waving pro-Palestine flags and saying, death to Israel, go Hamas. they were all doing that, and they got criticized in the media day one. And again, the only fucking people who jumped on this movement were all anti-Semites, and there's a few exceptional people who are pressured into doing it just because they're on like university campuses, social pressure, and they're also remarkably ignorant, and they didn't know anything about the Palestine issue.
Second, efforts to repress the movement were given legitimacy by the violent rhetoric. When the Trump administration recently arrested Mahmoud Khalil and a number of other student leaders, it cited the student group's own statements in justifying the actions. The result of the failure of nonviolent discipline is a movement that is shrinking and shattered. The second lesson of history is that effective movements try to win over, not cancel, their adversaries. When democracy activists in Serbia faced off against Slobodan Milosevic, they were going up against a brutal police apparatus. But instead of demonizing officers, the activists sought to win them over. And when Milosevic ordered the police to fire on protesters, many refused the order. With its pillars of support crumbling, the regime fell. This is an example of a broader strategy in social change, destabilizing an oppressive system by taking away its key allies. But the Free Palestine movement often did the opposite of winning over key allies of a system. It canceled them instead. For example, among the most important pillars of support for the Israeli government is the global Jewish community. But when the Jewish political scientist and pro-Palestine activist Norman Finkelstein gave a speech at a Columbia rally in support of Palestine and suggested a one-word change.
Finkelstein is a psychotic, insane, lying whack job, and every single debate or interview he's ever done, he's made himself look like a fucking retard. He's said some insane, unhinged shit. He's become more and more pro-Hamas as time has gone on because he's recognized he has to defend Hamas in order to legitimize this, like, anti-Israel position.
Change to a common chant. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. He suggested changing that to from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. Activists screamed the chant at Finkelstein while laughing openly.
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. And at that simple amendment, that little amendment, you drastically reduce the possibility of being manipulatively misunderstood.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be
You know
free.
where we are at it. Let's hope the next pandemic wipes out these pro-Hamas saboteurs too.
Well, unfortunately, these are the types of people who'd likely get vaccinated. I'm not so sure about that, though. Hopefully they just die by some means, you know. Hopefully a vaccine can't come out soon
Sigma
enough.
Trump. Too bad he's a cowering pussy with Russia.
https://x.com/realdonaldtrump/status/1908300360810479. Jesus. Alright, thanks for the donation, retard, and thanks for the donation, Anonymous. These Houthis gathered for instructions on an attack. Oops, there will be no attack by these Houthis. They'll never sink our ships again. Well, that is a very large explosion. Yeah, they're all dead. That is a very big crater. Yeah, they are all dead. That's about as dead as you can get. Trying to see, Oh, I think that's it. See the, like, missile. Yeah, they are quite dead. They are Muslim civilians celebrating Eid. There are no military vehicles or weapons nearby. You're a war criminal. It was a gathering of celebration, something known to tribes in Yemen. Demons, they're bombed by civilians. I don't know if this is true. I'd have to look into that. I have no idea. Well, thanks for the donation, retard. Yeah, I mean, look at these people. They're wearing kefias. Like, they're literally wearing Hamas garbs. What do you expect? Again, this whole movement is an anti-Semitic Jewish hate movement. Bitch ass nigga donate $2. Why do you hate Palestinians? Why do you not see them as human beings? Why don't you think they deserve self-determination? So first of all, they don't want their own state. They don't want self-determination. They've had every opportunity to make their own state and they never made it. They just use that as a cynical ploy to get sympathy from the rest of the world so that people withdraw their support for Israel so that eventually they can kill more Jews. They're also not a distinct ethnic group. They're just Arabs, and there's never been a Palestinian state or a Palestinian national identity. That concept was started in the 1960s by an Egyptian, ironically, and again, he did that as a cynical ploy to try to kill Jews. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free!
It should come as no surprise that few Jews have been willing to offer the Free Palestine movement their support. A minor misstep, after all, could lead them to be canceled. Perhaps the most important lesson, however, is that effective movements create a culture of bravery, not safety. They push back against safetyism, the misguided philosophy of prioritizing individual safety over collective purpose. Gay rights activists understood this. In the 1980s and 90s, they faced a dangerous political environment. Being openly gay could lead to imprisonment or real violence, as AIDS ravaged America. Yet the movement won because it encouraged its supporters to come out openly, despite these risks. Millions of LGBT Americans publicly announced their sexuality in the face of deadly threats against their community. This courage inspired attention and sympathy across the world. In contrast, activists in the Free Palestine movement often seemed almost comically obsessed with their own safety. Less than a day after the Hamilton Hall occupation, for example, a spokesman...
Yeah, so stupid. They've had every opportunity to make their own state. So, they could have had their state, in, 1948? It was either 48 or 49. They could have had their own state, after the 6-Day War, and there's been about 3 or 4 Land for Peace proposals that they all rejected. So they've had every opportunity to make their own state. They just never had an interest in it. When Israel was first being formed, when the land was under control of the British, the Palestinian leader, the Grand Mufti, he was trying to negotiate with Hitler to
Can't wait till my dad dies so I can get rich. I'm gonna use the money to get tall and Itka. Then, I'm gonna slam dunk Sundus so hard Omar gonna cry.
Well, I'm looking forward to that, Ben. Sure, it won't be much longer. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Yeah, she's just an anti-Semite. She's a dumb bitch anti-Semite, and there's no point in opening up Discord and challenging her to a debate because she wouldn't join. None of them ever do. And I've already debated some people on Discord about this. Already debated some people on Discord on this topic. They're all fucking retarded. So again, Palestinians have had every opportunity to create a state. After the 1960s, there have been about 3 or 4 Land for Peace deals that they've all rejected. And pre-1960, they've also had opportunities to create their own state. Again, there's the British Mandate. They rejected it. And again, the political leader at the time, the Mufti, he was trying to negotiate with the Nazis in the 1940s to come to Israel and exterminate all the Jews. He was actually trying to help them
You
recruit
should
for the
debunk this
SS.
retard who's spreading vitamin D supplement hysteria. https://u2.b/1 high tech 4 C equals KD egg 1 ong RVO.
Are among the most popular health products out there.
Okay, I'll look at that later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
spokesperson for the student protesters complained that the university had not brought the protesters any food, water, or other, quote, humanitarian aid after less than a day without food deliveries from the university.
Well, I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, I mean, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this...
They can leave at any time and get food.
is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like,
And just when you think Trump could not get any more retarded, https://u2.b/nvmag7rk.
Let me see.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. There is no denying there are a lot of things.
I'll look at that later. I just want to finish this video first. Thanks for the donation, dude.
It wasn't clear why the students couldn't call Uber Eats to avoid starvation, or just use one of the many water fountains in the building to stop dehydration. Perhaps the most counterproductive example of safetyism, however, has been the movement's extreme focus on security culture. Many activists and encampments wore masks to cover their faces, and patrols were set up to expel intruders, who the activists feared might dox them, that is, publish their identities openly to the world. The contrast with gay rights could not be more stark. Rather than coming out, activists for Palestine covered their faces and cowered. This fed into the worst stereotypes about activism: cowardly snowflakes, entitled children, and diminished the movement's legitimate acts of bravery. Safetyism also, ironically,
None of them are brave. They're just Jew haters.
undermined the movement's actual safety. The mask-wearing activists policing the encampments for threats to safety helped to justify the state's crackdown. Safetyism is a self-fulfilling prophecy. These failings in the Free Palestine movement were fairly obvious from the start. I remember having a conversation with Dan Kibbe, who was at that point a director of Animal Rising, a UK-based organization, about the potential for an alliance between animal rights and Free Palestine. Dan had witnessed the power of just such an alliance when he led animal rights activists to join the UK-based climate movement Extinction Rebellion in 2019. The whirlwind of climate activism with XR lifted animal rights to another level in the UK, and vegan options to this day are everywhere. But I told Dan that Free Palestine would probably fail due to the movement's failure to implement the lessons of history, such as nonviolent discipline. It would be foolhardy, I told Dan, for animal rights to ride on a whirlwind that was taking people off a cliff. Dan did some reading and watched some videos I sent and quickly agreed. This purity politics is a huge problem, he said, and I think you're right. This movement is going nowhere. Dan and I were sadly correct in making this prediction. But if the mistakes are so obvious, why do movements keep making them? It is not just Free Palestine, for example, that has suffered from violent rhetoric or cancel culture. From Black Lives Matter to animal rights, very few movements implement the lessons of history. Extinction Rebellion, with its near-religious focus on nonviolence and opposition to cancel culture, is one of the prominent exceptions. It's not surprising that XR is also very successful. So why do other movements fail to implement these lessons? There are many reasons. Gaps in the transfer of knowledge from one generation of activists to the next prevent younger activists from learning these lessons. Even leaders who understand these lessons often find it too difficult to implement them, as they come at great personal costs. I felt these costs firsthand. Despite having been beaten, bankrupted, and jailed for my activism, the hardest thing I've done as a movement leader is stand up for nonviolence. It's put a huge target on my back. But the biggest reason that movements ignore the lessons of history...
No, they're anti-Semites. The only reason any of them would believe pro-Hamas propaganda is because they're anti-Semites. It's the same as the people who believe the misinformation about Haitian immigrants eating cats and dogs. Why would you believe that if you weren't already racist? There was no evidence anywhere that Haitian immigrants were eating cats and dogs, and people just believed it. And it's because they already had a racist bias against black people, or Haitian immigrants in particular, perhaps, but they already had that racist bias. So the only people who buy into this pro-Hamas propaganda are people who already hate Jews.
Is a lack of vision. What I mean by this is that it's not enough to tone police other activists about violence, though this should be done, or stand up against cancellation efforts, though this is also important. Movements seeking to adopt the strategy of nonviolence, inclusivity, and courage need to have a positive vision. Imagine the Free Palestine activists, instead of calling for the murder of Zionists, ask them to work hand in hand to care for the suffering children of Palestine. Imagine that instead of ridiculing Jews like Norman Finkelstein, the movement's leaders embraced him tearfully and thanked him for standing up even in the face of attacks from his own community. And imagine a world where activists did not hide their faces or cower in the face of state power, but walked all the way to Gaza to stand between the tanks and the families facing imminent slaughter. Even a few hundred with discipline and courage of this sort could change the world. What is true for Palestine is, of course, true for other causes, including the greatest slaughter of them all, the atrocity we inflict on our animal friends. It's time for all of us to embrace the lessons of history and build a vision of nonviolence, inclusivity, and courage that inspires the entire world to join us.
I'm going to leave a comment about this. Your analysis is a little misleading.
Yes, once again the relationship between humans and apes in intelligence is really thin.
That is true, Dodo. I'd say in some ways, chimps are probably a little smarter. Thanks for the... Oh wait, it says anonymous. I'm assuming that's just Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude. Your analysis is a little misleading. You claimed the pro-Palestine protesters should have embraced non-violence without acknowledging the fact that the pro-Palestine movement is inherently violent, similar to Nazism. Let's see. Palestinians embraced Nazism, and their political leaders in the 1940s were trying to work with Hitler and the Nazi Party to exterminate Jews, and they were brought to Germany to be taught about how Nazis were rounding up Jews and rounding up and killing Jews in concentration camps. Palestine was also never a state, and the concept was created in the 1960s by, it was Yasser Arafat, right? Yeah, Yasser Arafat. As a cynical way to try to, get international support and wipe out Israel and kill as many Jews as possible. They've also rejected every single peace proposal ever made and have always resorted to violence, avoiding to ever have to avoiding any negotiations so that they can keep claiming that they want self-determination and get international sympathy. So the idea that these protesters should have adopted nonviolence is completely antithetical to the ideology they hold. This is like claiming neo-Nazis would have had more political success if they adopted a non-violence principle, which is impossible under Nazi ideology. There we go.
Things going on in America right now, heck, just today, that really don't look very much like America, or at least the best version of ourselves that we like to celebrate. Young foreign students and others being grabbed off the street by masked police in state-sanctioned abductions, performative cruelty and twisted photo ops by top government officials, criminals pardoned of the crimes if they support the current leader, and these bizarre spectacles of subservience in the Oval Office. Donald Trump's bet is that acting like a dictator is half the battle to becoming one. At a press conference to swear in his personal lawyer as the U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, which, by the way, would be an enormous scandal in any other time and place, Trump said that he pardoned a convicted fraudster because, quote, he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president. Then he celebrated those black bag style snatching and disappearing of immigrants and foreign students while attacking the federal judges who have stood in the way.
We're getting rid of a lot of bad people. They're being taken out. And we hope this court system that's become so active all of a sudden in trying to protect some very, very bad people of crime.
I can't keep up. Donald Trump's goal is to replace American democracy with a Donald Trump dictatorship. Right now, he's playing the part, down to the choreography of reporter questions in that Oval Office today. I mean, since 1914, right, the journalists who cover the president and ask him questions have been chosen by an independent White House Correspondents Association. And last month, Trump decided to overrule them for the first time in over a century and just handpick his press corps. And he started purging reputable reporting outlets like the Associated Press. He banned the AP's reporters in retaliation when they refused his demand that it rename the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. And as a result, slowly but surely, it is less journalism in there and more of whatever this is.
What has made you and your team so effective in finding, locating, apprehending, and deporting these violent, illegal migrants?
I love this guy. I wish more people would ask questions like that.
Everyone's laughing and having a good time. That reporter was from the far-right cable channel One American News. Then this was the next question.
Mr. President, I want to say, first of all, happy Women's Month. You do so much for women by, first of all, keeping men out of women's sports, and you platform so many...
That was an easy one. That was crazy.
You platform so many great women, like your Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. You also have Caroline Levitt doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well. Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman, and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me, because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances.
Good answer, I guess. That question came from a representative of the far-right Tim Pool podcast. And if you've heard of him, it may be because he was recently identified as a pro-Trump influencer who received hundreds of thousands of dollars from Russian state media to parrot Kremlin talking points. Now in the Oval Office. There you have it. The Associated Press is banned from the White House.
There's also been at least 2 mass shooters that were right-wing Nazis, like literal identified as Nazis. And they've either put out manifestos or is found on their social media pages that they're big fans of Tim Pool. So Tim Pool is in fact a far right-wing extremist, and he's very well liked by literal Nazis who've committed mass shootings.
White House, those guys are in the Oval Office with that cringy obsequiousness. You know, Peter Baker, who's a New York Times White House correspondent, wrote last month, having served as a Moscow correspondent in the early days of Putin's reign, this reminds me of how the Kremlin took over its own press pool and made sure that only compliant journalists were given access. I mean, Trump clearly wants what Putin has in Russia. A press corps of grovelers who will pump up the strongman in a kind of one-party safe space where Trump can call people scum and enemies. And again, this is just one small part of just a comprehensive day in, day out assault on fundamentally an open society and a free people. What we cherish most, what makes us who we are. An assault on the institutions and practices that make America America, the kind of place where, for instance, a university can host a lecture on humanitarian action by the former president of Doctors Without Borders and not have to cancel it because it might be too anti-Trump. And yet, that did happen in this country, this week at NYU. The speaker says her lecture was canceled because the university administration feared her talk would be perceived as anti-government in the United States of America. Or the kind of country where, say, a student can co-author a measured, fact-based op-ed critical of a U.S. ally and not have the mass secret police snatch her off the street into detention, accused of ties to terror groups, and shipped away to another state in violation of a direct court order. A place where law firms can defend whatever client they want to in cases where they sue the government without fear of being crushed by the government. A country where dinner with the president isn't just sold to the highest bidder and the state isn't just used as a valuable tool to reward loyalists and punish perceived enemies. That is all fundamentally un-American. If there is an organizing principle of MAGA governance, is that they do not like anything they cannot control. And that is the opposite of a free society. To them, you will obey or you will be hunted. And every day there's a new example, as they just try to remake everything that is part of a free... You catch this one? That was in the utterly insane executive...
Crackdown on wrong ideology at nation's top zoos. What the fuck does that mean?
Executive order Trump signed yesterday, directing Vice President J.D. Vance to crack down on the Smithsonian Institution by removing improper ideology from its museums, education, and research centers, and the zoo. J.D. Vance is now going to patrol the zoo for improper ideology. Congratulations, Commissar. You've got the zoo portfolio. Yeah, it's absurd, and it's un-American. And I don't think most people like this. In fact, if you look at the polling, and you look at the protests right now, and you look at the town halls, Americans are waking up.
Yeah, Democrats are going to slay in the midterms. Retard donated $2. Breaking tariff update. Basically, the formula they said they used to calculate reciprocal tariffs was incorrectly used, and if used correctly, calculated would be a quarter of the current purported rates. Though, in effect, the formula for the tariff placed on the United States by another country is equal to the trade deficit divided by imports. The formula published by the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative has two additional terms in the denominator that just so happen to cancel out. The elasticity of import demand with respect to import prices, and two, the elasticity of import prices with respect to tariffs. Whoa. Are they gonna correct this? Like, this... Yeah, what the fuck? 50%? Why? Like, some of these are insane. Like, Vietnam is a big trading partner with the United States. Why are they tariffed 46%? That is crazy. Like, it's hard for me to believe that this is just some, like, simple mistake, because, like, as soon as you see these numbers, it's like, that has to be too high. Yeah, I don't know if that was a genuine mistake or if somebody said, yeah, just make the tariffs, like, super, super high for no reason. I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, retard.
There. And many people believe that taking a supplement is the same as getting vitamin D from the sun. Unfortunately,
it is the same, only better, because you don't increase your risk of skin cancer.
this isn't the case, and the truth is a lot more complicated. Vitamin D from supplements versus sunlight. The problem with superdosing vitamin D supplements and how to optimize your vitamin D levels in a healthy, and the difference between sunlight and supplemental vitamin D. When the skin is exposed,
there is no difference between your body producing vitamin D and you getting it from a supplement. It's both the exact same molecule.
To UVB radiation from sunlight, it stimulates a molecule called 7-dehydrocholesterol to turn into pre-vitamin D3, which is an intermediate form of vitamin D.
That is not true. It produces cholecalciferol, so it's not pre-D3. It is D3. It's cholecalciferol.
This pre-vitamin then further undergoes the conversion into vitamin D3, also known as cholecalciferol. Cholecalciferol is then absorbed into the bloodstream and transported to the liver, where it is converted into 25-hydroxyvitamin D, the major circulating form of...
Yes, and the supplements you take are cholecalciferol, and then it gets converted into 25-hydroxyvitamin D.
Dihydroxy.
There's no difference.
Vitamin D, also known as calcitriol, which happens primarily in the kidneys. Are familiar with the synthesis I just outlined of vitamin D. 1. Sulfated vitamin D from over unsulfated vitamin D. 1. Sulfated vitamin D from the skin is partly water soluble, whereas unsulfated vitamin D is entirely fat soluble. That means a vitamin D sulfate can travel the bloodstream freely and potentially have a wider reach in the body over supplemental vitamin D. Some research also...
Nope. So, vitamin D absorption is not a problem for anybody following a normal diet.
What does that mean? The Natin's top zoo has a woke ideology. I guess zebras are woke now since they apparently buy or sell since they are both black and white.
Yeah. I have no idea, Dodo. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, and vitamin D supplementation is more reliable for achieving adequate vitamin D status than sun exposure.
Indicates that
like again.
Hey, how is the life? I'm improving myself and feeling all right.
That's good, Nut Muffin. Things are fine. You know, mild, annoying inconveniences like Streamlabs not working inexplicably, which is why we're using Stream Elements tonight. But aside from that, you know, what are you gonna do? So, thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Sulfated vitamin D has a higher binding.
So again, there's randomized trials on this. Supplemental vitamin D is highly effective for either resolving deficiency or maintaining vitamin D status in the blood.
And oxidative stress. Sulfate is also involved in many important detoxifications that it can have a very drastic impact on other nutrients in your body. First, it increases calcium uptake in the stomach. Most people know this, and it is the reason you're told to take vitamin K2 along with vitamin D. While vitamin K2 definitely helps guide the calcium to where it's supposed to go,
there is no point in taking a vitamin K supplement. Does not benefit you.
It alone doesn't magically solve the problem of tissue calcification. That means taking high doses of supplemental vitamin D, even if you take them along with K2, vastly increase your risk of tissue calcification and biounavailability.
I'm a piece of shit.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, 2-bit faggot Ben. Where's the evidence for that claim? I've never heard of this nonsense ever in my life, and he's given no resources to support that claim, so I'm just gonna assume he's just making shit up.
Antagonists in the liver.
Depletes vitamin A, again, provides no resource. Sunlight has cardiovascular benefits independent of vitamin D. Yeah, sure. Epidemiological data shows a correlation between increased sun exposure and reduced population blood pressure and cardiovascular mortality. Gee, I wonder if that has anything to do with them going outside and exercising, dipshit. Please give me the proposed mechanism for how sunlight reduces blood pressure and cardiovascular mortality. Sunlight itself. That's idiotic. So people who are going outside and getting more sunlight are running, walking, biking, rollerblading, and doing whatever other outdoor activities there are, like walking your dog or whatever the fuck. That is just so fucking stupid. This guy's just brain dead. And again, this is the only fucking actual paper. Like, my God. Why do people have vitamin D online? Blah, blah, blah. You know, whatever.
What's the worst cold symptom in your opinion? For me it's the throat scratchy shit where you can't swallow or drink or anything. The headache, stuffy nose and or cough I can deal with.
I hate having stuffy, runny nose. That's the most annoying thing for me. That pisses me off tremendously. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Day this Wednesday, Donald Trump held up a large cardboard sign in the White House Rose Garden with a list of countries along.
Retard donate $2. I ratioed Tim Pool.
Willitsov Marco is now becoming just like Russia, much like how you predicted it would VG.
Yeah, it is. It is. 4 more years of this horse shit. Hopefully he just gets impeached or something. Maybe Democrats will be able to do that once they take control of the House and Senate. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Just ban all imports. Yeah, I'm sure that wouldn't cause bigger problems. Ban all influencers who take money from Russia. Oh, yeah, you ratioed them good. Yeah, wow. Dude, Tim Pool is such a fucking idiot. Like, how stupid is that? Ban all imports. Right. I guess we don't need computers or anything like that, because those are all imported. Like, what a dumbass.
Or better yet, dies.
Yeah, I mean, that is possible. He's unhealthy and doesn't eat well, so that is a possibility. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. The supposed mechanism is that the near-infrared light and sunlight enhances mitochondrial performance. There's a study on that. I could search it for you. That is just complete horseshit, dude. Just absolute stupid.
Along with his estimate of their tariffs against America, which he said included currency manipulation, trade restrictions, and other distortions like value-added tax. As he revealed his placard, the stock market began its decline to what would soon be the 15th biggest gap down open for the S&P in its history. Joe Weisenthal at Bloomberg described watching the speech as one of the most surreal events in his life, saying that he has seen speeches and press conferences that the market hated before like this, but they had all been given in the middle of a market crisis, and the market plunged because the speaker was seen to not be doing enough. He says that this was the first self-manufactured event like this that he had seen, and what made it worse, he said, was that the administration knew how much damage they would do, but went ahead with even more aggressive actions than anyone had expected. To be clear from the start, this is not a political video. I've no interest in covering political topics, but this is likely to be the biggest market event of the year. My goal is just to discuss the ideas behind these tariffs and their economic impact. Both sides of the political aisle in the United States had been moving in a protectionist direction in recent years, and Trump's moves are just more extreme than Biden's were, but neither were taking a free markets approach. During the Liberation Day event, Trump announced new reciprocal tariffs on almost all of America's trading partners. He announced that there would be additional tariffs of 34% on China, 27% on India, 24% on Japan, and 20% on the EU. All other countries face a tariff of 10%, and these tariffs are on top of other tariffs already announced by the Trump administration on China, Mexico, Canada, and the auto industry. The total tariff rate on China will now be 65%. If the US applies the 25% Venezuelan oil buyers tariff to China, it goes even higher. If there was one bright spot, Canada and Mexico were spared additional.
No, I don't watch any Korean TV shows. Bro, this fucking can is defective. The cutout for it, like, snapping open, the groove isn't deep enough, and it just didn't pop open.
Tariffs, and the new ones won't be added to industry-specific tariffs like the 25% tariff on cars or the promised tariff on semiconductors. America's overall tariff rate will now soar far above its Depression-era level, to the highest rate seen in over 100 years. Tariffs are, quite simply, taxes on goods imported from other countries, which are charged at the port of entry. Despite what some people are saying, foreign countries do not pay these taxes. The companies or individuals bringing the goods into the country pay the tax to the US government. Tariffs have often been used to push a country's citizens to buy domestically manufactured goods rather than imported goods. They're sometimes used in developing nations to protect fledgling industries until they grow and can compete with more advanced competitors from more advanced nations. During the event, Trump confirmed his previously announced tariffs on specific goods, including 25% on steel, aluminium, and foreign-made cars. The Wall Street consensus in the lead up to the event had been that the average tariff rate would rise to between 10 and 20%, with most analysts in the bottom half of that range. The effective rate announced is somewhere between 25% and 30%, so much higher than was expected and up from an average of around 2% before Trump took office. The US is now one of the highest tariff nations in the world, or at least in the developed world. It's still not clear if Trump plans on maintaining these tariffs or if they're a bargaining tool. If the US stuck with these rates, it would do immense damage to the economy. On Thursday, the S&P 500 fell by almost 5%, with the tech-heavy Nasdaq down 6%. Dell fell 19%, Apple fell 9%. Retail stocks were down 11% or more. Apparel makers like Ralph Lauren, Nike, and Lululemon were down between 10 and 16%. The banks were down around 10% too. It wasn't just stocks either. The dollar fell 2%, Treasury yields had a big drop, and oil prices fell too. I'm recording this on Friday morning, and the S&P 500 is already down more than 4%, and this is after yesterday's 5% decline, so we can possibly expect more chaos in markets today. The drop in stocks, interest rates, oil, and the dollar reflected lower growth expectations for the United States economy, not the prosperity that Trump was pitching. Let's look at how Trump's tariff formula worked, who was hit hardest by these announcements, what retaliation might look like, the economic effects, and why Trump's hero, William McKinley, who oversaw one of the biggest tariff bills in US history, eventually abandoned his own tariff strategy. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about today's video sponsor, Surfshark.
What is healthier, tofu or tempeh? Also, which do you personally prefer?
What in the fuck? I don't see that in Stream Elements. Oh my god. Tofu seems to be better for you. Seems to be more effective at preventing cancer, whereas tempeh doesn't seem to have any protective benefit. And, I think tofu also tastes better, and it's easier to cook with. I don't know who the fuck donated that. I literally cannot see the, dono. It's not popping up. What in the fuck, dude? Why does just nothing work now? Anyway, thanks.
Surfshark's been my VPN of choice to take the internet. Straight after the White House presentation, the journalist James Sarawicki quickly pointed out that there was something very strange about the supposed tariff rates that foreign countries were charging the United States. The US has a trade agreement with South Korea, he
That was the Streamlabs sound? That should be impossible because I don't have the Streamlabs alert active on OBS. Yeah, wait. Okay, first question, why the hell did you donate on Streamlabs?
Why does nothing work now? I will tell you why. Because Trump.
Yes, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. What in the fuck is going on? So, I don't have... How did that go through. I literally deactivated the Streamlabs thing in OBS, but it's still playing. And why did you donate on Streamlabs when the link isn't even in chat? Thanks for the donation anyway, but what the nothing makes sense.
Pointed out. So South Korea is not charging a 50% tariff on American goods, nor is Europe charging a 39% tariff. With some quick analysis, he worked out that the administration hadn't done the calculation that they claimed to have done. Instead, for every country, they just took the US trade deficit with that country and divided it by the country's exports to the United States. When called out on this, the White House defended itself by publishing what might at first look like a complicated mathematical formula for backing out the tariff rates being charged by other countries. If you dig into the formula, which one commentator described as being woke because it included Greek symbols,
Booty Cum donated $2. Come. The Streamlabs link is not pinned, it's Stream Elements. They're literally just going into my past streams or something and then finding the Streamlabs link. I don't know if they have it, maybe they have it bookmarked, but that's making things very confusing for me, by the way. But thanks for the donation, Bootycam. I don't know how... that's playing. It shouldn't be able to play. But it is. Because nothing works. But thanks, Bootycam.
Symbols, you can see that they threw in 2 Greek symbols, but then selected values for them that cancel out. So Surowiecki was right. The formula is simply the trade deficit for the US with a particular country divided by the total imports from that country. There were some other strange things that people quickly noticed, like an unusual list of countries. You'll note that the 4th country on Trump's list is Taiwan, which the US doesn't recognize as a country in order to keep China happy. The country list, which included tiny islands and overseas territories, led online commentators to suggest that the White House had possibly used an AI to come up with their trade policy.
Oh my god, really?
Rather than doing any real trade analysis. The whole televised event felt more like a game show than a serious trade policy announcement.
Dude, this is insane. How is this guy president?
And in my opinion, they should have leaned into the game show vibe a bit more by possibly inviting the leaders, or at least representatives, from the foreign nations being tariffed to attend so that the cameras could zoom in on their faces to catch their expressions as the tariff rates were announced. Doing this would have made better TV, but it also could have prevented the embarrassment of announcing tariffs on places like Heard Island and the McDonald Islands, which are a 2-week boat ride from Australia and are covered in glaciers and only inhabited by penguins. The penguins were hit with a 10% tariff for looting, pillaging, and plundering the United States.
Do you think Frank
When the
Tufano
penguin-
will kill himself now that he's a deformed freak losing a bunch of money, or is he too narcissistic?
That is a very real possibility. He does not seem like a happy person. He also seems to be in the early stages of developing some form of psychosis, like schizophrenia. He's also clearly addicted to drugs like alcohol and kratom. So, yeah, there's a good chance he will off himself, especially if the lawsuit with Paul Saladino ends with him having to pay like 2.8 million, there's a very good chance. Thanks for the donation, Lumu.
That live on these islands turned up for the televised event, it might have given the White House a chance to take them off the list. If I was organising the event, I would have left them on anyhow, based on my long-standing belief that penguins make great TV. If this YouTube channel gets...
Penguins do make great TV. Penguins are just so special.
Big enough, I'll eventually add a penguin as a co-host. I'm planning on buying a walk-in refrigerator to store it in when I'm not recording. I haven't really looked into it, but I presume that's how you keep penguins. The penguins got off easy, however. The FT reports that Lesotho, a tiny landlocked African kingdom with a GDP per capita of under $1,000 per year, was hit much harder. Denim manufacturing makes up more than 90% of the manufacturing jobs in Lesotho, and the country had a $235 million trade surplus with the United States, mostly from selling cloth to American brands like Levi's and Wrangler. They were hit with a 50% tariff. The Falkland Islands exported $27 million worth of goods to the United States. Their biggest export is something called the Patagonian toothfish, which is not native to the United States.
The fuck?
The Falkland Islands, where less than 4,000 people live, only imported goods valued at $329,000, 1/3 of which was a single piece of broadcasting equipment. They were hit with
I'm
a
the one who sent
41%
$10
tariff.
under the username food for the tempeh question. I used the old donate link that was in my history. Did you receive the money? Also, are you ever going to interview Sean Baker, Paul Saladino, Ken Berry?
Yeah, I got the donation. You just put it in through Streamlabs rather than Stream Elements. Yeah, the Streamlabs thing has been broken for the last...
I don't think you can legally keep penguins as pets, though.
Yeah, it might be for the best. Probably if people had penguin pets, they'd be mistreated. Dude, penguins are fucking amazing, though. Like, oh my god, they're, like, just such beautiful, silly little animals. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Yeah, Streamlabs has been broken for the last 4 days, at least, where, I... Usually happens at night, where people end up not being able to donate, so that's why I'm using Stream Elements right now. What's it called? Sean Baker, Paul Saladino, and Ken Berry are all terrified of me, and none of them want to debate. Particularly Paul Saladino and Ken Berry. Sean Baker will, at the very least, acknowledge my existence. Ken Berry and Paul Saladino are absolute cowards, and they avoid me like the plague. So, debate with them is never going to happen ever. Sean Baker is a possibility, but I've seen him, I've commented in his live stream chats. He's never said he's completely unwilling to debate me, but he's made, like, weird excuses, like, oh, maybe in a few months we could do it. That's always a dead giveaway that it's just never gonna happen. So they're just too afraid to debate me because they know they'd look stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Food.
As punishment for the unrelenting economic warfare that they've been waging against the United States. Fortunately for them, they bought that piece of broadcasting equipment last year, or the tariffs would have been even.
See, Anonymous donated $2. Yeah, I've seen this. It's fucking stupid. That guy Ashton Hall is a manipulative, lying fucking cunt. I can't stand the dude. It's funny, too, that all these people who are like, oh, I'm trying to be close with God and I'm a good Christian, like they're the biggest lying, scamming cunts on the planet. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Retard donated $2. Ben Shapiro's been losing his mind last 2 days over the tariffs. Good stuff. Ignore Ching Chong's caption. Oh, yeah. I hate Ian Miles Chong.
Yesterday, President Trump declared that it was, in fact, Liberation Day. His giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally. Trump's reciprocal tariffs impose hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes on Americans, be the largest tax increase since the Revenue Act of 1968. One of the biggest tax increases on American consumers in the history of America. And it's going to cost American consumers. It will cost American producers who use inputs from other countries. The Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeted immediately more than 1,000 points. The S&P 500 plummeted more than 3%. The NASDAQ plummeted almost 4.5%. There are real-world implications for this sort of stuff. Trade wars are, in fact, not good and not easy to win, particularly if you don't actually have a plan. It is predicated on a bad idea of how international trade works. A fundamental misunderstanding of trade deficits. Trade deficits they're an accounting procedure. Trade deficits have pretty much nothing to do with the health of an economy. I can name you a period in American history where there was a fairly large surplus in America's balance of trade. The entire Great Depression.
Yeah. It's funny how Ben went from, oh, Trump has to win, to, oh, Trump's a fucking retard and he's ruining everything. Funny how quickly that changed. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Alto, according to this movie based on a true story one guy did in Arganti of all places, https://u2.b/0a_c3mt3 uya.
Welcome to in your bag. Show me now.
Where is he from? Is he your pet?
I rescued him from an oil slick, and now he thinks he's my friend, but he's not my friend.
Why did you save his life?
I was trying to impress a woman I wanted to sleep with. Go and be free in the sea.
Dude, why wouldn't you want a penguin friend?
Welcome to obeying the rules.
And
I used to be young and idealistic like you. Changes you.
Oh my god, I want a penguin.
everyone is looking for something.
Look at him. Look at the little penguin.
And you as a head-down sort of fella.
Yeah, penguins are great. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. I'm pretty sure that's Dodo again.
Higher. It won't surprise you that the Falkland Islands don't have any tariffs in place on US goods. It's a bit pointless doing that when you have a population of 3,700 people, and you probably feel lucky to be able to get any goods shipped to you to begin with. Madagascar, an even poorer nation with a GDP per capita of $506 per year, doesn't buy much from the United States either. You can only stretch those $506 so far, but they have the nerve to export vanilla beans, which only grow in tropical countries and need to be hand-pollinated and picked to the United States. They were hit with a 47% tariff, so you can expect to see a lot of growth in America's domestic vanilla growing industry and denim weaving industry as those jobs, which pay as much as $500 per year, are brought back on shore. The fact that the calculation used to determine the tariffs is so strange, combined with the odd list of countries where it appears they use the ISO 3166 country codes without checking if each code represented an actual country, and then stripping out Russia, Cuba, and North Korea, led online commentators to suggest that the analysis had been done using ChatGPT. Just to be sure, I asked ChatGPT how to calculate reciprocal tariffs for the US government, and it delivered a much more coherent plan than the official one that was announced. So I don't think ChatGPT can be blamed for this. Maybe they used Grok. One positive takeaway from the announcement was the relatively soft treatment of Canada and Mexico, where a lot of goods that fall under the USMCA agreement
You still having
were
fat
made
malabsorption
exempt
as previously mentioned. Also, do you know what caused it?
I'm not entirely sure. I was having diarrhea yesterday, and I haven't pooped yet today, so I'm really not sure. I have no idea. I wouldn't be able to tell you. What's weird is, like, I'm still barely eating, but I actually feel like I have a bit more energy, and I'm getting stronger. And some injuries that I've had are healing pretty well now. So, I don't know. My body is just kind of weird. But I'm losing weight fast enough where I can see daily changes in the mirror. So I'm probably losing about half a pound to a pound per day, like somewhere around that range. And I'm noticing every single day, like, more muscle tone. And my lifts are going up. I'm actually getting stronger. But yeah. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. It's very strange. Thanks for the donation, though, thee than thou. Appreciate that. Or not thee than thou. Food.
You do your best impression of Joey?
Best impression of Joey. Let me see. All right, there is my best impression of your cat, Joey. Thanks for the donation, thee than thou. Speaking of cats, look who I got here. It's my little Gum Gum. See? This is my little Gum Gum. He's very sleepy and tired. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? This is the time of night when Gum Gum gets sleepy. He's a really good kitty. Do you see him? He's really nice. He's a very nice kitty. He's really special. He is so nice. Oh my god. Love you so much, Gum Gum. She's a very nice kitty. Thanks again, thee than thou.
The tariffs. This possibly shows that the US learned one of the big lessons of Brexit, which was the importance.
Yes, Gum Gum is in fact a person. He is very person.
Of trade with a country's nearest neighbours. Countries typically trade most with their neighbouring countries, and when you break those supply chains, they're very difficult to replace. Exempting pharmaceuticals, lumber, copper, semiconductors, and critical minerals was wise too, but something may be coming on that front soon. Look, it's easy to make fun of tariffs on penguins. In fact, I might start an entire second channel to only do that. But we should consider the other side of the argument, which is that while the calculation might seem a bit bizarre and the analysis might look a little bit rushed, the announced trade measures do target China and its neighboring countries, which are used as transshipping destinations to work around US tariffs on China. At the White House event before announcing his tariffs, Trump listed his grievances and said that he had believed in tariffs as a remedy for trade imbalances for decades. I covered some of this in a prior video, but while the hyperglobalization that began in the 1990s made the world better for most people, blue-collar workers in developed countries lost out when manufacturing work moved abroad to countries where labor was cheap. While global inequality fell,
Gabriel was like your cat, he couldn't get enough hugs. What's with the donations and the interface on the donations?
Streamlabs has not been working for the last few days. It's been almost a week now, and every time I use Streamlabs, after like an hour or two, people can't donate anymore, and then I end up having streams where I make very little money. So that's why I'm trying to use Stream Elements right now. I opened up a support ticket on Streamlabs, asking them what the problem is, and they said they're going to talk to their development team and see if they can resolve the issue. Haven't gotten the report back yet. Might try doing Streamlabs again tomorrow, but yeah, if it goes down again, I'm just gonna use Stream Elements. Thanks for the donation though, Ethan, though. Yeah, and I don't know why you're using Streamlabs, but thanks anyway.
Inequality within developed countries grew. As my friend Manoj argued in his book, there was a huge labour supply shock, and labourers in developed countries lost out. On top of all of this, free trade economies began to worry that surplus economies like China, Germany, and Japan were engaging in unfair competition by subsidizing their manufacturing sectors, often at the expense of their household sectors. The suppressed wages in these countries meant that workers produced more goods than they could afford to buy and exported.
Right now, I'm eating about 1,500 calories per day.
The surplus. This had the effect, according to Peterson of passing on the costs of these subsidies to deficit countries like the United States, the UK, India, and France. Western economies began to see it as a problem that China had
that
both
recycling in the US is largely a scam. Even when things are sorted properly by citizens, waste management just dumps or incinerates it. Is this the case in Canada too?
It's not that it's a scam. For one thing...
Yeah, that makes sense. I hope it gets cleared up soon so you can get those donations in. 77 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Well, Stream Elements works fine enough. The only thing I haven't been able to figure out yet is the donation goal counter that Streamlabs has. So that's the only thing that's kind of a pain in the ass. Otherwise, Stream Elements works fine enough. Streamlabs is a bit of a shady company. They've actually, like, technically stolen open source code. And I've had a lot of issues with Streamlabs. I know for a fact they have, like, made errors with their, like, accounting, and they've stolen money from me. This happened a few years ago, but, like, I remember a few times, like, $200 or $300 payments just went poof, missing. So I've lost, like, around $500 or $600 from them. This was a few years ago. That really pissed me off. And then when I talked to their support, they're like, oh yeah, there's no error. And I've also had issues where I couldn't make any payouts, and I had to contact support, and I had to wait like 2 weeks to receive my money. And now there's this, where it literally just goes down and doesn't work for just no reason, completely inexplicable. I don't know if Stream Elements is more reliable, but, like, I mean, if this keeps fucking happening, I'm gonna have to just switch to Stream Elements. Thanks for the donation, though, Ethan, though. Yeah, so food. Recycling isn't really a scam. For one thing, people don't really know how it works. A lot of materials can't actually be recycled. There's that stupid recycling label on the side of a lot of plastic products. People don't know how to actually read those codes. This was you could call it a scam made by plastic and petroleum companies. So they understood there was an environmental interest from the public, and after they had this mandate to put a recycling code on the side of their products to show whether or not it could be recycled, what they did was they used their lobbying power to make recycling codes that are extremely difficult to understand. So a lot of products that have that recycling label, it doesn't mean it can be recycled. It has a particular code that looks like a recycling symbol, but it can't be recycled. It has to be destroyed. So a lot of stuff that people think can be recycled, it actually can't, and it does in fact say that on the label. It's just that it's extraordinarily misleading. There's also only so much that can be recycled at any one time, so a lot of it does have to be sent into a landfill or incinerated and destroyed in some way. So it's not that it's a scam. Recycling does take place. It's just that it doesn't work the way a lot of people think it does. Faggots Anonymous donated $2. Whichever dono processor you choose, just make sure the donos stay anonymous. Thanks, Faggot. Yes. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG donated $2. Fate cannot be changed. The end comes, and when it finds me, I shall embrace it. At last, the prophecy is uncertain. There is always hope. Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Highest manufacturing share of GDP and the lowest consumption share of GDP in the world.
What's your opinion on Mike Menser? You think he gave useful training advice? No, not particularly. Like, he was a good bodybuilder and everything. His training advice wasn't particularly good. He advocated for people to literally only do one single set when training, and there is no reason whatsoever to only do one set without exception. So for most people, that is not the most effective way to train. You can still make progress doing that, but it's not the most effective way to train.
The world. By agreeing to absorb China's excess production, deficit economies were allowing their most aggressive trade partner to set their trade policies for them. Trump is right too that countries can hide economic interference with non-tariff distortions, which are hard to spot. They can subsidize exporters by providing cheap energy and low interest rate loans to favored businesses from state-owned energy companies and banks. They can manipulate their currency lower, benefiting exporting businesses at the expense of importing businesses and consumers. They can overinvest in infrastructure like railways, roads, and ports, which helps the business sector at the expense of the household sector too. Repressive labor laws, restrictions on worker mobility, and low penalties for pollution additionally help the manufacturing sector at the
Jesus, this is getting fucking confusing. Dodo donate $2. How long before Streamlabs stops working? Streamlabs has one job and they can't even do that, and it's not that hard of a job. Yeah, I know. All they have to do is just allow for money to be transferred through PayPal, and they fuck that up. Cush through BLM movement forever. Remember, you heard it here first. Pay attention. These demons will do anything to get their $2 trillion while the rest of us suffer and die. Traitor, end of the world. Thanks, Elon. Banks are out of money. Arrest Speaker Johnson. 401k Trump card. Announce tariff. Stock market drops. Billionaires buy lots of stock. Immediately roll back tariffs. Stock market rebounds. This is how they funnel more money to the rich. I have no idea if that's their game plan. It's plausible. A lot of these larger corporations, they actually end up benefiting in the long run from economic slowdown and, worldwide crises like COVID, because they end up just capturing more market share. So a lot of smaller businesses get knocked out and then they end up having more market share. So it wouldn't surprise me if this is planned. VFX Gordon. Also note that the tariffs are not broken down by country, they're broken down by top-level internet domain. It's why islands that are populated entirely by penguins and why the Diego Garcia military base are listed. Also why Reunion and Gibraltar are listed separately from France and the UK. They 100% used an LLM to generate this list and didn't catch this mistake because they're all dumb as rocks. I love how they tariffed an island populated entirely by penguins. It's great. Let's see this.
We're sitting there on the desk last night. President Trump says we're charging people half of what they charge us. He puts up that, now I'm going to say, famous poster board. And I'm looking at those tariffs. I'm like, wait a second. I don't know the tariffs like an encyclopedia, but I'm pretty sure European tariffs are not 39%. I think I know that countries like Switzerland have like almost no tariffs, and Singapore. I think the European tariffs are like 4%. And like, where are these numbers coming from? I get offset and I start getting emails from the economists and the international trade experts I know, and they're like, what the heck are those numbers? And nobody really understood where those numbers came from. And I think David said, like at 5:30 or so, somebody who was not in the international trade community, because they couldn't understand it, started doing the math, and it is what Sarah was saying earlier. It's the trade deficit, half of the trade deficit divided by the imports. Now, let me show you a comment from the White House on where this came from. The White House official telling reporters yesterday, quote, I want to emphasize here that these tariffs are customized to each country, and the numbers have been calculated by the Council of Economic Advisors using very, very well-established methodologies from the international trade economic literature. So then I started calling international trade economic experts, and nobody ever heard of this formula. Nobody has ever used this formula. So I'm sorry, but the conclusion seems to be the president kind of made this up as he went along. He made up, and I think what Sarah was saying was interesting. There was an anticipation, okay, it was going to be reciprocal. These are off the charts and nowhere near what other countries charge us. And unfortunately, it makes us into one of the highest, maybe the highest tariff country in at least the developed world, a lot like a lot of sort of developing countries.
Absolutely fucking retarded, dude. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated another $2. Low-key, I'm saving so much money when Streamlabs isn't working, but I need to be able to support Gummy and his family. Well, I appreciate that, Dodo. FBI uncovers Al-Qaeda plot to just sit back and enjoy collapse of the United States. Russell Brand was charged with rape. Did you hear?
I was a drug
somebody
addict,
told me that.
sex addict, and an imbecile. But what I never was a rapist.
Just one, okay?
Hello. Firstly, thank you for these incredible and overwhelming.
So Russell Brand probably did commit rape. I remember the Sunday Times when they did the reporting on this. They had a text message conversation with him and a girl who went over to his place, and that was bizarre. After they had sex of some sort, whether it was consensual or unconsensual, he was apologizing profusely for everything that happened. If you're not guilty of something, why would you apologize? I've never had sex with somebody and then afterwards I apologize for anything.
Messages of support. We're very fortunate in a way to live in a time where there's so little trust in the British government.
By the way, could you people just please donate on Stream Elements, because it's fucking everything up. I have to go back and forth between like Streamlabs and Stream Elements, and then I have to pause the fucking donos on Stream Elements while I look at the shit on, like, it's just a little annoying.
Very fortunate, I suppose, that this is happening at a time where we know that the law has become a kind of weapon to be used against people.
Yeah, so this is also a very common thing that you see among guilty people. Rather than just addressing the allegations specifically, they just make up like weird excuses and obfuscate constantly and try to change the topic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Truth or Propaganda China donated
Chinese
$2.
people have many unique hobbies after they retire at 50. Here's some things they like to do when they aren't taking care of their grandkids.
Yeah, that's China.
How you doing, Father? Pretty good. Where you headed? Home. You getting home? After riding in the rain all freaking day. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Honk for the church, okay?
Yes, thank you. God bless.
Thomas Sowell, even he thinks the tariffs are a bad idea. That says a lot. Niggas in Mumbai.
India, nigga. This place smells so bad I can't even breathe here. I'm finna get some Indian street food and feast in this bitch.
Hello, Mr. Floyd. Come feast on this chicken tikka masala, my friend.
Man, this looks fucking delicious. Oh fuck, what did I just eat?
Ha ha ha, you stupid fuck. It was my poop, sir. Ha ha ha.
Ah, fuck nigga, I'm gonna shit myself.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Truth or Propaganda China. Dodo, stop donating on Streamlabs. Fuck. CDG donated $2. I noticed that I need at least 3 days rest between workouts or I don't make gains, but I'm experimenting. More than 5 days seems excessive, but 3, 4, and 5 day rest seems to be similar. Hard to decide what to choose. What do you think? Well, just train when you're ready. Like, if you need 5 days rest in between sessions, that's a good indication that you're doing too much training. But you should have a frequency where you're at least training the same muscle group twice per week. As long as you're hitting within that frequency, it's fine. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Great Nintendo News VG. https://www.cnbc.com/amp/2025/04/04/Nintendo delays Switch 2 pre-orders because of Trump tariffs. HTML.
That is hilarious. So they said this was going to cost $450. I'm assuming the tariffs massively increase the cost of this product. So they're going to have to wait and see if the Trump tariffs are going to be reversed or not. This may be a completely unviable product if the Trump tariffs stay in place. That'll be the case for any electronics coming out, pretty much. That's fucked. Well, Trump's gonna fuck up our video games. Thanks for the donation, Ben Overbitch.
If your mom decided not to go vegan when you had her watch Gary Yarovsky's video, would you have been mad? What if years passed and her health got bad and she still wouldn't go vegan? Would the relationship be tarnished? Why does Stream Elements read URLs?
It just does that. I don't know why. I'm not sure exactly how I would have reacted to my mom not going vegan with me. Probably at first, it wouldn't have bothered me too much. But, yeah, I would have cut her off eventually as I got more into, you know, the ethics of veganism and everything. Thanks for the donation, famously anonymous.
Look, I've never been a fan of penguins. People say they're cute, maybe, maybe not. All they do is waddle around in tuxedos like they're better than everyone. Very slow, very slippery, falling all over the place. Total mess. And they live in Antarctica, cold.
Not all penguins live in Antarctica. So there's some penguins that live in New Zealand, there's some African penguins, they're kind of all over the place. Antarctic penguins are a particular type of penguin. But if you don't like penguins, you're a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, 3skin.
If it's true that red meat increases risk of heart disease, is it due to the lipids in it or due to the heme iron?
I'm not sure if the heme iron contributes to any significant degree, but yes, it would be primarily due to how it affects your lipid values. So it increases cholesterol.
Durian rider, durian rider, durian rider.
I don't know how the fuck it's doing that. I paused donations on Streamlabs. Jackass. So yeah, the way red meat increases risk of heart disease is by increasing your serum cholesterol. Thanks for the donation, food. Retard donated $2. Thomas Sowell emerges from his evil lair to shit on Trump. I think somebody already sent me this. Yeah, somebody already sent me this. We're gonna watch the full video. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated, so he wants us to believe he's not a rapist. Buddy, I don't know if I can believe you. Yeah. That is just one of the grossest photos I've ever seen. Mr. Beast is using real peanut butter from a jar and he doesn't use slaves, guys.
Come out with our own Feastables cups. Whoa. You see, the best part about these cups is that we use peanut butter straight from a jar, and look how jam-packed it is. These things taste amazing. Whoa, 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 whoa. And on top of that, we use Feastables chocolate in this, which if you don't know, at Feastables we pay all our farmers living wages. We use fair trade certified beans. We remediate child labor on our farms. Oh my gosh, this is very bumpy. All three of which no big American chocolate company does. Nolan.
Dude, I'd love to drive on this road with my sidecar. That would be so much fun.
Huh, it's been like a decade. Can you go make sure that road? So far, we've...
Well, those Feastables suck. Nobody likes them. They're really low quality chocolate, and the only reason they got sales was due to those promotional scams he was running on his YouTube channel. Just random vids. Donated $2 to nice views. Oh. She's got a little pooty guy. Oh my god, look at that dog. Oh. She's a little pooty guy. I literally thought that was Finn at first. I'm like, why is Finn with this lady? My goodness, that's a nice doggo. Oh my god. Yeah, that's definitely part Pomeranian. They all act like that. Way to waste their student loan. Yeah, I've seen this. I think that lady had some bullshit master's degree in, like, some sort of political study. I looked it up. It's just a garbage degree. None of these people are in STEM fields. They all have useless fucking degrees. Nobody who gets, like, an engineering degree or any kind of, like, master's or doctorate in any science is gonna tear up their degree like this over, like, some dumb fucking Arab whack jobs in the Middle East. So, yeah, they're just fucking idiot losers getting useless dumbass degrees. Thanks for the donation. Oh, wait, is there another one? It's very hard to tell. Yeah, okay, thanks for the donation, just random vids. UK donated $2, skip to 38.49. 38. This guy's an idiot. 38.49.
Immorally.
That is 35. 38.
Sense, then it seems to me that the only logical conclusion is the one that Machiavelli draws. So if you wish to go for the strictly physical, strictly anti-metaphysical politics, we're going to have a hard time connecting politics and ethics. One of the great achievements of Plato's Republic is that politics turns out to be ethics writ large. That what is good for the soul of the individual man, the organization of the reasoning, the spirited and the desiring parts, it also turns out to be isomorphically good for the society. Because we will organize the rulers, the rational folks at the top of society, we will have the guardians or auxiliaries, the spirited part, and we'll have the bronze people at the bottom, getting as many of their desires satisfied as possible. For Plato, there's a one-to-one connection between politics and ethics. That will be true of all the metaphysical thinkers. Also be true of the Christians.
The issue with this is that's not true. Yes, you can conduct a society where only the smartest and, like, most wise and knowledgeable are running society. That doesn't inherently mean they have any good intentions. You could argue we're literally living in that society right now. Like, yeah, you can say Donald Trump is a retard and all this shit, but he's being promoted by all of these large corporations and crypto bros. So some of the smartest people on the planet who are the most successful. And they've been doing all of this sort of corporate lobbying to get certain people in power to get what they want. You could very easily make the case that the United States is an oligarchy, and most countries really are just oligarchies where the smartest and most successful people are truly running the country. Again, it doesn't, like, just because you have very intelligent people running the country, it doesn't mean they're going to make ethical choices.
On the other hand, if one wishes to adopt the single world, entirely physicalistic interpretation of human life and of ontology and of politics, of necessity, there will be a disjunction between politics and ethics. We will hear this again when we deal with David Hume's theory of justice. So,
all right, well, thanks for the donation, UK.
Is it true that Svario eats waffles and pancakes?
Yes, he does in fact eat normal people food regularly. He just lies about eating nothing but raw meat. Thanks for the donation, food. let's watch the Thomas Sowell thing real quick.
What do you make of the present President of the United States and his...
Stop Detective donated $2. Let me see. Twitchbot and embedding detector extension is being released and is currently showing Hasanabi with a 78% bot detection. Oh, apparently that's... So apparently these are real viewers. The rest are bots. There's no way Hasanabi would be able to make the money he's making if he was botting to that extent. And if roughly 20% of your viewers are bots, that's not indicative of somebody actually paying for bots. That's just normal across most social media platforms. I would say chances are about 30 to 40% of viewers on TikTok are bots, and somewhere around 10 to 20% on YouTube are bots. They've done a lot to get rid of bots on YouTube. It might be lower now, but that's about average on most social media. Instagram is still really bad. There's a lot of fucking bot accounts, and they're very easy to spot too. But yeah, he wouldn't be making the money he's making if 80% of his viewers are bots. So I think that was a misleading post. Thanks for the donation, though. Stop Detective. Anonymous donated $2. Can you summarize this Nietzsche quote better than Peterson and faster than 45 minutes?
So I'm going to read something that Nietzsche wrote in the first part of Beyond Good and Evil, which is a section called The Prejudices of Philosophers. And it's a really good example of the density of this book. One of the ways of conceptualizing Beyond Good and Evil, and I think this is true for most great works it's true of most great works, is that the philosophers do it. So I guess I also might as well tell you why it is worth bothering with a book like this at all. Because it's a very difficult book, and it's also the sort of book that will rattle you up, how he's doing it, and how his ability to do exactly that. His ability to is individual desires. We're guided by the structure, and people act towards aims, in a sense, because we're active creatures and we're moving from one point to another. We're moving towards things that we want.
What is the Nietzsche quote? Where the fuck does he read out the quote?
Here that is full. That's particularly worth understanding, and you can't do that with a book like Beyond Good and Evil, because what ends up happening is because it's a very difficult book, and it's also the sort of book that will rattle you up. So, made of, or even how does the world function, which are more, in some sense, more specifically scientific questions. But how is it that you should conduct yourself in the world? How should you act? And people act towards aims, in a sense, because we're active creatures and we're moving from one point to another. We're moving towards, say, a room full of children. They're active and they're each pursuing their interacting with other people. Some of them aim at this, and
Nietzsche had a very simple idea about morality, and I think if you're a moral realist like Jordan Peterson, I would say most people, actually, in general, are moral realists. Even if they're atheists, a lot of them are moral realists. It's a hard concept for a lot of people to grasp, because moral principles seem so real and true to you. Like, how could it be the case that it's subjective whether or not child rape is bad? Like, it just seems so obvious, and it's so true to you that it feels like it's just an objective fact. So when you read Nietzsche and you're a moral realist, I'm sure that will confuse the fuck out of a lot of people, and then people get this idea, oh, might makes right. The idea Nietzsche was proposing is that a strong mind creates its own moral values, and a strong body and strong will enforces those moral values. That's the only thing he was getting at. So all of these religions that say, oh, God creates morality, be a good little bitch, follow it, it's just a weak idea. So a strong person, like, recognizes and or creates their own moral values. The mind is what generates it. And then through force of will and force of action, you enforce those values and impose it upon the world. That's it. It's that simple. I think Jordan Peterson has to ramble about this for 45 minutes because he's a moral realist idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Is meat bad mainly due to the fact that most animals are grain-fed and have a lot of omega-6 fat and man-made toxins stored in the fat?
No. The primary reason meat is bad for you is because it is very low in antioxidant content. It's practically zero. It contains absolutely no fiber. Animal products also tend to be higher in saturated fat. Some animal products are lower, so like wild game or chicken. But for the most part, you are consuming more saturated fat if you include meat in your diet, and meat and animal products contain cholesterol, whereas plants don't. And there are some carcinogenic compounds in meat, particularly in red meat. And that has nothing to do with whether or not they're grain-fed. So that's the primary reasons. Thanks for the donation, Food.
Tariffs. It's painful to see what a ruinous decision from back in the 1920s being repeated. Now, insofar as he's using these tariffs to get very strategic things settled, and that he is satisfied with that. But if you set off a worldwide trade war, that has a devastating history. Everybody loses because everybody follows suit, and all that happens is that you get a great reduction in international trade. The other, it's disturbing in another.
Dude, I wonder if this is gonna fuck over Ural motorcycles. I don't know if these tariffs have like massively increased the cost of these bikes. Because if he's taxing some of these nations like 50%, holy fuck, dude. Because these are made in Kazakhstan right now. They start at 22,000 USD. If these like are tariffed 50% from Kazakhstan, like that's adding over 10,000 to the actual price of these bikes. Like that's a ridiculous amount of money for a motorcycle. Well, good thing I already got one. Guess the tariff wouldn't affect me. I'm in Canada, but
Other sense.
Faye Git donated $2. Would you give Jasmine money for some sloppy? No. No. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Franklin D. Roosevelt, when he was president in the 1930s, said that you have to try things, and if they don't work, then you admit it, you abandon that, and you go on to something else, and you try that until you come across something that does work. Now, that's not a bad approach if you are operating within a known system of rules. But if you are the one who's making the rules, then all the other people have no idea what you're going to do next. And that is a formula for having people hang on to their money until they figure out what you're going to do. And when a lot of people hang on to their money, you can get results such as you got during the Great Depression of the 1930s. So if this is just a set of short-run ploys for various limited objectives limited in time, fine, maybe. But if this is going to be the policy for 4 long years, that you're going to try this, you're going to try that, you're going to try something else, a lot of people are going to wait. I think what happened in the stock market recently, when things came down substantially for quite a while, and I note that various people are holding on to their money before they do anything because they don't know where this is going to lead.
Segment 4, trade. Lots of questions about trade, China, the rest of the world.
Yeah, Even an idiot like Thomas Sowell thinks the tariffs are stupid. That says a lot.
The expense of the household sector. In China, for example, industrial-zoned land is an order of magnitude cheaper than residential land, and this is another transfer from the household sector to the business sector. When all of these policies are combined, there might be huge transfers from households to businesses, which act as subsidies, while also keeping consumption low so that an entire economy is geared up to export goods without importing anything from the rest of the world. In a closed economy, this would naturally rebalance as businesses would be forced to either raise wages to increase consumption, or they would have to reduce production due to a lack of demand. In a globalized trading system, the surplus production can be exported. Running an economy this way isn't necessarily a winning long-term strategy. It can be used to kickstart a dead economy, but in the long run, a good economy is one that exports goods in order to get foreign exchange so that they can buy foreign goods that they either need or desire. The problem for export-driven economies like this is that they usually struggle to rebalance from being export-driven to consuming the goods that they produce. From a free market perspective, countries should be happy to import goods from countries who are subsidizing their production. Milton Friedman described export subsidies as a form of foreign philanthropy. Those who argue for fair trade rather than free trade say that persistent subsidized imports can eventually
would it be possible to survive a long time eating nothing but tempeh, sunflower seeds, and plantains?
Yeah.
You know that I want to take the time for exposing me to nihilism.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, so you probably could get most, if not all, the nutrition you need, aside from like B12 and vitamin D, from eating those foods. You do not need much food variety at all in order to get the nutrition you need. It's better to have food variety, but you do not need much food variety at all. Thanks for the donation, though, food. It's weird. When you pause...
You know that I want to take the time for exposing me to nihilism.
Why is that not reading out?
You know that I want to take the time for exposing me to nihilism.
For some reason, it's not reading out your whole thing. Nihilism and stoicism. Because of this, I honestly don't feel stressed, anxious during this time of Trump's tariffs annihilating the world economy. It's out of my control, and there's no point to all of this. Yep. When everything is viewed from the lens of it doesn't matter and you do have control over how you think of things, then nothing's really that bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Overbitch.
Displace domestic production of often strategically important goods. They worry that these subsidies could bankrupt domestic producers and that this becomes a big problem for strategically important goods like steel, semiconductors, airplanes, and ships. Fair traders will point out how car factories can be retooled to build weapons in time of war, but that you can't do this if neither the factories nor the expertise to run them exist anymore. Trump is arguing that tariffs on America's trading partners are necessary to protect US manufacturing and the American worker at a time when US manufacturing jobs have dropped since their peak in the late 1970s. If you agree, based on that logic, that something needs to be done to rebalance global trade, or even just American trade, and despite all of the disagreements, it would appear that both the right and left in American politics do seem to feel this way, with Trump seeming to believe more in tariffs and Biden more in subsidies, it brings us to the question of why the tariffs are being ramped up so aggressively. And additionally, is it necessary to fight with your closest trading partners, many of whom are in the same position as you, rather than working with them? If the goal was to bring factories back to the United States, most economists argue that a more gradual approach to applying tariffs would work better. Some of the worst hit stocks since the announcement were firms like Apple and Nike. These are very successful American firms who do all of the high value-added design and marketing work in the United States and outsource the less profitable manufacturing work. Apple has been trying to diversify their supply chains in recent years to be less reliant on China, but they can't reasonably move all of their factories back to the United States in the next few months. And so, the tariffs will just push up the price of their products while giving a cost advantage to the Korean-owned Samsung, who get hit with a 25% tariff instead of the 65% or higher tariff that Apple will suffer. And that depends on if the 25% Venezuelan oil buyers tariff is also being applied. According to Morgan Stanley, Apple take the biggest hit in terms of tariffs due to their manufacturing exposure to China. James Scott from King's College London argues that a huge problem with Trump's focus on bringing manufacturing back is that manufacturing has changed a lot in recent decades. He says that the model of manufacturing that underpins Trump's approach hasn't existed for the best part of 40 years, and it's not coming back either. The loss of manufacturing jobs is as much about increased automation as it is about offshoring. 100 years ago, most workers were employed as agricultural labourers, but increased farm productivity driven by mechanisation put an end to that. The same, he argues, has happened in manufacturing, and reversing this trend is no more likely than great swathes of workers returning to working in the fields. Some are arguing that these massive tariffs are simply a negotiation tactic. The Trump-supporting hedge fund manager Bill Ackman tweeted yesterday that sometimes the best strategy in a negotiation is convincing the other side that you're crazy. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told Republican House lawmakers the day before the announcement, hopefully not as an April Fool's joke, that the reciprocal tariffs represent a cap of the highest US tariff.
No, haven't invested in any stocks. It's probably a bad idea to do that right now with Trump in office. I'm going to consider doing some investing after all this nonsense, but right now, it is a...
Hi Richard. Jasmine here, the wife formerly known as Jasmine. I just wanted to let you know that Vince Goodrum and I are now in a loving, consensual, gay relationship. Vince just asked me to be his husband and I said yes. I will invite you to the wedding.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine. Yeah, it's a massive gamble, and you're pretty much guaranteed to lose if you invest right now. Like, why would you do that now? Everyone's losing money. So, yeah, why would I put my money in something that I know is just going to decrease in value?
Level that countries will face and could go down if they meet the administration's demands. It's not clear that this is true, as if the plan was to negotiate them down or come up with something that doesn't harm America's largest business.
Most people cannot really increase their wealth by just working. They need to invest. So claiming, oh, why don't you just work hard? Like, that's just stupid. You're never really going to grow your wealth to any substantial degree if you don't invest. Really, really stupid. Like, if you're going to put money into savings anyway, you may as well just invest in very reliable stocks. Like, just invest in an index fund or something. They average 10% year over year. Like, it's free money. So if you're going to have savings anyway, why not make money on those savings? It's just stupid.
Businesses. The fact that each country is getting a different deal makes it extremely difficult to negotiate one by one with each country in a meaningful way over a few days. I don't see how genuine negotiations could be done at the speed needed to avoid harming America's best businesses. On top of this, due to the wacky calculation, which is based entirely on trade surpluses with the United States and nothing else, there's nothing obvious for many of America's trade partners to offer. What the Trump administration is demanding is the country should buy the exact same amount from America as America buys from them. This makes no sense whatsoever. If a business has a relationship with a supplier, that supplier doesn't also need to be a customer of that business. Madagascar is a good example. While Americans consume over 1,000 tons of vanilla per year, the impoverished residents of Madagascar have almost no need for US exports. There's not much that they can do to close that trade gap, and they're not taking advantage of Americans by selling them a product that Americans want to buy. Countries like Canada and Mexico may sell more to America than they buy from it, but they run trade deficits with other countries and have mostly balanced trade. The idea that any trade America does is cheating America makes absolutely no sense. The trade negotiations are further muddled by the fact that Trump claims that they're driven by different factors. The earlier tariffs on China, Mexico, and Canada were placed in part, he claimed, to stop fentanyl from flowing into the United States. If those countries were able to meet Trump's demands on this front, would he then drop the tariffs? It's possible that he simply sees tariffs as a good way to raise revenue, and if that's the case, he wouldn't want to come to an agreement with those countries, as he would need to raise revenue somewhere else then. In a campaign speech last summer, J.D. Vance told the audience that 1 million cheap knockoff toasters aren't worth the price of a single American manufacturing job. While there's obvious hyperbole in that statement, Vance and Trump do seem to believe that America would be better off if it manufactured more and imported less, and Americans would be better off working in toaster factories than doing whatever job they have now. Most Americans don't actually want these factory jobs that J.D. Vance is so excited about either. There were 8 million unfilled jobs in the United States as of the last count, according to the Department of Labor, and most Americans would rather buy...
Dude, especially considering so many people entering the workforce now are, like, you know, fucking Zoomers, like younger people. They're not going to do these manufacturing jobs. They're just not. Unless you pay them ridiculous amounts of money. like, sure, boomers would be more than happy to do it, but yeah, a lot of the people that are working age right now, they're very young and they're, I don't know what to call them, entitled, a little lazy, they don't really like to work with their hands, and they're not the types of people who would want to do menial, repetitive tasks day in, day out for hours on end. So you can bring these manufacturing jobs back, but you're going to have a huge issue finding anybody who's actually willing to work in these positions.
An affordable imported toaster than have the opportunity to make one. The US economy has been on a run that is the envy of the rest of the world for the last few decades. Almost every other economy in the world stagnated in the wake of the credit crunch, while America led the world in innovation and R&D, not producing toasters. One of the problems with protectionism is that it reduces competition and could damage the US economy if American companies no longer felt the need to innovate. Protectionism is one of the things blamed for destroying the Argentine economy. While Americans might be jealous of Germany's manufacturing output, they may not want to find themselves in the position of the German worker today. I'll put a link in the description to a really interesting interview on the Hidden Forces podcast, where Wolfgang Munchau explained how Germany fell behind the United States 25 years ago by focusing on analog rather than digital goods, entirely missing out on the digital revolution. Other problems with these tariffs is that they'll be extremely difficult to manage. According to the Wall Street Journal, 53% of the cars currently sold in the United States are built in the United States, and the other 47% will be hit with a 25% tariff. Unfortunately, though, it's not that easy, as even the most American of vehicles, like the Ford F-150, are made from thousands of parts that come from over 24 different countries. The individual parts will face the tariffs that have been placed on their countries of origin. For companies to move production to the US would be extremely expensive, and that cost would have to be passed on to consumers too. Checking every product that enters a country will be incredibly resource intensive and could bring trade to a grinding halt. In his press conference, Trump threatened to jail people for 10 years if they tried to claim the wrong tariff rate, but it's not always easy to decide on a product's country of origin. Often, the raw materials come from one country and the goods are assembled in another. William McKinley is Trump's purported inspiration. McKinley called himself a tariff man standing on a tariff platform when he ran for election. But in McKinley's second term, he abandoned that platform and eventually spoke out against tariffs. The reason McKinley implemented tariffs was that after the Civil War, America was collecting more tax than the federal government could spend. McKinley wanted to reduce that revenue, but worried that if he cut tariffs, he would invite a flood of imports and possibly increase the amount of taxes collected. He instead raised the average duty on imports to almost 50% to reduce the amount of foreign goods being brought in, which he then figured would reduce government revenues, solving his problem. He did like the idea that tariffs would protect American manufacturing too, which it did, and while the tariff cut government revenues as expected, it was not well received by Americans, who suffered high inflation. McKinley's Republican Party lost its majority in the House during the next election. In his second term, McKinley advocated cutting tariffs as they were no longer needed for revenue or protection, and cutting them, he said, would encourage America's trade partners to reciprocate, opening up global markets for American goods. He never got to implement that plan, though, as the day after he gave that speech, he was assassinated and Teddy Roosevelt became president. It's very difficult to know how Trump's tariff plan will work out, as we don't really know what the plan even is. If it's a negotiating strategy, it might not be a great one. Since Trump took office and has been announcing and cancelling tariffs, both consumer and business confidence have been in decline. When consumers are worried, they spend less, slowing the economy. And when businesses don't know what to expect next, they take a wait-and-see approach and don't make any big investments, which can hit growth. A lot depends on how America's trade partners respond. This morning, China announced duties of 34% on all US imports, moving the world closer to a full-blown trade war. The FT reports that European leaders are worried that China will divert exports from America to Europe, meaning that they'll have to erect trade barriers too to defend their markets. If you found this video interesting, you should watch this one next. Don't forget to check out
Dumb. Masculinity debate. Are dating apps creating incels? I would say they definitely are not. Incels are just victim mindset fucking losers, and rather than going out and trying to meet women, they'll just make a dating app profile, not put any effort into it, and then when they don't get any success, they just complain, but they complain regardless of any circumstance. They're just complaining about dating apps in particular because they're especially unsuccessful on dating apps.
This is a critical conversation around truly the future of humanity.
But we don't talk about this.
This report is absolutely shocking. This is a crisis and young men are struggling. So I sat down with 2 leading voices on societal issues to discuss the rise of millions of lonely, addicted men. And the most important question is, how do we fix this? So let's start with this graph. It shows that young women are now out-earning young men.
It is true. We've given women so many tools to achieve, but now boys are being left behind.
And that the number of males aged 16 to 24 who are not in education or employment has increased by a staggering 40%.
Yeah.
And the data I've seen is that when the woman in the relationship starts making more money, they become twice as likely to get divorced.
Because traditionally women seek partners who have more economic or social status than they do. And emotional intelligence is the new currency in dating. But these guys were raised not to be emotionally intelligent,
There's no such thing as emotional intelligence.
but to be a provider.
But a lack of male involvement in kids' lives is a big factor, leading to this. And once they lose a male role model, they become much more likely to engage in criminal activity.
And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me.
We actually asked our audience to write in, and this guy, Jeffrey, wrote in and said, my entire life, I've never felt like I was good enough. Like I could never earn my place in society.
It's devastating, but something that's controversial I got to push back on. I think the secret weapon for men that they don't leverage is to...
I want to hear a woman's perspective on it.
Honestly, what I would do is...
This has always blown my mind a little bit.
21%, 20 the percent, 20 world percent, 20 population percent, 20 to percent, 20 decrease percent, 20 by percent, 28%, 20 least percent, 2050%.
I don't know where the fuck that came from. The only thing I see, I want the world population to decrease by at least 50%. That would certainly bring down the cost of housing massively. All these people who are like, oh my god, we're gonna have a huge population collapse, what are we gonna do? La, la, la. Like, I mean, if you go back like 50 years ago, yeah, like the world's population was smaller. Was anyone complaining that there weren't enough people yet? So there's going to be a transition phase that's going to be maybe a little difficult and annoying, but it's not like it's that big of a deal. So yeah, if the world's population gets cut in half, the main thing people are worrying about is lack of economic growth or like a massive regression in economic growth. That does not matter. What they're really talking about is the world's wealthiest people are going to make less money. That's what they're really talking about. If there's less actual people in the world, chances are that means your average individual is likely going to end up making more money because there's less people and their labor is more valuable. This happened during the bubonic plague when literally 50% of the population was completely wiped out by disease. Immediately after, peasants ended up becoming far more wealthy because their work was more valuable because there were less workers. And that actually led to like a huge kind of boom in workers' rights, like personal increases in wealth. People had more freedom, and it led to more democratic institutions arising. So I don't see it being a bad thing. Like, yeah, Apple and Google and all these other people that rely on huge populations to sell their products, they're going to make less money. But in terms of what people are actually earning for their labor, they're going to be making more money. And because we have like modern manufacturing and just industrial equipment, things like food production probably, like, you know, basic necessities probably aren't really going to be a big issue. So prices for most things are, at least basic necessities, are probably going to stay roughly the same. But people are going to make more money for their labor on average. And the cost of like things like housing are going to go way fucking down because you're going to have a massive surplus of housing and people making more money. So just living expenses in general are going to go down. Oh no, GDP, the number on the chart isn't increasing. Oh no. Wait, who cares? I don't care. I want people to live well and live comfortably. That's all that really matters. GDP and all these stupid economic numbers, they don't really mean exactly what you think they mean. Right now, they're important metrics. They're becoming less and less important, especially GDP figures, because we all know like how the system's fucking rigged in favor of the rich. When you're seeing GDP increase, most of that wealth is going to the top 1%. There's a really startling figure. Average worker wages have only increased by 50% since like the 1970s or 1980s. But the wealth in the top 1% has increased by like 40%. So all the wealth is just funneling up to the top, and these GDP numbers are fucking bullshit. And as far as like dealing with elderly populations, there's a very simple solution to this. If somebody can't work because they're sick and old, just allow them to have assisted suicide. Just open up like Futurama-style suicide booths. If somebody doesn't want to live anymore because they're old and we don't have enough of a population to support, some of these social systems like elderly care homes and stuff and, at-home nursing, just commit suicide. Just allow people to commit assisted suicide if their life sucks. So just get rid of all the old people, promote suicide, and then you'll have a younger, healthy population that can work and be productive, and they won't have to pay taxes and bullshit to support the elderly. That may not even be a problem anyway, because there's a very realistic prospect that with AI and automation technologies, like some of these problems can just be solved. You may not need an actual human nurse. We may have worker robots in the future. So a lot of the fear-mongering about like the population collapse, just because of technological advancements, it may not matter at all. Thanks for the donation.
You and everyone deserve a love like in these videos. Last video, wait till the end for his point, then give thoughts please. https://www.instagram.com/p/chick/.
Okay, let me take a look. Page not available. Page not available. Yeah, that is not working. Alright, well, sorry, but I can't watch that. That's just not working. Thanks for the donation, though. Milkshake spilled on my yard. Anonymous, donate $2. Is this indoctrination? Oh, yeah, homeschooling.
Washington, slave owner and rapist. Thanksgiving celebrates Native genocide. Thomas Jefferson owns over 600 slaves. Christmas, pagan holiday. Jesus wasn't his name and he wasn't white. George Washington.
I mean, that is clearly nonsense. To be fair, there's a less extreme sort of this thing happening in schools where they are promoting a mainstream political narrative that isn't actually true. It's like some of these things are from a Western perspective. So like Rhodesia would be the best example of this. If you're learning things like world history or political affairs in school and you cover sensitive topics like Rhodesia that are kind of complex, they'll teach you the mainstream Western narrative that isn't actually accurate. it's a way of looking at it that is technically legitimate, but it's not necessarily true. So this sort of thing does happen in public schools, but this is kind of a more extreme case that you're only going to see with some retarded dumb bitch homeschooling their kids. Let me see this one. Did you give me the same link twice? Yeah, are these all the same link? Wait. When I click on... Yeah, when I click on all these links, it opens up the exact same video. Well, thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Bambus donated $2. Look at the cute foot. Oh my god, that's a Hyrax. Ow. Oh. Oh my god. Such nice noses. This is my favorite Hyrax video. Oh my god, look at him munching. Oh my god, that's a good Hyrax. Look at him just munching. Oh yes, he loves that lettuce. That is a good snack. Oh yes. Oh, I think those are bean sprouts. He loves those bean sprouts. Oh yes, those are good bean sprouts. Yum, 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 yum. Those are good. I think there may be a problem here. Yeah, there may be a problem here. It's only letting me click open one link. Dude, why do none of these... Dude, I hope Streamlabs starts working again. This wasn't a problem before, by the way. It's only letting me click open one link if people send me multiple links. Why? Give me a second. Maybe if I copy... No. What the fuck? Oh, that's a nice piggy. My goodness, that's a nice piggy. What a nice piggy. Okay, I literally have to copy these links. That's outrageously stupid. This wasn't a problem before. It just started doing that. Oh. Oh my goodness. What a nice Hyrax. How the hell do you get a Hyrax? Wow, what a nice soft boy. Let me go back to the other dono then. It's very hard to tell. The URL codes are just confusing. Okay, that's the first one. Yeah, dude, why does nothing fucking work?
Began to advocate for the right to wear pants in the West, what white men would say is this is going to descend into savagery. That to be a civilized society is one in which there's a clear distinction between men and women. And in fact, they would point to indigenous people and say, see, these people are more backwards because they don't have as many visual distinctions between men and women. Look, these indigenous women are bare-chested. Look, these men have long hair.
Yeah, because if a woman has a bare chest, how could you tell she's a woman?
And have tattoos and accessories and earrings. That means they're feminine. So much of this investment in saying that man and woman have to be these opposite categories actually...
Just do whatever the fuck you want. It's what we do in a free society. That looks retarded to me. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Humanity is a failed experiment and needs to be incinerated.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Thanks for the donation, Food. This better work. Donate $2. I'm gonna wear this in public and stream slaughterhouse footage on it so people go vegan and see what their money buys. Plus, it will give me a good reason to get out of the house. These seem like very simple, low-resolution LED arrays. I don't know if you can actually show a complex image of, like, slaughterhouse footage. I'm really not sure. This also looks like not something you can actually order. Unless you have a link to it. But yeah, this looks like some sort of custom clothing that's made. Like, you can order something similar to this on Amazon. They do have clothes and masks with LED arrays, but again, they're pretty low resolution. So it's not like you can show like a movie or something on the clothes. Thanks for the donation, though. This better work. Sneed donate $2. React to this. Let me see. Like, we're kind of reacting to this. This is 34 minutes. We're probably not going to be able to get through that tonight, but maybe we'll watch this tomorrow. I do want to get through this. I'm not sure if I'll watch every section, so if we have time, we'll watch this later. Thanks for the donation, though, Sneed.
3% of you that listen to the show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like Lost Boys. In March 2025, the Centre of Social Justice released this report, which has sent a couple of shockwaves across the UK, especially across the media. And just to give you a little bit of a sort of preface and some context on what this report says, at the start of the report, Andy Cook, who's the CEO of the report, says, we listen to those working on the front line, the teachers, the youth workers, the charities, and the parents who day in, day out see the struggles of young people. And in recent years, they've been telling us the same thing. Something is going on with our boys. And because of this, they wrote this report called The Lost Boys, which looks at all of the different facets of why young men are struggling. And in this report, they say boys are struggling in education. They're more likely to take their own lives. They're finding it more difficult to find stable work. And far too often they're caught in crime. The numbers don't lie. Something has shifted and we cannot ignore it any longer. It's not just about Andrew Tate or online influences. These are symptoms, not the cause. The deeper...
Sneed donated $2. React to this. You sent that twice, but thanks for the donation, Sneed.
Truth is that too many boys are growing up without the guidance, discipline, and purpose they need to survive. And there's some frankly horrific graphs, which actually sent the CEO of my company, a lady called Georgie, into quite an emotional state. She texted me and told me she was crying looking at some of these graphs, which we'll talk about today. But this is a subject that I know both of you know very, very well. So I'm keen to get into exactly why this is happening and what we can do about it. But to preface this discussion, to understand where you both come from and the perspective you have, Logan, who are you?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I'm a behavioral scientist turned dating coach. So that means that I take all the lessons from the field of behavioral science, how we make decisions, and then I apply them to the field of relationship science, which is how love works. And so I'm really passionate about this topic because for a long time, I've found that wherever I go, people say, oh, I know all these great single women. Do you know any great single guys? And I just thought, oh, okay, maybe that's always been happening. But when I actually dug into the data, I saw that we are truly in a dating crisis right now. And there is a huge mating gap between the type of men that women are looking for and the type of men that are available. This is a critical conversation around truly the future of humanity because marriage rates are down. That means birth rates are down. And so this conversation is...
Well, first of all, society has been feminized. Men have been gaslit into, like, you need to respect women. Like, to some extent, yes, you should respect women, but on the flip side, you do have to recognize that women are fucking crazy and they're filled with nonsense. You should not take women as seriously as society is demanding you to. They are neurotic, entitled, crazy people who do not know what they want. And anytime women tell you to do something or behave in a certain way, you need to ignore them and just do whatever the hell you want. Now, that doesn't mean, like, oh, if a girl says no, just have sex with her anyway. I'm not saying you should rape her, go to that extent. But, yeah, dudes have been feminized to, like, just, oh, pay for the date, pay for expenses, give her all the attention she needs, listen to her feelings, don't listen to women's feelings, don't pay her money, do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's all there is to it. And, yeah, like, women will, like, fucking say this bullshit, like, oh, where are all the good men? All the men in society are treating them exactly the way that they claim they want to be treated, but they don't want that. They want men to not listen to their feelings, kind of ignore them, and, you know, just keep them around for their own interests. Like, that's what women want. There's a reason why women are very attracted to psychopathic serial killers. It's because that sort of behavior pattern of being violent and self-interested, those are qualities that women are seeking. It's just that they don't want a guy who will be violent and overly selfish towards them. But they do want, they are looking for men who have a propensity towards violence, but their violence is under control. And they do want men that are kind of selfish in a way that they will manage their time in a way that most benefits them. So working, you know, a certain amount of, you know, time in whatever job or business they have, making money, stealing shit, taking advantage of other people so that they can accumulate more wealth. That's the kind of behavior pattern that women are looking for and the kind of personality type women are looking for. But again, because men are gaslit into thinking like, oh, you need to be sensitive, you need to cry, and all this other bullshit. Like, yeah, women are kind of, I don't know, like they're claiming, oh, I can't find any good men, but men are acting the way they want. It's just, that's not what they actually want. On top of that too, like, again, there's like this massive entitlement complex with modern women, and they have very bizarre expectations, a lot of them. Courtney Ryan actually did an interview with some of her female friends, and they're out of their fucking minds. There's a lot of chicks who think that they can hold out for like a 6 foot tall, you know, 25 to 30-year-old multi-millionaire who's driving around in a, like, Ferrari. It is the case. Like, there are just fucking bizarre, delusional, entitled women, and that is also that is also affecting like dating.
Is extremely important.
And what sort of reference points do you draw upon? Because you've got some sort of unique access to data, right?
Right. So I work at Hinge for the last 5 years. And so I have access to tons of data there around how daters are dating now, how daters are dating differently, what sets successful daters apart. And then I also have conducted my own research for this conversation. So I sent out a survey to thousands of my newsletter subscribers, and people were very excited to talk about this. And I've conducted a lot of new research that I'll be sharing for the first time on this topic.
So I make my living looking at data and trying to come up with insights. I spent most of my career looking at data to try and add shareholder value. And then I have the luxury now of focusing on things I'm really interested in. And I just sort of stumbled upon
that falls in a young man's life or a young boy's life that causes the outcomes we're talking about today. Like, where is the first place to start?
So the research I've looked at, and Richard Reeves from the American Institute of Boys and Men has done good research here, the point of failure, if you reverse engineered issues to, is when a boy loses a male role model. And that is, in the US, we have the second most single family parent homes behind Sweden. And what's interesting is that in single parent homes, girls actually have similar outcomes, similar rates of high school attendance, income, rates of self-harm. Boys, once they lose a male role model, become much more likely to be incarcerated, engage in criminal activity, harm themselves. It ends up that while being physically stronger, boys are emotionally and mentally much weaker. So the loss of a male role model is...
No, it's not that men are emotionally weaker. Men are more prone to self-interested, psychopathic, antisocial tendencies. So if you don't have a older adult, particularly a male role model, to teach you how to control those tendencies, you're going to do ridiculous, high-risk, stupid things that are, like, not even necessarily high risk, high reward. They're just high risk.
I would argue kind of the first point of failure that predicts that a boy is going to struggle. And that has impacts on family court, economic policy, and just general zeitgeist in our society, where men need to step up. If we want better men, we need to be better men. We need to step into that void.
Another one that Richard Reeves talks about is that there's not enough men in the education system.
100%.
So I believe when Tim Waltz was a teacher, 1 out of 3 teachers in his school was a man, but now it's like 24%.
Yeah.
And so where do kids spend most of their time? In school. And who's teaching them? Mostly not men.
And you think, well, women can be fantastic teachers, and it's true, but after school programs.
Women are terrible teachers. Any dude who's ever gone through elementary school, female teachers are, by and large, far worse than male teachers. Women run classrooms like dumb, retarded, weenie fucking cunts. And they will bitch and complain about fucking everything for no reason. Whereas male teachers, they'll just let you be a person. You know, like, if you want to punch your friend in the shoulder and, like, have a laugh or something, like, male teachers will let it go. Female teachers, no talking. You can't sit with that person because you roughhouse too much, and you're not doing things the way I like them to be done. Like, just complaining nonstop. It is a way, way more hostile and stuffy environment when you have a female teacher. The only exception to this I've ever experienced was my grade 9 English teacher. She had more masculine qualities, though. She did look very feminine, but she absolutely had more masculine qualities than most women. But, yeah, female teachers are so fucking annoying, and I have butted heads with female teachers far more than fucking male teachers.
Not as many coaches that typically are male, not as much compensation, so they don't get rewarded for being coaches. And if you just think about it logically, who does a teacher champion? A teacher champions someone that reminds them of themselves when they were a kid. So, and also just look at there's incredible bias, I would argue, against males in school. A boy is twice as likely to be suspended on a behavior adjusted basis, twice as likely to be suspended for the exact same infraction as a girl, 5 times as likely if it's a black boy. And so, and once you're suspended twice, it probably means you're not going to college. In addition, look at the behaviors we promote in school. Sit still, be a pleaser, be organized, raise your hand. You basically just described a girl. And so, and also, quite frankly, a lot of the jobs that require tertiary education attainment, there's more women now in law school and medical school, and quite frankly, good for them. They're just better at that. They're better students. They deserve to make more money. They deserve it. But the reality is, it has huge ramifications when we no longer have wood, auto, or metal shop. They've gone away.
Right.
So those used to be a path to decent middle-class jobs. They've been replaced by computer science. And so what are the paths for the 2/3 of males that aren't going to end up with a traditional liberal arts college degree?
Right. And just to add a few more stats to that. So we know that 70% of valedictorians in the US are female, and women are much more likely to be in the top 10% of their class. But then on the SAT, men and women, or young men and women, earn the same scores. So there's definitely something happening in schools that is prioritizing the female experience or that women are better at that. We definitely want to celebrate the success of women. I think the changes that have happened over the last 50 years are incredible. And I feel like I'm a beneficiary of that. And so is my daughter. If you look at all of the books that my daughter was given when she was born, they're about great women in history. You can be anything. Dream big, little one. And so I feel like we have given women so many tools to achieve. And in many ways, those have been manifested. But now boys are being left behind. And so this isn't a zero-sum game. I was nervous about coming on here because I thought people would say, she's a male apologist. She doesn't see how much women are still struggling. I think everyone is struggling. I think life is hard. Yeah. But what's happening right now is we need to have empathy for young men and we need to bring them up because this isn't just a problem about young men. And patriarchy doesn't just hurt women. A lot of people think about the patriarchy as something that prizes men and hurts women. But when there's a very narrow definition of men, everyone is hurt by that. And that's all the research that I've done is over and over seeing women feel like they are not enough good men to date, and men feel like they're being held to a ridiculous standard of holding both sides of the coin, being feminine and masculine.
It turns out, as you were speaking, I was looking at the stats around fatherless homes, and it turns out that there has been a significant increase in the amount of young boys being raised without a father present. About 25% live without a biological step or adoptive father, according to the National Fatherhood Initiative. In the US has the world's highest rate of children living in a single-parent household, and 92% of the time that's with the mother alone. And in 1968, only 11% of children lived with only their mother, compared to 21% in 2020. So that's doubled in the last 50-odd years, which is pretty staggering. And then obviously the consequence of that, as Scott described, is that individuals from father-absent homes were 300% more likely to carry drugs, to carry guns, to deal drugs, and there's this huge plethora of mental health consequences if you don't have a father in the home. I mean, what do you do about that? And like, where are the fathers? Yeah. Where are the role? Where are they going?
Well, it's complicated. There's male abandonment. There's just no getting around it. But also going back to family court, sometimes the courts.
Oh, dude. I'll tell you the reason why there's this just increase in single mother households. It's because these women are fucking crazy and these dudes don't want to deal with these women. So they lose in family court. You're just guaranteed. Family court is massively biased against men. And these women are fucking insane, crazy, vindictive fucking assholes. And dudes are just in a situation where they have to get out of the situation. So, yeah, they've given women way too much fucking leverage when it comes to divorce and, like, custody of kids. If they got rid of these ridiculous bias standards with family court and they didn't just award women money just for being women during a divorce, you would not see this trend.
In the financial, our economy make it difficult for a man to stay involved in the kids' lives. And also, family court's getting better at saying, all right, the kids, I mean, just a personal anecdote. I have a friend who recently has gone through divorce, 2 daughters, very much wants to be involved in their lives. They're 13 and 15-year-old girls. And quite frankly, dad's there on the weekends and they got their own thing going on. And they don't necessarily make dad a priority. And dad's not around for what I call the garbage time. And that is what I found with my boys is the moments of serendipity and connection happen randomly when you're taking them to school, when you're out in the back, jumping around or playing whatever it is, these garbage moments. And when you're not in the household, for whatever reason, there isn't that much garbage time. And I think slowly but surely they lose sometimes connection with their kid. There's something weird going on. I'm curious, Logan, if you've got data on this, but you have a 1-year-old daughter, right? You're going to be amazed when my unfortunate boy had a Halloween party. And the boys are like cute, but they're dopes. They're boys. There's some 14-year-old girls who look like they could be the junior senator from Pennsylvania. They're 5'10". They're articulate. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Galloway. How are you? What a lovely home. And the boys are like, I don't know. And biologically, girls mature faster. Their prefrontal cortex is 18 months ahead of a boy's. An 18-year-old girl or woman is competing against a 16-and-a-half-year-old when she's competing against an 18-year-old.
That is not true. Women are extraordinarily immature at every age. Every age, boys are more mature. That is a complete myth. The only difference is men do not listen to authority as well as women do. So if women are told to do something, they'll just do it. Boys, they'll kind of just do their own thing. But, bro, it has always been my experience. Women are far less mature than men are. Again, the only difference is they'll listen, whereas men will just do what they want.
And they're even finding that it's getting worse, that women or girls are starting to menstruate earlier and boys' testicles are descending later. So the gap in maturity, biological gap, they think might even be growing. They don't know if it's pesticides. But when I meet my 8th graders colleagues, there's a huge difference between between the boys and the girls.
Yeah.
And one of Richard's suggestions is that we redshirt boys, that we hold them a year back. The boys start kindergarten at 6, whereas girls start at 5.
So the research in the UK shows that 70% of girls are ready to start school at age 5, but
my
many fewer
God.
boys are
Gum
capable of
gum.
starting at that age in terms of readiness. And so if you were to hold boys back, then they might be on more equal playing field for those critical moments of 4 to 5, of 13 to 14, where the brains really develop at a different stage.
I want to talk about that sort of early education experience and how it can be adapted, but also just like if the environment of the classroom is right for boys. As we're talking about the point about fatherlessness as well, I found this graph, which is also pretty shocking. And it goes into something you said, Scott. It basically shows that the absence of a father on a boy causes depressive symptoms, but the absence of a father on a young girl doesn't cause the same depressive symptoms, which means that the absence of a father for a boy drastically increases their child.
There's a reason for that. The strongest parental bond is between a mother and her daughter. So that's the main reason. Mothers play a bigger role in raising their daughters than they do their sons. And that's why you see that discrepancy.
Chance of being depressed, whereas if for a girl it doesn't.
There's a lot of other graphs that look like that in terms of women and young girls are just actually a lot more resilient in childhood. So if you are in foster care as a young woman, you have less negative outcomes than young men. And so there's this theory in parenting of, is your child an orchid or a dandelion? And so the orchid really needs very particular situations to grow. They need a certain amount of light. They need to be watered in a particular way, and they'll thrive in some situations and they will not thrive in others. Whereas a dandelion can really survive in many situations. And so women, young girls tend to be more dandelions in childhood. And so that's why when you have a boy and a girl, both in negative situations, the boy is more negatively impacted.
Boys are just weaker. There's a crazy stat I read that 2 15-year-olds, a boy and a girl, both sexually molested. And to be clear, they're equally heinous crimes. But the boy who's sexually molested is 6 to 10 times more likely to kill himself later in life. It ends up that boys are just less resilient.
Do you think there's somehow more?
No, that is not true. The reason why men are more likely to kill themselves is because we're better at committing suicide. Girls will do stupid, attention-seeking horse shit where, oh, I'll grab a pile of pills. I don't know what they do. And then they'll call 911. I just swallowed a bunch of pills. I'm depressed. And then they'll pump their stomach and nothing will happen. Dudes will grab a fucking gun or they'll hang themselves the rope and actually get the job done. So no, it's not that men are less resilient and weaker and not as capable of dealing with stressful situations. It's just that they're better at actually attempting suicide. That is why you see a huge discrepancy in suicide rates between men and women. Women actually attempt suicide far more often than men. It's just that men are more likely to actually get the job done. So they're totally wrong about that. Girls are dumb, boobs are yum, donate chillers, no offense, but isn't your experience about women and maturity just anecdotal? Is the prefrontal cortex statement also a myth? I have no idea about some of these like neurobiology studies. And I am making an anecdotal claim, but I mean, let's get fucking real, dude. I live in a society. Like, you can't just tell me, like, oh, you've only met, like, hundreds or thousands of women in the course of your lifetime. What does that mean? Like, what does any of that matter? Like, bro, just, like... Have you ever spent time around women? Like, have you ever gone on dates or just seen what they do? Like, these chicks, women, they're kind of like Walmart shoppers. They're just, it's, I don't know how to put this, but everything they do is just lower tier. So if they're watching, like, movies or listening to music, they listen to fucking garbage. How the fuck do you think, like, Taylor Swift is a billionaire? Just, women are more likely to, watch, listen, or read absolute trash content. Look at, like, the anime fandom. This is a perfect example. Men are far more likely to appreciate shows like Naruto, Dragon Ball, read Akira, Dorohedoro, Chainsaw Man, like good shit. Women will watch fucking garbage like Demon Slayer. Every fucking woman who's like an anime fan, all of them love Demon Slayer. And it's just women like trash garbage. Look at what they fucking read. It's like terrible, just garbage fucking romance novels, like 50 Shades of Grey. Like, it's just terrible fucking literature. Just all of the content they watch, it's like comparing somebody who shops at Walmart to like somebody who just shops at like just higher end fucking stores. It's so the idea that women are more mature and sophisticated, it's just bullshit. They like stupid garbage fucking nonsense. You'll find very quickly, like if you're talking with like some of your male friends, you'll cover topics like politics, whether or not like Trump tariffs are like, you know, make any sense. You'll talk about like stocks or like just how to make more money, or you'll talk about like some actual good shows or content, get into like real philosophical discussions, like whether or not some like weird morally gray issue, how to deal with it, stuff like that. Women will just blab about hair and nails and makeup, or like complain about boyfriend issues. Just everything they do is just lower tier and fucking dumber in general. The amount of fucking girls where I'll bring up like, I don't know, some political topic or something. I don't care about politics. It's fucking boring. I don't care about cars or anything. It's fucking boring. Like I've talked to girls, like who said like their car broke down or something, and then I try to like diagnose the issue for them based on like the symptoms they're describing, and then they're like, I don't fucking care, like all this mechanic stuff's boring, I'll just send it to the mechanic, whatever. Like they don't want to think about anything, and if like even things that directly affect them, like again, their car breaking down, they just don't want to hear it. It's bizarre. So, no, women are not, like, more mature and intelligent and sophisticated and develop earlier. They're incredibly fucking immature. Like, again, adult women who have car issues, they literally do not want you to talk about what could possibly be wrong with their car and how to fix it in a cheaper, more efficient manner, because they literally cannot be fucked to learn about anything. So I don't buy it. I don't buy this idea that women mature faster. I think they're just better at dealing with these institutions like schools, where you're just told to do things and your success in that institution is doing the thing you're told to do. That's not a sign of maturity. That's just a sign of complacency.
More of a stigma there? Like, I wonder why that's
Shame,
so
they
dramatic.
can't talk about
Yeah.
it, get uncomfortable,
Yeah.
feel in LA, there's a lack. I mean, I think just until a few years ago, the social incentives would never speak about it.
Right.
I was on Lewis Howe's podcast, and he just openly said, I was sexually abused as a child. And it was so shocking for me
Wow.
to hear this big, handsome guy.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have said it 10 or 20 years
I
ago.
agree.
I think people would have assumed that it was his fault. It made him less of a man. So I think a lot of that.
I'm not saying every woman is like Jasmine, but I'm saying most women have some kind of behavior like Jasmine. Jasmine isn't the only woman I've ever
Is that a
been with.
reason why movies and games suck nowadays? Too many girl-brained ideas making everything lame and soft.
Well, yeah. A lot of companies have realized that some of these like male-dominated hobbies, there's like 50% of the market they're losing out on. So they are trying to encourage women to participate in these hobbies, and they are literally dumbing things down for girls. Why do you think games like Grand Theft Auto 5 or Red Dead Redemption 2 are so easy and boring and stupid and lame. It's likely because they know it encourages women to get involved with these things. So this is absolutely true with the firearms industry. They are actually actively trying to get women involved in the firearms industry. That's why there's a lot more smaller, low caliber firearms. They're creating firearms clothing for women specifically. So they're making like holsters and shit that are more fashionable for women, or clothes that are designed for concealed carry, again, that are more fashionable for women. This is true in the motorcycle industry. Again, there's a lot of motorcycles that are coming out with automatic transmissions and that are smaller and have better safety features like collision sensors, like the Honda Navi and shit. They developed this bike with women specifically in mind. There's a reason why they have certain color options. There's a reason why it's small displacement. It's automatic. You don't have to deal with a clutch. There's a lot more bikes that are coming out with automatic transmission because they know women do not want to use manual transmissions. They know that. Again, women don't want to learn anything or get good at anything. They just want things to be easy and simple and slow and safe. So yeah, there's a lot of things that are kind of being skewed in favor of females because these corporations know there's like this big market share that they're missing out on if they make things harder, more interesting, more complex, more difficult to learn that men would be interested in. But if they dumb everything down, make everything stupider, easier, less risky, then more women are interested. So yeah, thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
That has hopefully gotten better, but we just have to acknowledge boys mentally and emotionally are weaker than girls.
Lewis Howes didn't admit that until a couple of years ago.
Is that right?
So he's lived with that his whole life, and
Wow.
It wasn't until he was, I think, having dysfunctional relationships and a few other things that happened that he decided he wanted.
Dude, I love this narrative. Oh, why do you assume all women are the same? Like, when women say things like, oh, all men want is sex. All men are just interested in cars and guns and the gym. Like, when women make these general statements, no one, like, says, like, oh, not all men are like that. But when a guy makes a generalization about women having certain behavioral patterns, oh, you're sexist, not all women, go fuck yourself. I'm not saying literally all women fit that stereotype. There's enough. It's probably the majority. Yes, women do behave in this manner. Again, it's not a coincidence that companies know this and they develop products specifically for women that are less scary, easier to use, more approachable, less risky, have a lower skill ceiling, are less complex, dumbed down to again, to pander to a female audience. Why are they doing that then? Why do they have to make female specific tailored products if these things aren't true? There are gender differences. It's a reality.
Wanted to say it publicly for the first time, which again feeds into your point. We actually asked some of our audience to write in, and one of the people that wrote in was a teacher in a primary/preschool, and she said to me, she was an anonymous teacher in Germany, and she says, every year it seems like more and more children, always boys, have this new energy to destroy the classroom dynamics. These boys almost always have two things in common: a lack of boundaries at home and unsupervised, unlimited access to all kinds of content on the internet, e.g. porn. Their perception of what is okay and what is right becomes completely distorted. I've tried so many things, and every year it's becoming an even bigger challenge. Young boys in school. So one proposal is to delay education for boys, but even education later. Is the classroom itself a problem? Like the sitting in school, listening to someone speak at you?
Yes, the classroom itself is a problem.
Proposed to me on this podcast before that boys need more sort of practical play, and the classroom isn't designed for that. I wasn't sure if that was...
Well, in single-sex boys' school, they end up with double the amount of recess time. And that is they have, I equate boys to dogs. A happy dog is a tired dog. And if it's not tired, if it doesn't get to run, it's going to cause trouble. And I feel the same way about boys. So in these schools where they decide what's best for the boys, there's usually more exercise and more free play and more roughhousing, co-ed schools. And you're also seeing, I think, with boys, I mean, there's just, by even acknowledging that men play a critical role in boys' lives a few years ago, that was seen as sexist. What, you mean, what, you're saying moms can't do this? And I can just tell you, there are certain moments when my partner needs me to
Whenever
weigh in.
people act
I don't know if it's definite.
uncharitable towards VG's position on a topic, https://youtube.com/shorts/nahibd9ndos ?
Oh my god, I don't know why it has to read out the whole URL.
Steven, can you curse at me? Like say, Diego, go fuck yourself or something?
Go fuck yourself!
Steven.
Alright, well thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate the donation.
To my voice, my physical size, the way they relate to me, the fact that I'm not, you need dad. Or that's what I found, especially with boys. They need almost like that not physical intimidation, but it's almost like they begin tuning out their mom over time. I mean, they're incredibly close to the mother. They look to her for nurturing. When they really have a problem, I find to go to mom, but they will constantly test the boundaries, constantly. And I think a lot of single mothers, quite frankly, with boys, just can't keep a lid on that kid. They can't control the kid. So, and I think you're finding at schools when there's no male kind of, I don't know, involvement or that I don't know, what I'll call physical presence. And then you add on this DOPA machine that they get used to squeezing a DOPA bag 100 times a day as they need it. And then you take the DOPA bag away, they're just more prone to emotional outbursts. I'm curious if you've done any research around why that emotional outburst more common among boys than girls.
I haven't done that research, but I am imagining that.
Yeah, it's called testosterone. It makes you more angry and aggressive and competitive. Like, emotional outbursts. Like, really? The amount of fucking women who will break down and cry over just random stupid fucking bullshit. Really? Boys are more prone to emotional outbursts? How about, like, Karens? Like, dude, the amount of fucking insane, ridiculous Karens.
Please call the cops.
I'm gonna tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life.
Welcome by a stranger. Ida Lorraine.
Yeah.
Your job to do. That didn't stop the
Yeah,
cop.
men are more prone to emotional outbursts. Just watch any Karen compilation, dude.
The German tech company SA.
Like, give me a fucking break.
that there's moms out there that are raising boys on their own.
Here's the thing. When women have emotional outbursts, no one cares because they know women are just going to throw a hissy fit and nag and cry and scream or something, and nothing's going to happen. People make a way bigger deal when men have emotional outbursts because they know it can lead to actual problems. Like, the worst Karens can do is call the police. Like, they whine, they cry, they annoy you, they might scream in public, and they might call the police for no reason. Like, yeah, if a man has an emotional outburst on the same level, he might hit somebody. So people just take that as a more serious threat. But the idea that men have a harder time controlling their emotions, that's just bullshit. There's a difference in the way these sorts of outbursts are expressed, and because men are more aggressive and violent and more competitive, it's expressed in a different way.
Women can be soft and sensitive because it benefits their needs for an easy life, but can also be cruel and deceptive because they are physically weak, so they must rely on deceptive ways to control others to get what they want. Lacey K in chat sup.
Well, yeah. Women definitely do try to use more manipulation tactics, because that's the way they get what they want. They're also lazier. Like, it is just the case that women do not want to work as much. So, if you want to have more wealth, but you don't want to work as hard, well, how do you fill that gap? You be manipulative. So you find somebody with more money and you manipulate them into getting what you want. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Ben over bitch donated $2. Let me see. Restricted video. Can't watch that one. Oh, now it's letting me click multiple links for some reason. Those microscopic meows.
Would you like a treat? Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, so gentle.
What a nice kitty. So sweet. Do nothing, win. Yeah. Dude, Trump is just the worst. And this is another restricted video, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben over, bitch.
And they might be like, yes, it is hard, but what do I do?
Right.
And so for that boy who isn't taught by a lot of guys in school and isn't in the Boy Scouts, which doesn't exist anymore, or it doesn't have big brothers, big sisters, like, what does that mom do?
So with that, you talk about Boy Scouts. In America, there's Scouts for America,
Right.
and it can be boys and girls.
Right.
But Girl Scouts have their own single
Yep.
sex, but Boy Scouts aren't allowed to have their own
Right.
single sex. So the question is, all right, what do you do? And I think that we need a societal zeitgeist that says immediately, if there's no longer a male involved.
Yeah, dude. This is kind of a funny social dynamic that I think it's important to address. Girls, for the most part, do boring, stupid, lame-ass shit that only a girl would be interested in. So things that are easy, are non-competitive, egalitarian, simple, and fucking stupid. That's why there's Girl Scouts. It's non-competitive, stupid, low-risk, easy, retarded nonsense where these girls can just hang out and trade panties or something, whatever the fuck Girl Scouts do. Boy Scouts, like, they actually go out in the woods, they start fires, they, like, learn basic woodsman skills, crafting skills. I think some Boy Scout things, they learn how to shoot guns and stuff. Things that girls generally aren't interested in. And whenever there are women who aren't, like, fucking stupid, who actually want to do something, well, they have to go to the Boy Scouts, right? Because what women's group is going to do anything like that? None. It's so, should these women be banned from doing male activities when there's no, like, female equivalent, really? Probably not. They probably should have women be allowed to join Boy Scouts because, like, what else are they going to do, right? Like, there's no female equivalent. So the reason why boys aren't allowed in Girl Scouts is just simply because why the fuck would you want to go into Girl Scouts? Like, are you retarded? There's just no reason for a man to ever go into Girl Scouts. It is stupid, brain-dead, easy, mindless, retarded shit for just inferior females. So this whole... The point this guy is making doesn't really make any sense, just because male hobbies are actually good and interesting. Female hobbies suck. They're stupid. They're brainless, easy nonsense. It's just a thing for women to do to socialize. Nothing more. Men actually do things. So having this fucking standard where... oh, there should be, like, male-only spaces, like, you know, Boy Scouts. It's kind of unfair because when women actually want to do something, well, then they're completely barred from it. So women should be allowed to join Boy Scouts because I'm totally in favor of women doing actual things that are useful and productive and good and just makes them more well-cultured. Whereas, why the fuck would you ever want a boy to join Girl Scout? You will make them a lower, worse, stupid, dumber, more pathetic person if you have them join Girl Scouts. So yeah, have girls join Boy Scouts. More women should do more male hobbies because it'll make them better people. Boys joining Girl Scouts...
Ashley Johansson, boys at your work are mostly calling out because they probably do the actual hard work and the girls get extra shifts cause they can't do shit except answer a fucking phone or sweep or fold fucking socks. Pick up a box you lazy cunts, moi.
Men do work more. And they do more hard labor. That is true. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, though. Thanks for the donation, Ashley. I'm not paying a super close attention to chat. So, yeah, I'd love to see more girls, like, actually play video games, and I don't mean, like, just stupid fucking bullshit on their phone. Like, actual competitive games that are hard, you know, like Soulsborne games, competitive shooters, stuff like that. I'd like them to read more male-oriented literature, watch more male-oriented TV shows, movies, and do more male-oriented hobbies like working out, martial arts, motorcycles, cars, you know, motorsports, outdoor hobbies, mountain biking, stuff like that, because it just makes them better people. Women are fucking boring losers for the most part. They do nothing. The only thing they focus on is like their hair and makeup and like their relationships. And the amount of fucking women that men even want to date is just so low. All these girls complain about dudes who, like, oh, they'll go on like 2 or 3 dates, they'll fuck, and then they'll ghost them, and then they wonder, why aren't these men staying around? It's because you're fucking boring, and the only thing you're good for is sex. Like, yeah, we need more good women. More women need to go into, you know, male areas. The reason you're seeing an exodus of boys leaving education is because it's female. Like, it's female dominated. So they need to make education more male.
Involved. We have to get other men involved and acknowledge that that's not being sexist, that that's, you know, that that's important, that you get men involved. And I think, so I came from a single parent household, raised by a single immigrant mother who lived and died as secretary, light of my life. As soon as my dad was gone and then he had to move away for work, she got other men involved in my life. And I had wonderful men involved in my life. I had a stockbroker, neighbor down the hall came in with his girlfriend and said, you want to go horseback riding? You take me horseback riding. I don't know if men would be comfortable doing that in today's age. So getting men involved in
They're not in college.
The reality is there just aren't, for a lot of reasons, a host of reasons, a lack of male involvement in kids' lives is a big, big factor leading to this. There are other factors, there's socioeconomic factors, there's biological factors, there's a lack of vocational training, there's outsourcing of many of the jobs that made a man's path to the middle class viable. I mean, you want to talk about the UK, a big problem is a lack of.
Well, that's a really good question, Snow. Why would women want to go into men's areas? Yeah, they're higher risk, they're more difficult, they require more physical hard labor, physical exertion, they require more mental competence, and they're highly competitive. So, like, most people can't get into, like, motorsports because of the expense, but they can, like, play video games. So, like, I have a sim racing rig. That is a massively, massively male-dominated kind of area. So, like, competitive sports, including, like, online gaming, sim racing. One, women don't like harsh competition. That's more of a male thing. And these things are also more difficult, and they're particularly more difficult for women because women are just worse physically. They don't have as much nervous system efficiency. They have worse coordination. They have less muscle mass. They're not as strong. And their reaction times are slower. So, yeah, that's part of the reason why women don't get into these hobbies, because they're just more difficult overall. Women think in a more egalitarian mindset, and they want to do things that are easy, more boring, and stupid, and they just want to socialize. But again, you don't become a better person by just doing stupid, brain-dead, easy shit and talk about nonsense. So women need to learn to like do things that are actually difficult and challenging and better themselves. Women just don't have an interest in doing that, and they have like no real competitive interest in general.
Growth. Yeah. There's not a lot of income opportunities for a young man who's not exceptional. And what we've seen in the US is essentially, if you look at our economic policies in college, it's never been better to be remarkable. Like if you're in the top 10% of your high school class, you're going to make more money than the top 10% did 10, 20, 30. If you end up at Google, you're going to make, a kid at Google who's amazing, computer science degree, can make millions of dollars by the time they're 30. But I can prove to every one of us, mathematically, that 99% of our children are not in the top 1%. And our economic policies have basically said that school and college is meant to identify a super class of 1%ers that we're going to try and turn into billionaires, instead of figuring out the infrastructure and the programs to ensure the bottom 90 have a shot at being in the top 10. And one of the stats is just around college acceptance. When I applied to UCLA, the acceptance rate was 76%. Now it's 9%. I was unremarkable for whatever reason, prefrontal cortex, single mother, whatever you want to call it. But back then they had the mission and the charge to let in unremarkable kids. And that's no longer the case because America's superpowers are optimism. And we all believe our kids in that top 1%.
No, it's a racket. They've realized that by lowering acceptance rates and creating higher standards, they make more money. So have it be more exclusive, massively inflate, tuition rates. You end up making more money than just letting everybody in and then getting peasants, pay shekels.
Percent. And the reality is they're not. Or people think, I like an economy where you can make $1 billion because that's going to be me one day. So they have ignored the fact that we are crowding more and more prosperity and opportunity into the remarkable. And for me, it comes down to what do we want in America and the UK? Do we want a super class of billionaires, or do we want a society and an operating system that gives unremarkable people a shot of being in the top 10%? It's become winner take all. And we have purposely created a set of economic and educational policies that crowd a massive amount of prosperity into the top 1%. And we have opted for it because we believe we have a shot at being in that top 1%.
I love that because I think the winner takes all applies to a lot of different things. So I bet the top 10% of Americans now are healthier than they've ever been, while the rest of the country has never been healthy.
Best healthcare in the world if you're in the top 10%.
Yeah. Or in marriages, the top marriages today are the best marriages of all time, yet we have declining marriage rates. So we're nearing the lowest rate of marriage that we've ever had in American history. So most people or fewer people are getting married, but if you're, 2 college graduates who get married in your 30s, you might have an even stronger bond than.
If I had a daughter, what activities would you get them into? Definitely weightlifting, and not like Olympic weightlifting specifically, but some sort of weight training. Probably martial arts for sure. I'm not a super big fan of team sports, and women like the kind of prospects for team sports are like zero. So if I had a daughter, I'd probably just get them into martial arts or some kind of sport where it's not a team sport. So like tennis would be fine. I guess like MMA, boxing, wrestling, something like that, where it's just like one individual. Like track would be fine, something like that. And I think everyone should know like at least basic firearm skills. So if I had a daughter, I'd definitely get them involved in firearms. And I think it's just everyone should know how to at least do basic service on a car or motorcycle. That really should be mandatory education in school, like knowing how to like just do basic maintenance on a car or a motorcycle. So some of those things, if they're interested in video games, that's fine. I don't think it's a big deal if they don't play video games or anything, if they're just not into it. But I definitely want them to like read some kind of literature that's not just trash. So like American Psycho, To Kill a Mockingbird, Lord of the Flies, like some fiction that's not just gay retarded horseshit like romance novels that a lot of women are into. And if it's like manga or something, Berserk, I think everybody should read that.
People in the past, but that is a small group at the top.
Marriage has become a luxury item.
Yeah.
If you're in the top quintile of income earning households, you're 75% get married. If you're in the bottom quintile, only 20.
I went to an all-girls school, and our male sports teacher made us all learn how to change a tire on his car. That's hilarious.
If you're in the lower quintile of income earning men, only 1 in 4 chance of getting married.
And this has huge impact on our society because we know that married people are healthier, they're wealthier, they live longer. When couples are married, they actually have lower rates of child poverty. And so this has huge implications for our society if we're having fewer marriages, especially when you think about having fewer babies.
I want
to... this may have been true like 30 years ago or something, but I don't know if this is really true today. Because I've seen so many dudes who are like even kids I knew growing up in high school. I've seen a few dudes who got married that I went to high school with, and they're just fat as shit and like drink every week, if not like regularly throughout the week. So a lot of dudes, when they get into long-term relationships, there's complacency on both sides where they kind of know they're stuck together. And yeah, I've seen a lot of people like gain weight and shit and become less healthy when they're married. Versus if they're doing casual dating, they kind of have to stay in shape in order to have dating success. So I don't know if that's necessarily true anymore. And there's so much like fitness culture now. Like I don't like look at all the single dudes in the fitness industry who are in shape, and all the kids that follow them too, who are like 15 plus. They're all getting in shape, working out, and it's kind of their obsession. So I don't know if this is really necessarily true anymore.
Get into dating and marriage and love and all those things. One of the things that really shocked me as I was preparing for this conversation was this graph, because this isn't the narrative that we hear. Can you both see this one? This is the reverse gender gap, gender pay gap graph.
Right.
And it shows that young women are now out-earning young men. That's not what I heard. In terms of like, if I log onto social media, we've been trying to fight the gender pay gap, but to see that young men are now falling behind, both in education, both in unemployment. Young men face higher unemployment, nearly twice the rate of women. Looking at the early developmental stats, this graph was horrifying. I like actually couldn't believe that was true. That young boys.
I don't know what early year development goals are. Percent children aged 5 meeting early year development goals. I don't know what that is. Even for women, 74%, like that's still not as high as you'd want it to be. But I don't know what that is. Age 5 early year development goals. Age 3, ride a tricycle, repeat common rhymes, name at least one color, use toilet, scribble, circular motion, play with something, dress self with help. It doesn't go up to age 5 there. Oh, this covers... What is this? Check the milestones for your child as reached by 5 years by completing a checklist with CDC's Milestone Tracker mobile app. What most children do by this age. Social/emotional milestones. Follows rules or takes turns when playing games with other children. Rules are for fools. Again, that's more of a sign of complacency than anything. I remember when I was in daycare, it wasn't really kindergarten, but I was in daycare around this age. I refused to do a lot of things with other kids. And I remember the people at the daycare were fine with it. They thought it was fine if I wanted to be independent. They were really cool. But I remember they do sing-alongs in that daycare, and I hated singing. I hated singing around in a group. I just would refuse to do that. They'd also like make us do dances or something sometimes. I refused to do that. And they let me like do other things like draw or play or just play around with something. Yeah, sings, dances, or acts for you. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I never did that shit. Does simple chores at home like matching socks or cleaning the table after eating. I do not bother matching my socks. As long as they're the same thickness, I don't care about matching socks. And that's me as an adult. I don't know why that's a thing. Cleaning table, sure. Tells a story she heard or made up with at least 2 events. Sure. Answers simple questions about a book or story. Keeps conversation going with more than 3 back and forth exchanges. Uses or recognizes simple rhymes. Cognitive milestones. Counts to 10. think most 5-year-olds can count past 10. Name some numbers between 1 and 5 when you point to them. That sounds remarkably easy for a 5-year-old. Pays attention for 5 to 10 minutes during activities. Write some letters in her name. Name some letters when you point out to them. Movement, physical development milestones, buttons, some buttons, hops on 1 foot. How are half of male kids not meeting those development milestones? Some of those things are radically different, by the way. Some of those are social skills. Some of those are physical skills.
These are struggling so much in education, but then to see also that it's reflected in...
So that graph shows that boys aged 16 to 24 are making 10% less in full-time employment than women. And so it is true that we're seeing a reverse income graph. But what we do need to talk about is even when women make more in their 20s, that changes around age 30.
They have kids.
When they have kids,
Yeah.
right? It's like this meteorite hits
Yeah.
and there's this huge burden placed on women. And I think that's a big part of the conversation that we'll talk about when we talk about dating is women still feel like they have to have, do all the household chores and raise the kids, but suddenly they have to earn a full-time income too.
100%.
And so many of the gender roles are changing. And so yes, that graph is true. We have seen since 2020 that there's a shift, but I don't want to just say, oh, women are making more in perpetuity because as soon as there's kids involved, they pay the price.
You said that women feel the need to then also earn a career and all those things. Where did that come from?
Well, there's this idea of hypergamy. So traditionally, women seek partners who have more economic or social status than they do. And for most of human history, this worked because men had the resources. And so there was sort of this arrangement where women could often marry someone who was more educated or earned more. But over the last 50 years, that's really changed. And so what I'm seeing in my work, working one-on-one with women, is that when they say that there aren't enough good guys to go around, that's actually true. So we now have this huge mating gap where we have these high-performing, high-earning women that have done the work and gone to therapy and work out, and they're ready.
No, that's bullshit. There's plenty of high-earning men who make enough money. It's just these women are delusional. Like, I've seen so many of these stupid stories where women get their eggs frozen, and then they claim that after 20 years, they weren't able to find a single suitable partner. Give me a fucking break. Like, bullshit.
For their great partner, but they're not able to find enough guys who are available. And if this is a problem now with the women I work with in their 30s, we are going to be facing a much more severe crisis 10, 15 years from now. So currently 60% of college enrollment is women, but soon it's going to be for every 2 women that graduate, it'll be 1 man. So that means half of those women will not have a guy who graduated from college. And so this is a crisis because these women are saying, okay, if you cannot be the provider, then you need to be offering more. Emotional intelligence is the new currency in dating. But these guys were raised not to be emotionally intelligent, not to give emotional support, but to be a provider. And so they've been chasing this lion. I'm going to hunt.
Women do not need emotional support. Women don't even want emotional support. They just want somebody to validate what they're feeling. They'll have some like stupid, cranky, dumb bitch breakdown about some nonsense. And then rather than you telling them, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal, you're kind of like exaggerating things. You should look at it this way, calm down, realize that this doesn't really matter, ignore it. They'll lash out at you and say, you're not respecting my feelings. They just want somebody to validate their feelings. So, no, men, if emotional intelligence exists, it doesn't. Men are far more emotionally intelligent. They know what's a big deal, what's not a big deal, and they know how to deal with stuff. Women don't. They just want somebody to validate how they feel.
Hunt for this lion of being a provider, but suddenly they're told you need to hunt for a tiger, which is emotional intelligence. They don't have the skills to do that. And so women have raised the bar in terms of what they need from men, while men are continuously falling behind.
Yeah, there's a lot there. There's some nuance around the pay thing. So the data I've seen is that women under the age of 30 in urban areas are now making more money. But to your point, the moment they have kids, where corporate America has really failed is it hasn't figured out a way to maintain a woman's professional trajectory once she decides to deploy her ovaries and have kids. And there's some data saying, okay, 2/3 of divorce can be reverse engineered to the man starting to make less money. When the woman in a relationship starts making more money, they become twice as likely to get divorced, 3 times as likely to use ED drugs because the guy loses a sense of purpose and self-esteem. What gets lost in that data is the reality is if a woman is stepping up and stepping into the economic void and being more economically...
Sadie N, we're donating $2. Let me see.
Muscles or... Okay, Aiden, would you rather gain muscles or gain eagers? What the fuck is a gain eager? Oh, gain muscle.
I think I know what's meant by that.
Gold trigger. Gold digger.
versus humanoid. Who's the faster rapper?
I have a dream and I believe it. With all things I won't achieve it. Pastor praise and I receive it. I fill my heart with the Holy Spirit. Because I have a dream and I have said it. I find my battles, I know I will it.
Yo. All right, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Being a greater economic contributor, then logically it would make sense that men need to step up logistically. And I think what a lot of women are saying is like, okay, I'm not getting anything. You're no longer a provider. And by the way, you haven't filled that void. You haven't made up the delta. So there's some nuance around it. What also I think is important to say is that if women are better students and showing the discipline and the skills to go to college and an information economy and making more money, then okay, good on them. Just as for whatever reason men made more money, maybe it wasn't fair, but it's not a crime against humanity if women have the skills to make more money. What happens though is the second order effects that you're talking about, and that is, and we don't like to talk about this, 75% of women say that economic viability is hugely important in a mate. Only 25% of men. For men, it's not a criteria. For women, it is. And Chris Williamson of the Modern Wisdom podcast, he has this great stat, or he calls it the high heels effect. And that is 50% of women say they won't date a man shorter than them. I'm curious what you think, but I think it's more like 80%. I think it's an embarrassing thing to say because just instinctively, women feel like they'll be vulnerable during gestation and they want someone they think physically could protect them. I just think it's hardwired into them even if they don't know it. Women, metaphorically, are getting taller every year. And women made horizontally and up, and men horizontally and down. Right. And when the pool of horizontal and up keeps shrinking, they just have, so this notion, a ton of great women, where are the men? Or there's no men? There's a lot of men, just not men they'd want to date.
Right.
And then you speedball it with the guys who are in the top 10% can engage in Porsche polygamy. They can get a date every goddamn night, which does not encourage long-term or very good behavior. So the guys they all want are not incented to enter into long-term relationships. And the bottom half of men are literally shut out of the mating market. And we always kind of, and this goes to your bailiwick, kind of portray men as the predators and the idiots and they just got their act together. There's something strange going on in that is online dating.
Yeah. Oh, men are so shallow. All they care about is just a girl looking pretty and putting out. I need a man who's tall and makes lots of money or else I'm not dating them. It's just hilarious.
When a woman can go out with a guy, a high status male, and I'll put forward this thesis and I want you to respond to it. She can have sex with him, which gives her the impression that's her weight class for a relationship, but he's not interested in a relationship. And then she basically decides the bottom 90 are no longer in her weight class. And you can't tell a woman to lower her expectations, but the reality is, and what the data I've seen on dating apps is that all of the women want the same few guys and they shut out the rest.
Yeah, okay, so there's a few things I'll respond to there. So one, going back to the income graph, I want to just call out that yes, right now in a few urban markets, women are making more than men. So women in DC and New York under 30 are making more than men on average, but in most situations, men are still making more than women, but we're talking about a projection. Going back to the dating research. So yes, it's exactly as you described. What we have right now is there's fewer and fewer men that are hypergamous mates for women. So if there's a much smaller pool of guys, then what you have is you have a bunch of women competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys get ignored. But what I also see is that those top guys are having a hard time deciding. So I feel like in my coaching practice as a dating coach, I'm working with a lot of women who say, what do I do? I've changed my profile the way you said I should. I took your class, but I still feel like there's just not enough great guys. And then I work with these CEO men who are having such a hard time choosing. And so I think we really have this exacerbated problem where
they're not having a hard time choosing. They don't want you. You're fucking boring.
So many women are competing for the same men, and then a bunch of guys are getting ignored. And then what ends up happening is, where do those guys go? And they go online. That's what you see.
They go to porn.
They go to porn or they go to Reddit. I mean, I love Reddit, but they're really going to some of these red-pilled communities. And so what you're seeing now is just men really opting out of society. So when you go back to that stat,
why, like, dude, knowing the game, these women are dating you because they think you're tall enough and make enough money. What are you getting out of this, right? So they're primarily dating you because you have good enough physical qualities, so you're at least tall enough and you don't look disgusting. And they're literally admitting, these women are primarily concerned about money. Any guy who's dating a woman knows chances are the reason this woman is dating you is so that she can get your fucking money. What are you getting out of it? Oh, so I have to make less money, give it to her for no fucking reason when we live in this beta male bitch cuck society where I can't pressure her to have sex whenever I want. I have to like appeal to her stupid, like dumb bitch emotional breakdowns. I have to do all this fucking nonsense. Like, men are also expected to do housework and shit now, so you can't even have a live-in maid. What do you get out of it, right? So, yeah, if you can get the
Go
same...
outside and get a girlfriend. Being single is doing a number on your mental health. Some people aren't made to be hermetical and need to be tempered by the softness of a woman.
I'll date somebody when I feel like it. I don't need anybody, right? So I don't need companionship. I don't need romance. I'm perfectly happy and content on my own, and there's absolutely benefits to being alone. I can play the TV loud at night without having to worry about waking anybody up. So if I'm going to date again, it has to be with a woman that actually adds something to my life. So it's going to have to be somebody who's very smart, similar hobbies as mine, and we just get along really well. And not only is there romantic chemistry there, but like we have to be good friends. And that's hard to find because, again, most women are fucking boring. But I'll date when I'm interested in dating. If I ever meet somebody, then sure. But otherwise, again, I'm not particularly motivated. But, like, it's just hilarious. This woman is fucking flat out admitting the major roadblock for women dating men is money. You need to make a certain amount of money. And then they're trying to, like, talk about how can we solve this? Like, how can we convince, like, men to make more money so that they can waste their money on some fucking chick that doesn't really have to fulfill any relationship obligations that these men want? Are you surprised that men are checking out of, like, long-term relationships and not getting married? What's in it for you? So, like, yeah, it's funny. Men have to make a certain amount of money to be dateable, but women don't have to do shit. It's not like, you know, we can tell them, you're going to have sex with me whenever I want every single night. Like, you can't do that, but they can tell you how much money you have to make. What are you getting?
7 young men in the UK is NEET, not in employment, education, or training. They have just opted out. And as Scott says, there's nothing scarier than a single man, a young single man. And so we are just creating a lot of these angry young single men who are saying, well, this is rigged against me. And so that's why I am worried about the rise of people like Andrew Tate. And if we wonder where are the dads, where are the men? Well, men are finding these father figures, but they're finding them online, and they're not the father figures that I would choose for the majority of men. And so I'm really worried about this because I feel like women are saying, guys, you need to step up because I can provide and I don't need that from you. And guys are not prepared to rise to the occasion.
What are women looking for? Scott talked about height.
Yeah.
Dude, what's hilarious about bringing up Andrew Tate, he's a terrible person in a lot of fucking ways. Women date him. He has new girlfriends now. After he has been criminally charged and is currently going through the whole court process of, like, being charged with rape, human trafficking, he has new girlfriends. Does that tell you something about how shallow a lot of these women are when it comes to their dating choices? They're willing to date men who are known fucking criminal, rapist, sex traffickers. But Andrew Tate has a lot of money, and, like, he's over 6 feet tall. I wouldn't say he's a particularly good-looking guy, but he's all right. I've asked a few female friends of mine. They've rated him between a 7 and an 8 out of 10. Like, that definitely tells you something about women's preferences in men if they're willing to date somebody like Andrew Tate. So, again, assuming men do follow all of Andrew Tate's advice, they work out, they get really physically fit, they make money, like, Andrew Tate has, like, money-making courses. They're bullshit. But, like, let's just say, ignoring the way Andrew Tate tells people to make money, they go out and make money. What Andrew Tate is doing works. He has multiple girlfriends, and he gets new girlfriends regularly. So, like, on the one hand, they're saying, oh, Jesus Christ, we don't want men to become like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate gets girls. You can say whatever you want about him. He is a terrible person. I fucking hate him. He's not somebody that you want to emulate. But he gets girls. Like, they literally just admitted the biggest roadblock for women finding a partner is money. Andrew Tate makes money. Not in a good way, but he makes money. He gets girls. Like the problem they're talking about here fundamentally is men are not like suitable partners for women anymore. And I mean, assuming you do follow Andrew Tate's advice, you're gonna get girls. So if you're able to stay fit, be attractive, he talks about how to manipulate women, and he's good at it. It works. I don't know what to tell you. So
it's funny how the first video hits the mark and makes a connection to second video. Go to 858 on second link. Quote
In this video,
unquote
I want to talk about
anxiety.
women.
www.youtube.com/watch?v=.
In this video, I want to-
_ucoats://
oh my god, why does it give the full URL? For some reason, it's not letting me just open the fucking second link. Wait, there's only one link. Oh no, wait, there's two. I think you need to put a space in between.
I don't understand what's going on.
I think you need to hit the enter key and like move the links to a second paragraph, or else it won't let me just click open the link and I have to copy paste it. 858.
She claimed everyone comes after her because she's good looking, and she simply cared too much about this teenage boy. When detectives confronted Formella about notes she had written in her phone, prosecutors said she claimed they were an outlet for her anxiety, which was brought on by the teenage boy. So let's take a look at the notes the state attorney said the detective.
Yeah.
In this video, I want to talk about women who use anxiety as an excuse to behave badly. This has become more of a problem these days. So I've talked to a few guys in the last month who've said exactly the same thing. My girlfriend has a lot of anxiety. Surprise, surprise.
The dono sound overlaps text to speech. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Elements, edit, other, alert sound, delete, save, publish. Okay, that should fix it. If anybody found that bothersome. There you go.
Nice. And when I did this, she got upset and told me I was making her feel anxious and that she couldn't talk to me for a couple of weeks because she was upset. Or the girl I was seeing said I was moving too fast and now she feels anxious. And then all of a sudden she disappears because that's a valid reason why she should just disappear, because she feels a little bit of anxiety. Or I confronted my girlfriend because she cheated on me, and she said that she had a lot of anxiety and that it was my fault for making her feel anxious, and that's why she was on medication. And she completely diverts away from the fact that she was cheating to now she's got anxiety and it's a man's fault. And if only he'd been more kind and caring, then she wouldn't have had to behave like that, because he didn't make her feel safe and comfortable. And I start to see this familiar pattern where women will often say, I've got a lot of anxiety and I'm taking anti-anxiety medication like Klonopin or Xanax or something like that. And now they're behaving distant, or they're withdrawn, or they are promiscuous. And it all comes back to the fact that they say they've got anxiety, which is not true. If they do have anxiety, it's as a result of their shitty behavior, because they feel so bad about themselves and their behavior, and they know their behavior is bad and they've treated people badly, other men badly, that they feel anxious.
Women will never take responsibility for their actions.
And there's a reason why they feel anxious, but it's not because of men. It's because of their own behavior. It's because of their own thoughts. It's because of their actions. Women who have negative thoughts, bad thoughts, untrustworthy thoughts feel anxious because they don't trust the world and they don't trust themselves. And that creates anxiety. If a woman has good thoughts, she's loyal, she's trustworthy, she's caring, she's not sneaky or doing anything behind a man's back, then she will trust herself and she will trust the world and she will trust men and she won't feel anxiety.
Yep, absolutely true. That's hilarious that this fucking criminal said, "Oh, I had anxiety." Thanks for the donation, but I'm the victim. Dodo donate $2. What is this stupid shit? Let me see. Page does not exist. You think female cop would have done this?
What the fuck?
No, probably not. I don't see a woman pulling a dude out of the car. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So I would say, you know, I work at Hinge, but I do think that apps have perpetuated this issue around height because...
Yeah, but it's so ridiculous. They're saying, oh, it's so bad that these men are going towards Andrew Tate. They're admitting men are having issues getting women. Andrew Tate gets women. So, like, again, he's a terrible person or everything. I don't think he's the best person to talk about dating advice, but what he says works. He does get women. So, he was getting girls. He had multiple girlfriends before he even made any money. He was getting girls when he was fucking broke. Working as a pseudo-professional kickboxer. So... it's kind of silly that they're saying Andrew Tate is such a bad role model for men when they're saying the main problem men have is getting women. Well, Andrew Tate is right. Women are very easy to control, manipulate, tug on their heartstrings. He has a method that works.
Because if you can set your height filter to something, then you might set it higher. And then it's as if you have the dating app as a club and you're literally having bouncers that prevent a bunch of guys from even getting into the club. So many women in the US set their height filters at 6 feet, but only 14% of men in the US are 6 feet or taller. So what happens to the other 86% of men? And women are saying, where's my guy? It's like, well, he's not even showing up on your app. And so a huge thing that I push women to do is to change their height filters and just say, there is nothing that proves that you're going to have a successful long-term relationship if the guy is higher. I'm married to a short king. I love it.
There you go. There you go. Wow. That is so funny. They just prattled on and on and on about how men need to do better in order to get women, and then she fucking admits it that these women have the most ridiculous fucking standards imaginable. Not only are these girls she's talking to these really successful fucking women who are high earners, but on top of that, they're looking for men that earn more than them, and they have to be 6 feet tall, and she has to talk them out of having height filters on their fucking dating apps. Like, my god, dude. It's hilarious. Right, but, like, men are the fucking problem here. Let me see. Dodo donated $2. Watch this. It gets very menty. Can you please watch and make fun? Again, that Instagram link isn't working for some reason.
Good. And bend at the knee here again. Good. Now.
Concussion, SX, and cheerleader treated by the guru, Sussex County. Yeah, chiropractic is not going to fix a concussion.
I'm going to touch the SI joint, hold it up, and I'll move over here, and you see the leg goes weak. So I know there's interference right here. And with that, I know in the neck, C3 is involved also. So I'm just going to give it a gentle little awakening that my hand is touching it. And then I'm going to ask you to breathe in and out. And again, and out. And I'll go to the neck and a very gentle pressure. Take a deep breath in and out. And again, that L5S1 has a liquid center.
Yeah, chiropractic is just silly, stupid bullshit, dude. I'm surprised it's, like, I think some insurance companies even cover chiropractic treatment. It's fucking insane. It should... I don't know if it should be outright banned. It's kind of weird. Like it's a difficult situation, but like some of these chiropractors are just out of their fucking minds. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I feel like I really found this gem. And I think that so many women are missing out on great potential partners because of things like height.
Scott's point as well about they will date one of the men in the top 10%, sleep with him potentially, and then that kind of adjusts their standards and they expect all other men to meet that standard. There isn't enough men to meet that standard, is there?
I have
Dodo donated $2. Also, you skipped this link. I didn't skip a link. You just sent me 2. And the one... Yeah, the one Twitter link you were giving me wasn't working. Her mind was blown.
Okay, now stand on those. So what we're doing is testing your nervous system. If they're proper for your feet and support your arches, you will go strong. Okay. Put your arms up. Watch this. Don't let me push them. Now step off them again. Okay. Put your arms up.
How is this a profession? Also, I don't know why that link isn't working. Yeah, it's still not working. Let me see if I copy it. Yeah, it's still not working. No idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
haven't specifically heard that. I mean, there is a lot of evidence around assortive mating that people sort of have an internal sense of how attractive they are and that they end up with someone similar to that. But assortive mating is different than hypergamy, which is really this idea, as Scott said, that women tend to date horizontally and up and men date horizontally and down. So if you have 2/3 of women who are college grads and 1/3 of college grads who are men, and some of them are going to date women without college degrees, you truly do have this dating crisis where there's just not enough men to meet this hypergamous mating.
Again, you can't tell women to lower their expectations, but this is the reality. When you ask a man, if you could have a woman who had 80% of everything you wanted, 75% say, yeah, I'm on board.
Mm-hmm.
When you say to a woman, a man has 80% of what you want, 75% say that's not enough. But if you, but even look at the media.
Right.
What does the media tell a woman to do? He's out.
Yeah, again, women have stupid...
Am I going to hell for laughing at this even though I don't believe in hell? https://www.reddit.com/
These are fake. So that's a filter. I'm pretty sure that's not a real person. Yes, somebody already sent me this. There's literally Instagram and Snapchat filters now that make you look like you have Down syndrome. There's like a fucking Down syndrome fetish now. It's weird. It's a filter. This isn't a real person. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
But he didn't open your door. He's not nice to his parent. You walk right out on that man. Like it's.
Dodo donate $2. Okay, stream elements suck. Half my links aren't going through or some shit. Let me see. Still not working. Also, how is this legal?
Moving through your pancreas, organ, spleen, meridian. Something a bit narky in there. Yeah, so this chakra also links in with the pancreas, the liver, the gallbladder, as well as the whole.
You have to be a special kind of stupid. Like, even monkeys wouldn't do this. You have to be a really special kind of stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Literally, every piece of media is, you don't need him. You're a strong, independent woman. Pull the ripcord. You're out. And it is the basic kind of communication around this is you are a strong, independent, powerful woman. That is wonderful. And quite frankly, you don't need the imperfect man. And they're just not connecting. I read that on Tinder, a man of average attractiveness has to swipe right 200 times to get one coffee. And then 4 of those 5 coffees will ghost him. They will decide they don't want to meet him or they won't show up.
Hey, idiot, go make some actual content, set up a TikTok and host live debates. You are boring. Mint, go outside and debate Muslims a lot. Something you cunt head.
There's no bullet I won't take for.
So I'm not debating random TikTok dumbasses. I'm not doing debates like that anymore. It's just not worth it.
If you take a bullet for you die and leave your kids alone.
No, Andrew would take care of my whole family. What do you mean?
So because of that, if that weren't in place, is that a key part of why you would take a bullet?
Yeah, that's just an understood that he'd take care of everything. I think that the relationship we have fosters itself to fight.
I'm not watching this. That's just fucking gay. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dodo Donatellers, how the fuck is that Twitter not working? I sent from 2 different tweets. Just look up Keith Self on Twitter. You'll find the video right away. Video. Is this it?
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day. Waiting for a long time. Remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. We're going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
As a Republican from Texas, this is the back and forth on that topic.
The Hunter laptop, on the Russia disinformation, all of that. I'm asking you.
Dodo Donatellers, you search on Twitter, search Keith Self. That's it. Also, would you believe this as a kid, or would you realize it's bullshit?
Okay, so they're working better. Now thinking about your lower...
No, I wouldn't have believed any of this stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What is the role of government in that matter?
Absolutely, Congressman. So the government is allowed to express it.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Deacon cunt, donate chillers. True, when are you and Big John Steele gonna link up and debate Muslims? That's real content. I don't think we're gonna do a collab like that, and I'm not watching this video. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That means a guy of average attractiveness has to swipe right 1,000 times to get one coffee. Now, what does that tell that guy? Women don't value me. Women make me feel rejected. And then they go online and they see these misogynists telling them it's not your fault. And these men become much more prone to misogynistic content, much more prone to nationalistic.
Buddy, they just admitted women will not date you if you're under 6 feet tall. She admitted personal friends of hers that are like high-earning career women literally will not date a guy who is under 6 feet tall and doesn't make more money than they do. They've admitted this. They've admitted women primarily care about your wealth, but on top of that, not only do you have to be wealthy and make money, that women want to use you as a bank account, you also have to be 6 feet tall or more, which, like less than 10% of the US population is over 6 foot? Height percentage... calculator. Let's see. 6 foot, male, United States. Oh, you have to go by year? Okay, let's just go by 30. What is that? Why is this in centimeters? Yeah, so if you're 6 foot or higher, you're in the fucking 86th percentile. Like, you're almost in the top 10 percentile. Like, And then they're saying, oh, it's not true that like women are selfish and greedy. They literally, she literally admitted these women that she is working with are selfish and greedy. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Like, when are you gonna fucking stop drinking the Kool-Aid? Like a lot of what these red pill influencers are saying is clearly true. If you admit it yourself. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Say his name, Austin Metcalf, highly achieving student, blah blah, zero national outrage. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that's about. Barely any news outlets covered Austin Metcalf. Few that did are making zero mentions of race. Yeah, gee, I wonder why. Like, there's already huge issues with racism as it is. They clearly feel like there's a moral responsibility to not empower these crazy racist Nazis on Twitter.
It's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. I have compassion for every human being. This is not, I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this. I don't appreciate.
Okay, thanks for the donation. Bro doesn't know how to search on Twitter here. You said I watched the right thing. Okay. The comment, the answer is because men don't believe this stupid shit.
Because I said to him, you must probably not going to approve of what I'm doing. And he says, oh, hit me with it.
Well, it's mostly women who do this nonsense. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jason, Big Balls donated $2, Red Pill Pipeline. The problem with the Red Pill community is it's infested by dipshit, racist, crazy, misogynist assholes. Like, Fresh and Fit are one of the most toxic, you know, like, Red Pill influencers. Like, this guy, like, they're literal Nazis. They're Holocaust deniers. And on top of that, like, some of the shit they're saying is just so fucking unhinged. They're claiming most girls going to college that are good looking and have an Instagram profile are getting flown out to have, like, sex sessions with pro basketball players. Like, that is crazy. The idea that women do have ridiculous standards for men is true. Like, it is stupid. They even admit it here. Like, she's literally told her friends she had to talk them out of using height filters for their dating profile. But yeah, like, the extent to which a lot of these people go are just out of this fucking world stupid. Thanks for the donation, Jason. Dodo donate $2. You're killing me, VG. Look at all the videos posted with that search query. It's all the same clip. Don't click on the man's profile. Self-quoting Joseph Goebbels during a congressional hearing.
I'm going to leave you, and I'll yield back a little bit of my time. A direct quote from Joseph Goebbels. It is the absolute right of the state to supervise the formation of public opinion, and I think that may be what we're discussing here, and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. With that, the representative from Texas.
What point was he trying to make there? Was he saying Joseph Goebbels was right?
Ms. Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to respond to what my colleague from Texas just said. When you're quoting Joseph Goebbels about the role of state in the public debate, we have a big problem. Isn't that right, Ms. Jacobs? I mean, that's alarming as hell to me when that becomes the gold standard of Hitler and all that was going on in Russia, in German atrocities during World War II, when that becomes
Of the state,
we have a big on.
He literally claimed I'm right about this because Nazis said so. That's outrageous. It's not something I'd necessarily be surprised by a Republican saying, but that's crazy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. CDG donators, earlier when I asked about workout frequency, why is 5 days too long? What's the benefit to doing it twice a week rather than every week and a half? What's your logic? If you have to have sessions that are that broken apart, it's an indication that your individual sessions are too hard. And again, generally speaking, twice a week frequency. So that would work out to like roughly every 3-4 days. That is more effective. Doesn't necessarily matter. Like, I mean, progress is progress. If you're gaining muscle and strength, it really doesn't matter that much at the end of the day. But, yeah, generally speaking, if your sessions have to be that spaced out, and I mean, you're also not a particularly advanced lifter. Like, you're not benching over 400, squatting over 500, stuff like that. That's an indication that your individual sessions may be too hard, so you might be doing too much volume and training like either to failure or to failure too often on your sets. So usually people who are more advanced have to do that just because of the absolute loads they're lifting. But again, it doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. If you're making progress and you enjoy what you're doing, that's all that really matters. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Dodo donate $2. It only took like 6 donos to get you on the right video. Are you going to switch back to Streamlabs when they fix it? Both of these sites are garbage. Also, did you used to know people IRL that actually believed in crystal healing and chakras and that nonsense? I did. Actually, I think when I first met Jasmine, she believed in that, and then I talked her out of it. Not like crystal healing, but that like Reiki bullshit. So, yeah, when I first met Jasmine, she believed in that stupid shit, I think. I remember she believed in some dumb therapy, and I talked her out of it. I did know one person who believed in like crystal healing crap. So yeah, I've met people stupid like that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Content, blaming other people for the lack of economic opportunity, they start sequestering from society. I worry that we are literally evolving a new species of asexual, asocial male. And if a man by the age of 30 hasn't either lived with someone or married someone, there's a 1 in 3 chance he's going to have a substance abuse problem.
Wow.
In addition, it goes so much deeper than that because if they don't develop the skills, the reason romantic comedies are too.
Well, is it a chicken or the egg issue? Are they not married because they have substance abuse issues, or are they having substance abuse issues because they're not married? CDG donators, well, advance should be based more on your stature, right? Like, I'm 5'8", not 6'3", like you, so I'm not going to bench 400 naturally, most likely. Wouldn't proportionately, I would bench like 315. What do you think? No, usually people that are taller are actually more biased to having to have sessions that are more spread out because you have longer moment arms. So taller people usually end up getting more soreness and getting more erect from training versus shorter people. So I wouldn't really... I don't think you can really equate, like, okay, a 315 bench is roughly equivalent for a person of X size versus, like, you know, a 400-pound bench of somebody of, like, a taller or bigger stature. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
2 hours, not 15 minutes. This shit is hard. Like finding an attractive, intelligent woman, generally speaking, 75% of people who've been married longer than 30 years say in the beginning, one was much more interested in the other. And it was almost always the man. Women are much choosier. The basis of evolution is seed trying to get everywhere, men, and women deploying a much finer filter to select the strongest, smartest, and fastest speed. So men need an environment to demonstrate excellence. And you hear these women talk about, he was kind, he was good at work, I like the way he smelled, he was funny. Where do men demonstrate excellence? When they're not going to college, they're not going into an office because of remote work. Where do they have, they're not going to church, not going to temple. Where does a woman have the opportunity to fall in love other than these baseline metrics? And you were talking about, women say, you've seen these TikToks, over $100,000, that's not unreasonable, and over 6 feet, that's 2.2% of the male population. So where do they fall in love? Where can a man demonstrate excellence? It used to be go to temple, 7 single women, 7 single men, and they kind of pair it off and work it out. And online dating, similar to online e-commerce, online rentals, it's created a winner-take most, if not all, environment. And it's basically been amazing for attractive guys, attractive wealth.
There you go. They're admitting that women are selfish and shallow and they care about your money and looks. And then they're complaining about these red pill spaces that are pointing out the fact that women are shallow and they care about your money and looks, and you really shouldn't invest too much in a woman because they're fickle and they don't have the kind of relationships that you think they have with you. CDG donated, I see what you mean, but also wouldn't moment arms be more relevant if you consider wingspan compared to height? All your limbs are going to be longer if you're taller. You can have long arms as a short guy and short arms as a tall guy and vice versa. Of course, stocky arms equals better bench, probably. All of your limbs are going to be longer if you're taller, even if they're not proportionate. So you might have short arms for your height, but they're still going to be longer than a shorter person. But thanks for the donation, CDG.
Okay, I'm going full red pill. Women hate liars. Ha. Women lie the second they walk out the door. Fake hair, eyelashes, waist hugger, butt lifters, push-up bra. Makeup equals lying about the quality of your skin, for God's sakes. Just look at Sundus. Burn ha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could call that being deceptive. If you wear makeup, it is a kind of lie about your appearance. You got a point there. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Wealthy guys, tall wealthy guys, it's been amazing for them. For all the other guys, it's been a disaster, and it's been made it mildly shittier for every woman. The digitization of mating, I believe, has been a disaster. It's been bad for women. It's been disastrous for men.
I want to talk about how the genders seem to be separating in a lot of important ways. We know from research around political affiliation that women are now on average 30% more liberal than men. So they are definitely experiencing political polarization. Then for the first time in history, more men are attending church than women. And when I started this research, I really came at it from this point of, is it just me or there are not as many eligible guys? But when I dug into this, I found that both genders really feel misunderstood. And so I asked men and women who has more power in relationships. So equal amounts, men and women said, oh, we have the same amount of power, 42% of that. But then what was so interesting is that 46% of men said women have more power and 46% of women said men have more power. So there's this huge feeling of, oh, the other gender has all of this power. And when I spoke to people, I want to tell you about 3 dating paradoxes that I saw. So the first dating paradox for men is this idea that now that women are providers and do not need a man to take care of them financially, they really want guys to step up with emotional support. But here's the paradox. They were not raised and they don't know how to give that emotional support or emotional availability. So
women do not want emotional support. They don't. They say they do, but they don't. And as soon as you give it, they're just going to treat you like shit. Don't ever listen to women when they say men have to do this, men have to do that. Don't ever listen to women. They're just full of shit. Why are they taking this seriously? Like, oh, women say the problem they have in their relationship is they're not getting enough emotional support from their partner. They're full of shit. They don't need emotional support. It's just nonsense.
So we know women, even if they have the same number of friends as guys, the women are talking to their friends much more often. Women speak to their kids, even starting at a very young age. They use more emotional language with their daughters and their sons. So constantly we have this feeling where we're asking men to do something when they don't have the skills. I was talking to my friend David, and he said women are in graduate school when it comes.
One, women do not need emotional support. They want emotional validation. That's what they want. And when you give it to them, they will act like absolute entitled fucking cunts. Never give in to somebody's, like a woman's fucking demands and validate the way she's feeling. Chances are she's being fucking crazy and unreasonable, and you never want to give in to a woman who's being crazy and unreasonable. Because as soon as you do that, they'll learn, oh, I can be crazy and unreasonable and get away with it because I've trained my fucking partner to give in and validate everything I fucking do. You never want to do that. And then they're just going to...
What's a good bench in your opinion for a 5 feet 8 inches guy? Natty. And advanced level. Like when you hit 410.
I would say a good bench would be 275. And if you can get 315 and above, that's very good. So yeah. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Never, like this is just ridiculous. This is a stupid conversation.
To emotional conversations, and guys are in third grade. Right. The other part of the paradox is that women are asking men to be more emotionally open, but then they get shamed when they do that. So we have this great quote from Brene Brown.
They get shamed by women, by the way. If a woman asks you to be more emotionally open, they're bullshitting you. They don't want you to do that, because as soon as you do that and explain how you feel, they're gonna start thinking, oh, you're like a fucking... You're not who I thought you were. I thought you were this like stone cold, stoic, man who can just tolerate anything. As soon as you talk about any of your vulnerabilities or issues, they're going to lose respect for you. Don't do that. This is so stupid.
Where she says, we beg guys to open up, we beg them to let us in, and then when they do, we can't stomach it. And I heard that over and over in my research. There's this...
Yeah, she's admitting it. Dude. It's hilarious. Like, they're literally admitting that women are primarily the problem here. They're shallow. They only care about your fucking money and your height. And then, all these things that women fucking complain about, like, the man isn't emotionally available. And then when they are, they get the ick. They want to leave. Like, it's so hilarious. They're literally admitting that women just want to use you as a fucking bank account. They want you to be over 6 feet tall and be good looking. And they want you to act like a fucking robot and not be a real fucking person because they just want an ATM machine that they think they can rely on and will just be like stoic and like stone cold and hard and just deal with all their fucking problems. They're literally admitting women are the fucking problem here.
Quote where a guy says, a woman would rather see me die on the white horse than fall off of it. And so there's a sense that I have to be perfect. I have to be the masculine and the feminine, but I don't have the skills to do that. And women say that they want these guys to be emotional, but as soon as they show emotionality, it can freak those women out. So one guy that I spoke to for this said, I went on a few dates with this woman. At some point I told her that my mom had a suicide attempt. And the next day she texted me and said, I'm sorry, I can't see you. I cannot process your emotional trauma for you. And so guys are getting a lot of mixed messages. We want you to be feminine. We want you to support us. But when you do, it freaks us out. And so we don't want that. And
yes, it's because you never listen to women. Never, ever, ever listen to a woman. Don't ever share how you feel. Don't ever validate her emotions. Don't ever give in to their fucking stupid bullshit. And you just have to set the rules. So, women are attracted to power. One way of having that power is obviously having more money and being taller and looking more masculine and stronger. But as soon as you show that you're emotionally vulnerable, you're just showing weakness. So you can, like, women will be willing to date you if you make less money and you're shorter, if you don't show any emotional vulnerability. Like, it's just the truth. Women are just fucking shallow and respect ridiculous shit from you. So don't ever listen to women. They're fucking silly and just full of nonsense. Anonymous donated $2. Okay, I'm going full red pill. Women hate. Oh wait, is that the right one? I don't know. CDG donated $2. Yep, they treated me differently after I opened up emotionally. Lol. They ended up acting differently and more cold for a while until eventually she cheated on me. Lol. Yeah, that's what they do. Like, it's again, they say stupid things like, why are men checking out of the like dating and then getting into these red pill spaces? Red pill spaces explain why men are having these dating problems. And again, you can say whatever you want about Andrew Tate, but he is right about some of these things. Women want you to make a lot of money, they want you to be tall, and they want you to never show emotion. And he tells men, stop being a pussy, stop crying, don't open up to women, she doesn't have to know how you feel. They're right about this, and they'll teach you how to manipulate women to be successful in dating. That's what these guys are looking for. And then, like, they're complaining, why are men going to these red pill spaces? It's so bad. That's what women want. They're literally looking for fucking psychopaths. Why do you think, like, all these serial killers in prison have girlfriends and they get, like, thousands of fucking love letters from these women? They literally want to date fucking psychopaths that are just, like, rich and like, have a lot of money and are tall. It's fucking hilarious.
Digging into the research, and I want to look into this more, I think it's that a lot of women want emotional support. They want you to support them in their emotional journeys. But
No. They don't want emotional support. They want emotional validation. And the reason why they're looking for emotional validation is because they're finding out ways in which they can manipulate you. So if they're acting stupid and crazy and unreasonable, and they try to gaslight you into thinking, oh, you're not there for me, you're not listening to what I'm saying, I told you about this problem, and rather than just giving me support, you're telling me, like, these solutions of how to fix things. I'm not looking for solutions, I'm looking for support. They're doing this to gaslight you into giving into anything they fucking say. So she's full of shit, she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She may be, like, a reasonable person, but she doesn't understand that most women are completely fucking unreasonable. They do this to gaslight you so that they can fucking manipulate you and get away with whatever the fuck they want. And as soon as they figure out that they can get away with whatever they want, they will treat you like fucking shit and, again, try to drain your bank account, have it run its course, and then dump you and find the next guy that they can fucking manipulate and bullshit.
Damn bro, imagine dating a chick and then finally open up and tell her about your mom's suicide and she dumps you cause she think you want her to be your therapist. Jesus. Also, nobody wants sunders except simps. I'd rather date Lacey K, she based in words.
Again, women are looking for men with psychopathic personalities. So they want to date a guy who is perfectly fine with their family members dying. They want a man who's perfectly willing to hurt and kill other people. They want a man who will do whatever the fuck they can to cheat, scam, work hard, do whatever they can to get wealth. And they want somebody who appears to be physically strong. That's what they're looking for. And ideally, they will find a guy who won't be violent and abusive towards them. But they do want a man with those qualities. So again, use that to your advantage. Just know that anytime you get into a relationship with a woman, chances are, if you ever show any emotional vulnerability, she's going to lose respect for you and leave. So just keep that in mind. Don't share your feelings with a woman. Don't tell them about how you feel. Get rid of the stupid fucking idea of, oh, they're my life partner and I can share everything with them. It's bullshit. You are being lied to. And this woman's like even admitting to it. Like, these women are just fucking unreasonable. So just use it to that knowledge to your advantage. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous. Jason Big Ballcock donated $2. Just get some Cartier. Shut the fuck up. Or Woods and fuck these hoes. Not all girls are bad. You're sounding like an incel now, nigga. Let's start up a webcam company and buy a Bugatti. Cartier buffs are for fucking just gay retards. They're the gayest fucking sunglasses I've ever seen. Thanks for the
You
donation.
keep this shit up, someone is going to make an animation of you, bro, my motherfucking god, nigga. Suck it the fuck up, holy shit. https://www.youtube.com/watchquest.
I hate how it reads out the
was for getting suspended on Twitch, and also what my plans are going forward. I think this has been something that's a long time coming. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this. I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content. And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. And I hope that I can live up to that.
Man, it's been a crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. Trump is, he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. With watching them do deportations. That's what they did to me. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens.
Asmongold is a fucking idiot. I don't know why anyone takes him seriously or listens to any of his political commentary. He is such a brain-dead fucking idiot. And again, this guy is such a child, he can't even do any basic self-care. He doesn't brush his teeth. He doesn't bathe. He has a cockroach-infested house, and this guy's a millionaire who could easily just afford a maid. And he still doesn't bother. He's a degenerate idiot lowlife. Why the fuck would anyone listen to him? Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
We're not as ready to have you open up in your emotional journey.
Can I put forward a thesis and I want you to respond to it because I haven't done the research. In marketing, we call it consumer dissonance, what people say they want and then what they actually buy. And what women say they want is an emotionally in touch man, and what they want is a masculine man. And that they will articulate what they want in a man, and includes being more emotionally available, and then they want to have sex with a traditional masculine man. And what I hear from a lot of, and this is anecdotal evidence, and it's false marketing, and you tell me what the data says, but there's just so many single women in my age group, and it feels like there's literally no men in my age group. As bad as it is for people in their 20s and 30s, try being a woman in your 50s trying to date, right? And they tell me the same thing. These are liberal, progressive, educated women. They say, by the way, I like a man.
You forgot my donation. Did I? Oh, that's why girls are for sex. That's it. No more playing with my emotions, and I have more money for myself. I mean, like, here's the way I look at it. People are good for what they're good for. I live to get the benefits out of living. If I don't benefit from some of these relationships, then why would I get into that kind of relationship? So if you're with a girl who is unreasonable, annoying, just gives you fucking problems, and then is trying to use you as a bank account, I don't want that relationship. So yeah, if you just need, like, if most girls are only useful for sex, then use them for sex. If you do meet a woman who's reasonable and they're like a good relationship partner, a good friend, and they're not trying to use you as a bank account, then, you know, then that's a more serious relationship I'd be more willing to get into. But yeah, most women are only good for sex. It's just the case. So yeah, just have whatever relationship you feel benefits you. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Divorce rates, right? The first one between men and
Yeah. Lesbian relationships have the highest divorce rate. And homosexual male-male relationships have the lowest. That should tell you something. It's pretty clear women are causing most of the problems in a fucking relationship.
woman is 42%. Woman and woman is 72%. And men is 28%. And the person making the post asked the question, I'm curious, ladies, how are men the problem? I'm not gonna lie, cuh.
Yeah. Women cause most of the problems in a relationship. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. CDG donated $2. Yeah, I just want sex, but if I actually found a legit good girl, I wouldn't mind settling down. I agree with you 100%. Yep. Like, look, all these women who are trying to date these ideal men that are making a high income, they're tall, good looking, they all complain about these men using them for sex. And again, the reason that they're using you for sex is because that's all you're good for. Like, women are boring. They just are. Like, they are... It's like comparing somebody who shops at Walmart to somebody who shops at Whole Foods. It's just a lower class of person. They're not interested in fucking anything. They have no hobbies. They're boring, and all they're good for is sex. And on top of that, they're annoying, unreasonable, catty, selfish, and they're trying to use you. Like, that is just... It is just the fact that is the majority of fucking dating prospects. So... Use people for what they're good for. If they're good friends, if they're good romantic partners, then, you know, take advantage of that. But if all they're good for is sex, then don't let them into your life. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Manly man.
Yeah.
And they say it under their breath. So there's what supposedly is stated around, I need more emotional availability, someone's touch of their feelings. But what the research shows is they want a guy with facial hair, who's still, women are still very attracted to traditional masculine attributes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just in such a hard moment because you have women who are saying, I don't want to date a guy who earns less than me. And you might think, okay, well, the data hasn't caught up with the dating. If more women are in higher education and more women are earning more, then maybe you are going to be the one who earns more in your relationship. But what they feel...
CDG, donated $2, dude. You literally dated a fat whale who looked like a dyke. You don't get to talk about relationships. And then you married her and killed your own cat. Maybe if you bought Cartier buffs, you would actually have some swag, you fag bag. Well, how about I fuck your mom? Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Bro, based on those divorce rates, I think I found a solution. If gays stay married longer and gays bang each other in the butt, then all I gotta do is let a chick finger my butthole or wear a strap-on once every 6 months. 'Cause I don't think I can suck dick.
Well, try that and tell us how that goes. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. CDG donated $2. The type of girl to have the crazy standards are usually the type that nobody even wants anyway. LMAO, they're not even aware of their own shortcomings. Yeah. That is true. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Feel like is projecting out, I'm going to end up doing most of the housework, most of the childcare. I might as well get a guy that can contribute financially. So they don't want to change their expectations around that. And so I think we truly...
All right, well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation.
Jurian Riders and Jasmine kissing in a tree cake.
Go fuck yourself. All right, well, thanks for the donation, Lucas. At least you're probably not going to get manipulated as likely as you would with a woman. CDG donated $2. I didn't donate. The hate donation, lol. Trolls are back at it again. Yeah, they do that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Are in a moment where women are being asked to do more masculine things and men are being asked to do more feminine things. And I think a lot of that is progress, but it also seems to be creating a lot of confusion in the dating world.
Yeah, it's sort of...
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Men want women to do more masculine things, like in terms of interests and hobbies, the amount of dudes who are looking for women who like just play video games is crazy. And I mean, again, it's because why, like, it's just, there's just a desire for men to actually, like, have meaningful relationships. So, do you expect men to have meaningful relationships with boring losers who don't do shit? So, yeah, in terms of, like, I think what she's talking about more specifically is, like, make money. I don't know how that's necessarily a masculine thing to have a job and make money. Demon, big balls, don't eat chillers, bro. Get out of your dark little hut. Your brain is literally starting to rot. Go buy some buffs, my nigga. Do you even get sunlight at all? It causes cancer. Let's listen to guy who lives in a hut. Go outside before you end up killing yourself. Big balls. All right, thanks, dipshit. Yeah, I'm not answering that donation, stupid.
I was just thinking, I coach a lot of young men, and occasionally women ask me for dating advice, and you coach, it sounds like a lot of both. And first thing I say to men is I ask them, like, would you want to have sex with you? Right? Are you in shape? What do you look like naked? Do you have a plan? You don't have to be rich now, but do you have a plan? Right? Have you found means of being confident? Can you demonstrate kindness and excellence across anything? And the only advice I give women is second coffee. And that is, maybe it wasn't great. I mean, if you don't like the guy and you're just like turned off, fine. But if it was just okay, maybe give it a second coffee.
I have a chapter in my book called Make the Second Date the Default.
Yep.
And it's really because I feel like I won the lottery with my husband, but he is somebody that takes longer to open up, and he's that slow burn. We met in college, we met again 7 years later, then we were friends for a year, and I feel like he's this incredible partner, husband, father, but I don't know that if we'd met just randomly on the first date that I would have gone on a second date. And so I think people really do need to train themselves to look for these slow burns.
Logan, Scott said something there about what he thinks women want, which is these sort of traditional masculine features. Is this what you see in the data?
What's hard is I think Scott's right about what people say they want versus stated versus revealed preferences. So according to the research that I did, women are saying the number one thing that they're looking for is kindness and compassion. That's also what men are saying that they're looking for. So in many ways, this is great. People are looking for the same things,
Jurian
but I
Ryder
just feel like
took
there's these huge
Jasmine
disconnects
away from Unigu. Jurian Ryder took Jasmine
now where people don't feel like they can get what they want.
Men are saying they want kindness and compassion.
I made them say, what are all the things that you care about? And then what is the number one thing that you care about? And kindness and compassion was first for both of them.
Lies. Women want you to be selfish. Absolute bullshit. So they say that, but never, ever, ever take seriously what women think. Women want you to be selfish. Selfishness is a masculine trait, and you need to be looking out for number one. So, yeah, no, don't buy that bullshit.
Stuff I've seen, or the stuff I've read, is that for women, and I've talked to men about this, number one is they have to signal resources. And we don't like to say it out loud. And by the way, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a Range Rover and a Panerai now, but you have a plan, right? You have your shit together. You go home at midnight when everyone's partying because you have to be up for work. You work out, which shows a level of discipline and that you can commit to something. You're in school. You've got a good job. This person is going to have resources. And I don't think that's changed a whole lot. I think a man's ability to signal future resources has gone down. I'm not sure it's become any less of a criteria. Number two is intellect. And it's very instinctual.
Would you let a guy jerk you off?
No. Not really into that. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Bro, here's the funny thing. What do women have to do? Like, again, there's all these demands on men. Like, oh, you have to look good. You have to work hard. You have to make money. All this shit. What do women have to do? Do they have to put out and have sex with you whenever you want? No. Do they have to cook, clean, do anything? No. Like, I mean, why would you bother? It's just silly. So these women are fucking entitled. They're making ridiculous fucking demands, and they lie and gaslight you. Oh, I need you to be emotionally available. Like, no, what they're saying is they want to be able to manipulate you into giving into whatever the fuck they say. So the problem here fundamentally is women are fucking ridiculous. They need to get smarter, become more reasonable, just think less selfishly, think about how they can contribute to the relationship, and just become better people. Like, they just need to read better books and literature, watch better movies, have better hobbies, or just hobbies, period. Because the amount of women I've met who literally, when I ask them what do they like to do for fun, they literally can't mention anything. Like, oh, well, I hang out with my friends. Sometimes I watch TV. So women need to get better. That's the fundamental issue. Just look at the divorce rates between like same-sex couples and heterosexual couples. Like, women are clearly the fucking problem here. Demon, big balls, Johnny Tillers, bro, leave your little apartment. It probably stinks. I don't live in an apartment. Do you leave your apartment to go see sunlight? Your wife was a fat pig and you can do better. Nick Gurr, don't become an incel. Also, I'm pretty sure you're autistic or neurodivergent. 100% buy buffs. Nigga, I'm not buying buffs. Cartier buffs are the gayest looking fucking sunglasses. I like Oakleys. Oakleys are nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Your kids are more likely to survive. Someone who's smart is more likely to take care of your offspring than someone who's stupid. What's interesting, and I love this, is the fastest way to communicate intellect is humor. And I joke, and this is bad, but I say, this is my impression of a woman. I'm laughing, I'm naked. And that is, I've always thought if a guy can make a woman laugh, she will date him. And then the third thing, and this is where guys screw up. This is what I tell a guy's secret weapon is. It's kindness. Women want to see that you are a good person. You treat service staff well.
No. So again, they want to see psychopathic tendencies. Yeah, treating service staff is definitely a no-no. Like, treating service staff poorly is definitely a no-no. You have to have some amount of pro-social behavior, but they want men to act psychopathically. So you treat people well in service of something. If it benefits you to treat people well because it gets you further ahead, then act better. But in cases where it's disadvantageous to you, you need to act like a dickhead. Anonymous donated $2. Man, Earl Sweatshirt and Tyler the Creator were fucking insane back in the day, but they made good shit. That song sucks. I've listened to it before. Great. You sent the links in a fucked up way. What is this stupid shit? You like shit music. Stop listening to fucking degenerate, retarded trash. Nice new dono layout, by the way. Hope you're well. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Faggot, Noni Tillers, do men suck cock better too? I don't know, probably. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, you're good to your parents. You have manners. You treat people well, even with no reciprocal expectation, because they know that a kind person, if and when she's vulnerable and needs help, and maybe isn't bringing as much to the table for certain periods of time, that this is a kind man. And, sure, you want to do your best to signal resources and have a plan. Sure, maybe you're smart, maybe you aren't. There's not a lot you can do there. But the secret weapon, I think, for men that they don't leverage, and I do think it's a practice, is to demonstrate kindness. And we don't talk about that enough as men. It's like, well, okay, and it's little things. Have good manners. Mm-hmm. Be thoughtful. Follow up with people. And I think that, anyways, those are the three things that I have read women want in men.
Okay, there's so much there. So one is, I do think we need a new.
He is dead fucking wrong. Let's see. Dangers of porn for young boys. Let's just skip to that.
I think a real enemy of relationships and mating for people in their 20s that we haven't talked a lot about. I had Dr. Hannah Lemke from Stanford on my pod talking about addiction, and something we're just starting to come to grips with. And as I read more about it, I think porn is really...
Let's talk about porn.
Well, personal experience. I used to go on campus. The only reason I graduated from UCLA, I graduated with a 2.27 GPA. If I graduated with a 1.97, I wouldn't graduate. Mm-hmm. Not the only motivator, but a real motivator for me was the prospect of meeting someone. I could go onto campus, and there might be a chance I'd meet friends, be social, and possibly meet a potential romantic partner. It was very motivating. And if I'd had porn on this and on my screen, always available, I'm not sure I would have gone on campus. And I just would have spent a lot more time at home. And unfortunately, the deepest pocketed, most talented companies in the world are trying to convince young people they can have a reasonable facsimile of
That
life on a
bald
screen.
guy
with an algorithm.
sounds like a big
And what
fucking faggot.
Yeah, he kind of is. I mean, it's just the reality that do not listen to women. Don't. Like, it's just such a bad idea. Just don't listen to women. Just do what you fucking want. I mean, the best way to navigate a relationship with a woman is to think of what would benefit you personally the most. So, any action you do, what would benefit you personally the most is the right decision. So if a girl is like crying about stupid nonsense and acting silly and trying to make you validate the way she feels, tell her to get the fuck out of your like house or apartment and come back when she's not being stupid and crazy. If she's telling you she's not in the mood for sex or something, tell her I'll give you 10 minutes and you're having sex or you're gone. Like, that's the way you should navigate these things. Because if you don't, these women will just keep manipulating you and doing stupid fucking nonsense, and they will try to get away with whatever the fuck they can. Like, again, if women can make these sorts of demands of you, you need to make a certain amount of money, like even your height. That's something you cannot change. They will demand things that are immutable, that you cannot change. So if they can make demands, you can make demands. Make your own set of demands. They need to behave a certain way. They need to have sex when you fucking feel like it. Whatever, they need to, like, participate in the things you're interested in. And if they don't, tell them to get the fuck out. And a lot of people don't realize this. Women are as hungry for relationships as men are hungry for sex. So I think a lot of dudes are worried about women walking out on them if they kind of behave that sort of way. They won't. And they want you to act like that to begin with. So act in a self-interested manner, and that's what women want you to do. They'll lie and say they don't want you to act that way. But they do, in fact, want you to act that way. They'll complain about it and bullshit, but you'll get a lot further in a relationship if you just make demands and tell them, you need to behave this way, you need to fall in line, you need to do what I tell you. And the door is always, right there. So if they don't want to fall in line with it, they can fucking leave. Again, women make these same fucking demands. If you don't make a certain amount of money, if you show your feelings and be vulnerable, if you're not the right height, they'll walk out on you. So you need to learn to walk out on them. So the way women kind of the way women use sex to kind of get control, you can use the relationship to get control. Women really don't want to leave relationships, so you can just hold the relationship over their head and tell them and make them well aware that you don't need them. And anytime they're not doing what you want them to do, you're going to leave. And again, you'll get a lot more of what you want when you act that way. Thanks for the
Girls
donation.
don't want a cuddly little bitch cuck simp that's gonna be like, oh hi, thank you so much omg. Stop being a fucking faggot dude. No girl is getting their pussy wet by a little bitch ass nigga fag.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, CDG. Dodo donates $2. VG, you're making a mathematical error assuming that girls like psychotic tendencies on the basis that many girls are obsessed with serial killers. The error is that there are so few serial killers, so basically all the girls who are into that go to them. How you don't see that? I'm not claiming literally like all women or most women actually want to date a serial killer. I'm pointing out there's a reason why a lot of women like serial killers, and all these serial killers have girlfriends and get love letters in prison. They're interested in a certain type of personality and behavior. So most women aren't into that to that extreme, but again, they do like that sort of behavior pattern and personality. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Demon, huge balls, donate $2. These are gay to you. If you think these are gay, you probably like dick up your bum. How big is your dick? I'm not buying your OnlyFans. Gay nigga, leave your house warm and see. Yeah, those are gay as shit. You will never catch me wearing that gay retarded horse shit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What I say to young men I coach is that I'm not going to tell you not to consume porn, but try to modulate it, because I think that fire of wanting to meet someone and wanting to demonstrate excellence and having perseverance and enduring rejection and getting your shit together and dressing well and smelling nice and showering, for God's sakes, that mojo, that desire is incredibly important for society. And we're taking young men's mojo away with frictionless, open access, on-demand porn.
Have you seen these no-fap communities?
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
Yes.
Okay, so I was listening to this episode of Modern William with Chris Williamson, and he was interviewing Hamza, who was
I do not buy this narrative, by the way. There's probably a very specific type of porn user that may have this problem, but chances are generally frequency of porn use is mostly modulated by sexual desire. So men with just a higher sex drive will end up watching more pornography. Chances are the men who report having sexual dysfunction from watching pornography, it's likely a certain way they watch porn and like a certain neurological wiring that creates that issue. And again, if you look at any large-scale studies, they rarely ever detect a relationship between porn use and sexual dysfunction and relationship issues. And yeah, Hamza, oh god, of all people to reference.
Okay, Sundus, flip the script. Imagine you wanted to fuck your skinny emo boyfriend and he said he didn't feel like it cause he had a headache or his tummy ached. What then? I'll tell you what then. You would go to your DMs and cheat just like a lot of women.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Burning Acid.
Identifying as a former red-pilled person, and he was talking about how much it changed his life to try to enter the no-fap community.
Which means?
No masturbation. And so I do think that porn is a huge problem. My first job out of college was running the porn pod for Google. So what this meant was that we would sell ads for the porn advertisers. This team does not exist anymore. This was a long time ago. My parents were like, I sent you to Harvard and now you're selling ads for pornography. But when I look back, I'm like, what was I perpetuating? Because I feel like there's just so many problems with what technology is doing in terms of replacing human connection. So let's just project out. ChatGPT is already amazing. I'm currently in my Google feed getting ads for Replica, and the ads say, get your perfect AI boyfriend, always there for you. Yeah. So you think about the fact that real life relationships are messy. I tell my husband on a weekly basis, please throw your contact lens in the garbage. And every week we have a disagreement about that. Well, guess what? Your online girlfriend, she doesn't nag you. She doesn't tell you to pick up your socks. She only tells you how great you are and always tells you, that you're doing the right thing and how was your day. Then you insert sex robots. Okay, so you have your emotional needs met, you have your sexual needs met, maybe you're watching porn while engaging with your sex robots. Why would you want to go through the very challenging potential?
They're not explaining why this is a problem for anyone in particular. She is admitting these are more ideal relationships than what most men or women are having. What's the issue?
Rejection of real life relationships. And I feel like if all these things come to pass, which it seems very likely that they will, we are truly in a crisis moment when it comes to birth rate and future generations.
And it impacts them. It'll impact the economy because the skills you have to develop to be successful in the mating market are life skills. Mm-hmm. You have to be able to endure rejection. You have to have a sense of humor. You have to be able to read the room. Show me a guy who's good in a bar, I'll show you a guy who'll probably be good in a boardroom. And the skills you have to develop as a young man if you want a romantic and a sexual relationship pay dividends the rest of your life. And if you don't develop those skills, I think it impacts your life across a bunch of dimensions.
This is something I'm worried about for Gen.
Again, I think this is kind of a false dichotomy. It's not the case that you won't develop like humor or whatever if you have an AI girlfriend. It's that chances are the people who can't be fucked to date any women because they know it's just a stupid game and they end up having better relationships with like this AI software. Or these are losers who never would have been successful anyway. Like, I don't think this is a barrier for anyone developing necessarily. Because, like, people have said the same shit about, like, fucking video games forever. Like, oh, if you play video games, you're never gonna make real friends, and you're not gonna learn life skills, and you should be going out and... It's not a false dichotomy. You can play fucking video games and have friends and exercise and go outside. You can do both. Kid Boot and Utilitarians, this nigga sounds like Myron Gaines, respect. Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
Gen Z in general. So I did a ton of research with post-pandemic Gen Z daters, men and women in the UK and the United States. And such a big theme that came out of it was that they don't have rejection resilience. And I think that we hear this in many aspects of life. So someone that I'm close to, he's the former Dean of Brown, he's a professor there. And he was talking about how it used to be that his office hours were empty and that's when he could do his reading or play solitaire. But now students come basically saying, tell me exactly what's gonna be on the test. Tell me exactly what to write in my paper because they are not willing to fail. I have friends who are managers at Google and they give...
Buddy, school is like 5 times more expensive than it used to be. You're surprised, and it's harder too. The acceptance rates are way fucking lower. So education is not only harder, but it's also 5 times more fucking expensive. You're surprised students are coming to ask for fucking advice for tests and shit more often? No shit. If they fail, it is a way, way higher fucking cost and expense than before. Not only are the tests fucking harder, so it makes sense to have more preparation, but if they're spending 5 times as much money, no shit. Like, these people are fucking delusional.
Give somebody feedback in a Google Doc and the person is crying because they take that as extreme rejection. And so if you don't have the resilience built up
100%.
to fail, then you are not going to take risks. And everything in life worth having is worth taking a risk for. And so I feel
Steve Bunnell, donated $2, remember this, LMAO. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was so pathetic. Yeah, that's nice and gay. Very nice and gay. Thanks for the donation, Stephen Bonnell.
feel that I have my dream job. Nobody messaged me on LinkedIn and said, hey, Logan, do you want to study dating and relationships? No, I invented this job and now I get to have it. And same thing is true with relationships. It's not about waiting for the perfect person to show up. It's about becoming a great person who somebody else chooses and going after what you want.
I want to talk about all of this and specifically offer some solutions to the young, to the parents, to the boys, to the teens, to the men that are listening. We had a young man actually write in on this subject. And he said, I've suffered with crippling loneliness. And so I've spent over $1,000 hiring women online just to talk to me and to keep me company. On top of that, I've spent several $1,000s more engaging in other business with them. After doing this for nearly a year now, I still feel incredibly unfulfilled. And on the subject of porn, 30% of internet traffic is now related to porn, with about 80% of that porn traffic coming from men and 20% coming from women. I actually had a conversation on this podcast before about porn. And funnily enough, the top comment was, by the way, us women get porn addicted to. Because it was a bit of a blind spot to me, but I think that's something that's worth acknowledging. And the stats are staggering in terms of how higher porn consumption correlates to higher probabilities of depression. What do you do about it? Like on an individual level, I get it. Try not to watch porn.
It's a chicken and the egg problem. Are people who are more depressed more likely to watch more porn, or do people who watch more porn get more depressed? You would expect somebody who's more depressed to likely try to find easy pleasure-seeking behaviors. How many people get depressed and get fat from overeating? Like eating potato chips and shit. It's like a coping mechanism. So them like making this claim implicitly that, oh, clearly porn's responsible for depression. I don't know why you'd assume that.
Porn, but I mean, that doesn't seem like incredibly great advice, because if you're lonely, you're not getting laid, no one wants to date you for all the reasons we talked about today. Restraint seems to be a pretty shitty solution.
I'll give this one to Scott.
Okay, so I coach young men. I take 2 to 3 on at any time. And I don't know if this is the right way, but it's my way. I'm like, you got to lean into your advantage. When you're our age, you have capital, you have more money than time. They have capital, they have a lot of time. And I ask them to unlock their screen, and I say to them, I gamble with options. I gamble. At my age, I still gamble. I preach about low-cost index funds, and I buy call options. That makes no fucking sense. It's gambling, but I know it. I watch porn. I try and modulate my use so I can put the majority of my sexual energy into my partner, but I watch porn because I want them to not feel like I'm going to judge them. They unlock their phone. And I say, we're going to find 8 to 12 hours a week of time, of capital, and we're going to reinvest that capital in higher ROI investments. It is so easy to find 8 to 12 hours. I can sometimes find 7 hours or 15 hours just in TikTok.
You look at screen time.
I look at screen time. And I say, all right, come through with me.
Yeah.
We're going to find 8 to 12 hours. And then we're going to reinvest that capital in 3 investments. 1, we're going to start working out and getting fit. You're going to work out 3 times a week with weights. You should be able, the human male form is spectacular. You should be able to walk into any room under the age of 30 if you're
Goddamn right. Fucking telling me, buddy.
a man, and know that if shit got real, you could kill and eat everybody or outrun them. I need you to be strong. You're going to be more mentally healthy. You're going to be kinder. Look at the people who break up fights at bars. They're big, strong men. Look at the people who defend their country. You want to be strong as a man. It feels fucking amazing. Testosterone, your bone structure, your muscle mass, it's amazing. Lean into that. We're going to get strong. 2, you got to start making some money. And the kids, to be honest, the kids I'm coaching are really struggling. These are kids at home at the age of 23 with their mom, not getting along with their mom, nothing going on. If you have a phone, you can make money. I don't care if it's Lyft, TaskRabbit, because you get a taste for the flesh. And the way to start making a lot of money is to start making a little bit of money, because you start to figure out the economy. How can I make more money? Maybe at some point, could I buy a car and hire a driver to be an Uber? What is the way, could I get a certification in plumbing? You start figuring out, and you start getting your greed glands get going. Oh my God, it's awesome, I have money. I can go out, I can go to a concert. It gets those greed glands going. And then the third thing we're going to do is we're going to put ourselves in the company of strangers in the agency of something bigger than ourselves twice a week. Church group, softball league, nonprofit, charity, whatever it is. And then 3A, and I just started doing this, I've only done it 2 times, and it's an exercise, and I say, and it goes to I think no is the way to success. Show me someone who's successful, I'm going to show you a shit ton of no's. I ran for sophomore, junior, senior class president, lost all 3 times, decided to run for senior class president, lost. I applied to 38 jobs, I got 1 offer, 9 schools, rejected by 7. My whole life has been about no.
Yes,
and that's why I'm successful, is I was able to endure it. So I say to them, this is what I want you to do. I need you to go up to a stranger at wherever we're doing, church group, writers club, whatever it might be, education, continuing education. And you're going to ask them out for coffee. It's a friend. Hey, what are you doing? You want to watch the game? Do you want to watch the Liverpool game this weekend? Let's go to a bar. If it's a woman you might have an attracted to, hey, try and get a rap going. Would you like to have coffee? And here's the...
Jason Big Balls donated $2. This bald guy is slow, doesn't practice what he preaches. Little twink, I would pop his bitch ass goofy white boy. He looks like he might do a little bit of exercise. Doesn't look fat or out of shape, but thanks for the donation, dude.
The goal is no, and we're going to celebrate no. Because you're going to call me and I'm going to say, did you ask someone out for coffee or to a bar? And most likely they'll have said no. They'll be polite, they'll come with excuse. And then I'm going to ask you if you're okay in victory.
It's interesting.
I'm donating on Streamlabs Kazakba with my links not working.
Yeah, that's fine, Dodo. Let me see. This is real. He actually posted this. Why would Trump admit that he's purposefully crashing the market? What in the fuck?
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now
Warren Buffett has not said
here's
that.
the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively.
I don't think any of those things are true.
It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates. Now, it's a wild chess move, but it's working. Now, you're probably wondering, what about his tariffs? Well, I'll tell you, it's a genius play. It actually forces companies to build here to dodge them. It also forces farmers to sell more of their products here in the U.S. to bring grocery prices way down.
That's not how that works. That happened during the Great Depression. That didn't help.
Already seen this with eggs. Now remember, 94% of all stocks are owned only by 8% of Americans. So Trump, he's taking from the rich short term and handing it to the middle class through lower prices.
Prices are going up. Was that Sneeko? Yeah, none of that was true. Black Indian lady with a degree in economics told us this would happen. Yep.
Yesterday, President Trump declared that it was, in fact, Liberation Day. His giant tariff policy that he just dropped on the market unilaterally, probably unconstitutionally. Trump's reciprocal tariffs impose hundreds of billions of dollars in new taxes on Americans, be the largest tax increase since the Revenue Act of 1968. One of the biggest tax increases on American consumers in the history of America. And it's going to cost American consumers. It will cost American producers who use inputs from other countries.
Yeah, somebody already sent me that Ben Shapiro video. Dude, the amount of cope of people trying to rationalize how this is a good idea, it's just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donate $2. Also, Demon Slayer is literally the Naruto of this generation. It's the best anime series since the big three. You just have shit taste from all the ass you eat. No, it sucks. Also, why you too pussy to watch One Piece, nigga? Scared of 1,000 episodes, pussy. I think somebody calculated it. It would take like 3 years for me to watch, maybe even more, to watch every episode if you were to watch one episode a day. Like, that's ridiculous. I don't think I could commit to that. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
Because if you go on TikTok or if you go on X, you'll find a lot of videos of women filming themselves as a guy inappropriately came and made a gesture to them and then like publicly shaming them on the internet. It's very popular to do in the gym.
Yeah.
They set up a phone, they're working out, a guy comes over and asks if they need help with the weights. It then goes viral online because that guy was being inappropriate. Like, you shouldn't. So like, as a guy, it's quite complicated to know how and where you can roll up without being filmed and going viral.
I know. So we talked about the first dating paradox, which is this idea that women now need more from men and are raising the bar because they can be providers on their own, but men weren't taught how to do that and there's sometimes shame for it. So I think the second big dating paradox is that men are expected to lead and to approach, but I truly feel like in a post-Me Too era, it's much more confusing. And so many people say to me,
It's not a post-Me Too era. Women love playing a victim and getting attention. Women are huge attention seekers, and they found out one way to get attention is by pretending to be a victim. This is why women make false rape claims. There's some high-profile cases where... who was that woman who accused, like, the lacrosse team or something? Woman admits accusation against sports team made up. I think it was a black chick. Yeah. Duke lacrosse accuser admits public that she made up the story. Woman who in 2006 falsely accused 3 Duke University lacrosse players of raping her, case that made national headlines, said she fabricated the story. Let's see. Because I wanted validation from people and not from God. She literally admitted she did it purely for attention. Women literally make up the stupid fucking horseshit for no other reason.
Told a girl I was dating for 1 month when we talked about very private stuff that I was visiting prostitutes 2 times in the past and lost my virginity to one. She then said, she has no problem with it, but can't be with someone that did that.
I mean, like, again, don't share these stories with women. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. So, women are insane attention seekers, and the Me Too thing it's not real. Women just found out that, oh, I can pretend as though that I'm getting harassed at the gym, and then I can upload it online, and then rather than just getting attention from my friend group, I can get attention from the whole fucking internet for this. So Me Too isn't a real thing. It's just a way for women to get fucking attention. That's all it is. So, it's just attention-seeking behavior, nothing more. And, again, no one should care what women fucking think. You shouldn't let that scare you from approaching women. If they want to just use you to get attention, whatever, she's a dumb bitch, move on.
on an app that's not romantic. I want to meet in real life. But I'm not finding that people are meeting in real life because people are afraid to approach each other. I think one is being afraid of being called creepy. But the other one, which is what you're talking about, is that this culture of making TikToks or going online with this datertainment to talk about how this person approached you or how inappropriate that was. And so I feel like there's a lot of women waiting for men to approach them, but then shaming the men who do. I think one of the solutions there is we should allow people to shoot their shot in a non-creepy way.
Can I just say something to that? If the guy rolls up and he's 6'4" and he's, you know, gorgeous, it's fine, it seems.
The difference between creepy and romantic is the perceived attractiveness to the person making the overture.
I think that is true. If you are super hot, it's...
Yeah, they know. These women, like, again, they're not acknowledging the fucking problem. There's a social issue with women being entitled fucking children. And the reality is, yeah, like, if a fucking really tall, attractive guy comes up to a girl, they're never going to complain and call the guy creepy. If a dude who's less attractive comes up to them, those are the only people who are accused of being creepy. So this is just entitled fucking women looking for attention and thinking that I can get everything I want. Only attractive guys are allowed to talk to me, and I can shame men for just going up and trying to talk to me in a completely harmless and innocent way, just like a normal fucking human being would. Like, again, it is entitled child brain manipulative fucking behavior, and women are never called out for this. There's no social consequence for women acting like this, and they get away with it, and they keep acting this way. So the women are the fucking problem here. Jason, big brown balls.
Is that your bestie? I'm an ice boy, y'all like Gretzky. I'm an actual, like bless me. I know you got. Haven't done my tell only point. That's why I need.
That's great. Drake sucks. Thanks for the donation.
Yee,
dude.
this is also what I realized. Women are way too neurotic, and because of their stupid emotions, they can't handle things like this. She couldn't even give me any rational reason why she is bothered by it, just that it doesn't feel right to hear. I was mad.
Don't ever share any personal details about your life with any woman. Don't talk about how you were abused as a child or some crime you've done. Just tell them, man, nothing. You don't need to know about it. Whatever. You're just gonna dig yourself a hole. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
It's less likely to be perceived as creepy. But you have all these people that are saying, I want to be approached, and they're not being approached. And so there was this rise of run clubs last summer, right? Everyone said the new dating app is a run club. I ask everywhere I go, have you met someone at a run club? No, people are not really meeting there. So since 2017, the number one way that people are meeting is online. And just setting up a date every 2 seconds. This is where the dating is happening. If people want more things to happen offline, they actually have to approach each other. And I'm just not seeing that happen.
But my understanding is the majority of women still expect the man to take the initiative.
Absolutely.
And this is one of the most frightening stats I've seen. According to Pew, more than 50% of men between the ages of 18 and 24 have never asked a woman out in person. And I just find that so just upsetting and rattling, because that means they're either not asking people out or they're asking them out online, where quite frankly, they can't demonstrate any sense of excellence. And I think the beautiful thing about human sexuality is sometimes you don't even know why you're attracted to someone. You like the way they smell, you find out they're funny. And that happens in person. But we need more third spaces, more places people can meet. And also, I actually think it would be helpful to have in the senior year of high school a class called adulting, where amongst other things, you teach them about the interest rate on a credit card. You know, little thing. My kid can do integers and he doesn't understand the interest rate on his credit card. And also, quite frankly, I think young men need guidance around how to express romantic interest while making the other person feel safe. And also, that if you express romantic interest and ask someone out for coffee and they say no.
Women don't need to feel safe. If you're not breaking the fucking law, then nothing else fucking matters. That is bullshit. Oh my God. Don't ever give into this horseshit like, oh, act like a gentleman, don't be too aggressive, women get scared, you're gonna make them feel, fuck you. They can feel as uncomfortable and scared as they fucking want. As long as you're not breaking the law, who the fuck cares?
You're both gonna be fine. You haven't committed a crime against humanity. As long as you're respectful and you don't make the person feel uncomfortable. But men aren't even asking women out.
Everything you're saying is what I'm seeing. So I was talking to this incredible 16-year-old girl who built this AI chatbot called Ask Elle, and she's taken all of the relationship science research that she's seen, and she's trained this chatbot, and she's trying to help teens get safe and empowered dating advice. And I asked her, what is the number one question that you're getting? And it's how to ask someone out. And so I think people are really struggling. It's not that teens in all of human history had the secret. It's that they were willing to do it and fail. And now we're just not seeing that. And so I think that we have glossed over the pandemic. It was this really traumatic time, really scary stuff happened, and we don't want to talk.
Your advice only works for attractive men? Yeah, no. So here's the thing. A man's attractiveness is his strength. Okay? Strength is what makes men attractive. Physical characteristics like your height, the amount of muscle mass you have, like perceptions of physical fitness. So like having, muscle tone, abs, that shows physical strength. There's also like the width of your jaw, the surface area of your face. Those things also show, it's a sign of higher testosterone. You can lack those things, but the way you behave socially also shows strength. And again, if you're afraid of offending people, if you try to come off as like less aggressive and more nice and shit, you're going to look weak, and that's going to make you look less attractive. So no, this isn't a way of acting that only works for attractive people. It works for everybody, because that's just how strong people behave.
talk about it. But people that came of age during the pandemic, their social skills are worse. They missed out on critical moments of becoming a human. And we are seeing that in the workplace. All of these things about Gen Z, Gen Alpha, that came from something. It
Women
came
are
from parenting.
very
It came
good at
from
making
digital
you
addiction.
feel that you can share everything with them, but they are just looking for red flags, because every little thing to them is a red flag. I will definitely be more careful about what information I disclose next time.
Yeah, don't tell them anything, especially about how you feel. Never tell a woman how you feel. They don't need to know. But yeah, don't disclose anything that's like personal. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous.
It came from the pandemic and online learning. And I think that if you do not have the social skills to approach someone and ask them out, there just will be literally fewer couples.
I want to throw a Molotov cocktail into this and something that's controversial I got pushback on. I think one of the enemies of mating is that there's too little drinking. If you look at millennials, they spend $30 billion on alcohol. Gen Z, it's crashed to $2 billion. Peter Attia and Andrew Huberman have declared war on drinking. I think young people need to drink more, go out and make a series of bad decisions that might pay off. I don't see drunkenness, I see togetherness. And I don't know how it was for you.
That is fucking stupid. Just outright stupid.
In your relationship, when I think of the majority of great friendships I have and the romantic opportunities I've had, not always, but often alcohol.
Like, I think FitX Fearless does have some really stupid advice, but when it comes to lifestyle stuff, he's spot on. This guy is absolutely against alcohol, eating like a shitty diet, drug use. I really appreciate that advice about him.
In this video,
I think he can be a little corny and shit, but like, again, he does get girls. He's also not tall. I think he's like 5'7", if that. He might even be like 5'6". But he does date attractive women. He did a video recently where he was working out in the gym and he was with his girlfriend or some chick he was casually dating. And she was really attractive. Yeah, this is the chick he was with. I think this is his girlfriend because she was making him food and stuff. I don't think she wanted to be on camera. He was just showing her body, but clearly a good-looking girl. So again, this is a guy who's 5'7", but he's found a way to make good money. He also takes really good care of himself.
WTF, am this real? Is https://www.youtube.com/
let me see. That's weird. Thanks for the donation, dude. You do not need to drink or do any alcohol to be social. That's just horseshit.
Alcohol played a role. And I worry that with a lack of going out, being out of the house, and also a lack of drinking, that we've taken away a social lubricant that breaks down some of the walls and some of the initial awkwardness and entry into a potential romantic relationship.
I think some of the increase in being sober curious comes from interest in being healthy. So we hear from Gen Z, I don't want to have anxiety the next day. They are much less likely.
Expensive.
Yeah, they are much less likely to millennials to feel like there's a 2-drink minimum for dates. But in general, we're seeing less risk-taking behavior from Gen Z. They are getting their licenses far later, if at all. They are losing their virginity much later, if at all. And so I feel—
He teaches men to be players, not real men. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Bro, first of all, you do not want to date most women long term. They're not worth it. So yeah, most women are only good for sex. Secondly, if you find a way to make women attracted to you, how in the fuck is that bad for a long-term relationship? Like, if they're willing to date you in the first place and you notice, okay, like, I take good care of myself, don't drink, eat well, dress well, you learn to behave around women where you don't show your emotions, you don't get too personal, you know how to, like, play on their feelings and manipulate them so that they're more attracted to you. If you notice more women are attracted to you and more women are willing to date you, how the fuck does that hurt your chances of a long-term relationship? That's just fucking idiotic.
feel like there's this rise of or there's this decrease in risk-taking behavior, which in some ways is great. Fewer kids dying in car crashes and people being
Less teen
responsible.
pregnancy.
But I just feel like people are missing out on the experience to make mistakes as a young person. And I think when I think back to my college experience, if there had been cameras that have high quality video on them at all times, I would have lived a very different college experience. I am so grateful.
Yeah, Alex from Half-Life is one of the best video game babes for sure.
That Instagram was not there when I was in college. And so if you live in a surveillance culture where at any moment somebody is snapping the room and they could see what you're doing, you're going to take fewer risks. And I just feel like there's this entire culture of people being very safe. And part of dating, part of mating is making mistakes, taking risks, and failing.
So what do we do about it, Logan? Scott gave a really good sort of advice.
Again, women are primarily the fucking problem here. But again, another issue is men aren't taught how to fucking act around women. Like, women just say stupid fucking shit and everyone's being gaslit into listening to women. Never listen to fucking women. And women need to learn how to fucking behave themselves. Advice for parenting young boys.
Those are the people that whisper to me in the streets about these conversations. It's the 40 to 55-year-old mother who has a son who doesn't feel like she can speak up, but says to me privately that she's worried about her kids. And actually, we had some mothers write in, all of which wanted to stay anonymous, saying this exact same thing. They've got an 18-year-old son, they're super concerned. They've got a 16-year-old son, the son looks lost. As the stats show from the report, they're not leaving home in the same way that women, their daughters leave home. But they don't know what to do
usually I
about it. So for
really
those
value honesty, but when it comes to women it is just best to not say more than necessary, because your honestly will just bite you in the ass in the end, unfortunately.
Yeah. From a pretty young age, I learned, like, most women believe in stupid shit like ghosts. Dude, if you want to dry up a chick's pussy faster than anything, tell her ghosts aren't real. So, yeah, I learned that pretty quick, but I don't play around. If somebody believes in something stupid, I'm going to tell them it's stupid. So that did get rid of some relationship prospects with me, but I don't want to date some dumb bitch who believes in ghosts. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous.
Parents that are listening now, we can't change society. What would you recommend a parent of a young boy does?
First thing is forgive yourself. There's this natural part of a separation where, and I think this is true of girls, but especially boys, where to make the separation easier, we don't get along with our parents in our senior year in high school. And that doesn't mean your son doesn't love you. That doesn't mean your son's not going to figure it out. But to forgive yourself,
Hey, Emma, you might want to explain yourself when you say Jew world order is built for women, matriarchy, and gynocracy. Do you want to get banned? So, you better have a really good fucking explanation for why you're spreading anti-Semitic fucking conspiracy theories, or you're gonna get banned in 1 minute. So either delete your comment, or give some really good fucking explanation why you think Jews are ruling the world and they have some fucking conspiracy to destroy everything. Okay, you're banned. Bye-bye. Don't give a shit that you're a fucking member.
Going back to more actionable things, try and get men involved in his life. And then, dumb stuff like my mom made sure I was in Boy Scouts. My mom, when I got cut from the high school basketball and football team, she enrolled me in city leagues so I could continue to play sports. But it was mostly, she wasn't sure that I had men in my life.
Jason Browncock donated $2. Want to knock out this fat chick out in purple cold. She's trying to act so smart when she fills her belly with McDonald's.
If a man sleeps with you and he doesn't respect you, the moment he's finished with you, he will have nothing but contempt for you. And girls are often brokenhearted, let's say, because they've slept.
I don't know what nothing but contempt. I think that's just disinterested. Why would he say contempt?
With some guy and then he doesn't call them. I can tell you that guy finished in bed. The first thing he wanted to do was get the hell out of there as fast as possible because it's satiation and immediate disgust, contempt, and shame. Immediate. That's not good.
I don't know why you'd assume that. Why contempt? Why not just disinterest?
Don't want to be the girl on the receiving end of that. There's nothing about that that's good.
Jordan Peterson's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And I think that was really, really important for me. But, I would just say that I feel like I need to coach men more. Like, what I say to boys, one of the first things I say to boys, I had lunch with someone who's a fairly famous news anchor and her son. And I asked the mom to excuse, they started going at it. And I asked the mom to excuse herself. And I said to the mom, I'm like, you realize this is the only person in your life ever that wants you to be more successful than you. You just got to cut this shit out. This woman's not your enemy. And I heard that, and I was a bit ashamed because I remember like being such an asshole to my mother, you know? So I think I could say that to him because I could look him in the eyes and say, what the fuck are you doing? So I just think that male involvement for single mothers, and I think men are really willing to get involved, whether it's someone down the street, a coach, a sibling, your brother, whatever it is. But I do think, again, the research shows that the point of failure is when a boy loses a male role model. And also to forgive yourself. Being a single parent with a son, I think that's hard. I just think it's hard.
Logan, you've got some questions I can see.
Oh, yeah. I do have some questions for Scott, but I would love for you to answer them too. So one of them is, what is something about being a man that you learned growing up that you have had to unlearn? And I'm wondering specifically in how you're raising your sons to avoid some of those things.
I think a great proxy for masculinity and manhood is, and Richard Reeves introduced me to this, and I think it's so powerful, and that is surplus value. It's not about a religious ceremony. It's not about having sex. It's not about an age. It's about getting to the point of surplus value. You create more tax revenue than you absorb. I say to my boys, you're negative value. Look at all the resources going into you. Look at all the love. We love you so much more than you love us. Your teachers are spending all this time and energy, and you aren't giving anything back. At some point, that needs to pivot. So creating more tax revenue, noticing people's life, registering more complaints from other people than you are complaining, protecting people, adding surplus value. So, these notions that
is a really bad definition. What makes a man is strength, and it's the strength to control yourself and the strength to control the world around you. So the more control you have over yourself and the more control you have over the world around you, the more masculine you are. So that's just a really, really bad definition.
And I wasn't that guy. I wanted more from everyone else than I was giving. I was the guy when someone honked at me, I was the guy that sped up and honked back to restore the universe to it.
All right. Well, that's that. We'll probably react to this tomorrow. Somebody sent me this. I don't know if it's any good. It's already 3 a.m. So I am going to head to bed. We'll try using Streamlabs tomorrow again. If it crashes out, Stream Elements works well enough, so we'll use Stream Elements if the Streamlabs donos don't work. So I figured I'd just try Stream Elements. The only problem that I have with Stream Elements is the dumbass, like the links don't seem to work as well, but otherwise, at least we have an alternative. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. I really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow, and I might do an afternoon stream if I have time. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Nighty night.